safe answer as well. So,
Yo.
Yeah, so Jog, yeah. Just because we've seen
Today we have
Didn't we have a sponsor
LEV,
that we had like 2
G,
lawyers
and
for all the
then
angles that Jaw was
Loud
breaking?
MIBR.
Oh my god.
I don't know if I'm
hired
gonna
2
watch
lawyers.
Loud MIBR. It's
Worm
pretty late
Cranston.
for me.
And what was
And
it?
Ender's last
So I
name.
don't know if I'm
know.
gonna
That-
fuck up my schedule.
That was great.
for it.
Okay, now we definitely have to talk about Superman on the Omen. Now he was so dominant in that last win over Furia. Wyatt, what were your thoughts? What was your takeaways from this one?
I mean, obviously, you can see on display in all these clips. Aim, fantastic.
Yeah.
Great mechanical player. Always has been, but hasn't had the chance to flourish in a higher level team, a more structured team. Often was playing in really unstructured teams, actually, in challenges previously, right? And so now with that added support from everyone, he just looks better than ever.
Yeah, and I feel like he also did a really good job of being able to set up his team with the Omen one-ways a lot, specifically on Vine. It just felt like he was so able to provide the map control. Granted, yeah, it's probably things they talked about in a server, but he was just so good making those decision-making moments, allowing the default to kind of happen. And on top of that, having the crazy firepower. It was just a really, really good match from Supa, and I think he really proved himself as a controller.
Yeah, now, of course, we can't talk about one Omen without talking about another. Let's definitely talk about King's Omen, which has been really great as of late as well. So, Athena, what are your takeaways from King on the Omen?
I feel like we're just doing Jog versus Ospas. And
We
King
have
versus...
to! It's Leviathan versus Evil Geniuses. We gotta do this.
I mean, King as well has just been insane. I mean, he's just a machine. I feel like we're seeing kind of the similar clips of both these players just playing this kind of aim-lapse position, but his util usage on that Viper, his snake bite to delay a lot of the time, being able to be a solo site anchor too, is just so phenomenal. And obviously being placed in these clutch situations, you can always expect King to kind of run away with it.
For sure. He's looked really good so far, stage 2, and I'm glad to see that after what was a pretty poor Shanghai for him. Did not play at the level we expect from King. So if he can get back to that, that's critical for LEV continuing this streak of wins at the top of the standings right now.
I almost feel like every player on LEV has kind of been stepping it up from what we saw before, and I feel like it's working out really, really well in their favor, but I just hope that they can keep that momentum kind of up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this one's going to be a really close call, I think, this match, and also it's going to be a certified hood banger. It is. Now, before we get into today's show, we're going to break down a top 5 list and give some criticism. Now, the thing is, we haven't seen this list or know anything about the topic, except that
It's Ender.
Ender made it.
Well, I don't know where he is, so we can be as scathing as we want to be with his top 5 list.
Here we go.
Deal with it. The top 5 controllers.
I'm
All right,
ready.
there's number 5. Let's get to revealing.
Okay.
Number 5, Mazine. Interesting. Mazine has been good in stage 2 for sure.
I feel like I don't want to be mean, but I probably wouldn't put him in my top 5 though.
I think it's definitely a...
Sorry, I'm being...
Are we going off stage 2? If we're going on stage 2, let's
go off of stage 2.
Being both an IGL and has stepped up massively from where he was at individual
I'll
stage
allow
1.
it.
So,
Okay.
I'll allow it, Ender. I'll allow
an
it.
interesting one, but all right, let's keep going. 10s,
Okay.
he deserves to be higher. Well,
I think so.
has to be in the top 5 at the very least, right?
Yeah, sure.
absolutely. Yeah.
This is okay. I'll allow this so far. This is not bad.
Okay.
I mean, we
This
still
is
got
not
3
bad.
more
We have a
slots.
3, 2,
So.
1. That's the question.
King.
King, I'm not mad at that. Are you
know,
mad at that?
I'm not mad at that. This is so hard because I feel like I need to see the top 2.
Yeah, it
to kind
is.
Of, okay,
It
wait.
is
I need to
tough.
see the second one before I make my mind up.
This is just for stage 2, by the way.
Okay.
You Vanity. I mean, actually, Vanity has been getting a lot of the yelp.
You hear how high pitched that was?
yelp. I mean, Vanity has been.
Nah, this is fake.
He's been getting more kills and he's
feel like-
better, but it's 2.
I feel
I
like
don't
to
know.
make this legit, you need to shift everyone up one and move Vanity down.
But Athena, we're
fifth place.
just for stage 2, though?
Just for stage 2.
How does this look so far before we reveal number 1?
I think the players are okay, but I think the order is kind of
Would you switch this up a little
The
bit?
Vanity or Mazine above Khalil, though Khalil was crazy in week 1. He dropped 900 kills in a map against
Axe
100
Vanity,
teams.
get him out of
Okay,
here.
well, looking at the 4 we have, where would you put, like, let's say 10s? Is 10s in a safe spot,
I
in
think
your opinion?
I
like,
would
number
literally
4?
just put I would just get Vanity out of here, move.
Entirely?
Yeah, like bye.
I think
and then,
so.
Okay.
I'm just being completely.
All right, who do we got for
Okay.
number one?
Yeah, here we got it.
Superman.
Oh, okay,
And
yeah.
that's
okay.
totally fine.
I'll allow that. That one is
Superman number
great.
one. I love that for him. Love that for Ender. Love that for us. But the rest of it, I'm not really rolling with it.
No,
Yeah,
ever
feeling
since you
it.
said Khalil, like we need to put Khalil on this list. I think Ender
he
fumbled.
has to be. His week one was
fumbled.
insane.
Well, if we had a sixth slot, maybe. So,
Maybe.
This
Anyways,
is top
who do we get
five.
to judge next?
all right, we got the top 5 initiators, I believe, is coming up.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, Doug's top 5 initiators.
Interesting.
Oh my God, this is so fun that no one's here, so we can just keep like
I know.
roasting them.
Though
This is
we were
great.
kind of nice to Ender. Maybe too nice.
I literally said axe Vanity, get him out. Well, I didn't say
Yeah, I
anything about
guess.
All right, we got our first one right here.
it. Okay, Nazwar, okay.
This.
I'm not mad at that at all.
Yeah, I think the way that he's performed and the way they've been able to set up their team is a lot better than before.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Visually was good. Good
Yeah.
calling.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Hundo P.
All right, number 4.
Let's see.
Oh, I mean, Jonah P has to be in the top 5. I think he might be higher.
I think he should be way up on this side, like
I
number
agree.
2, probably.
I agree. He's been way too good for
Doug.
G2. G2, forever underrated.
Forever.
actually forever underrated.
Literally forever.
Derek in 3. Derek has been really good.
Okay, I feel like I would have put G2 and EG top.
Like further here, 2-1.
Yeah.
Are you thinking 2-1?
I personally, I don't know, Doug. Let's see what you got us.
I mean,
Let's
he's
see if
good.
he can surprise
Doug
us.
could be cooking something.
He could be cooking something. Sassy.
Okay.
I don't know about that. He's been fine. He's been
been
doing
okay.
his role, but like, yeah, that's above Derek and Jonah.
The
is
only
kinda
thing I'll give him
crazy.
is he's solo Sky a lot, and I feel like when you're
Yes.
solo Sky, you have to do a lot more, and he can clutch. But I still wouldn't put him second. Nah, Doug's cooking, but I don't know what he's cooking. That smells bad.
And we got our number 1
Trend.
going to G2. G2's very own Trent. How do we feel about that, Wyatt? You're making a face.
I mean, first of all, if we're counting Mizuno as, Mizuno's breach, I think Mizuno has to be up here. Just saying.
I agree.
That's
I
for me.
actually
I think
agree
we need
with that.
Mizuno up there.
Who would you get rid of?
Trent was crazy. I'm kind of okay with Trent and Jonah. I think I'd put Jonah at either number 1 or number 2. I think he's so good.
I agree with that.
He's incredible. And Trent did have a phenomenal game.
But where would you put Mizuno? Don't avoid the question. Who you cutting?
I think I would cut Saucy, tragically, and I think I would put Mizuno
Oh, wow.
maybe at 4, and then
Keep everything. in.
Trent 3,
Okay.
Derek 2, Jonah P 1. I think Jonah P is my 1.
I think you're
Okay.
cooking
I think
more
he's
than
the
Doug.
one.
I think whatever you made is
And he
a
has no chance to defend
5-star.
himself, which I appreciate.
Doug is just bad, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Well, this is his tier list, okay? He's an individual of his own, okay? So let's give it to him. I mean, I don't know. I think it's good. Yeah, I like what Doug is cooking, but Wyatt, I like what you were cooking as well. You know.
I think your meal is much better than Doug.
That's
Thank
well.
you.
The
Back me up.
thing is, restaurants serve different meals. All right.
Okay.
And that's just a different meal that
Are you gonna pull out
Wyatt
your
wants to
chef
cook.
hat again?
I'm still having nightmares about that accent that I put on. Anyways, let's take a look at today's predictions from our broadcast team here. See what we thought. Oh,
Okay.
Look at what we
All
were
right.
cooking. We were cooking.
Whoa, Lev, yo, Akeem.
I told you I didn't remember. I told you I didn't
Okay.
remember.
No, I think this looks about right because I really genuinely do think that for all 4 teams playing today, it is pretty 50-50 for every single one of the matches.
You think Loud Fury are 50-50?
I think
It's close enough to 50.
It's
yeah.
clo-
It's close enough.
51-49.
I'd give it 60-40.
Okay, that's fair.
We're arguing with the minutia of the numbers. It's close enough that it feels like it could go either way for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
The first one too. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going EG Loud.
This is
But-
literally my prediction is every single match today is gonna go to 3 maps. Sorry, production. Sorry, guys. We're gonna be here longer. But that's my predictions. I think every single one is going to 3 maps. And all the games are gonna be close, but I still stick with EG. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think we want to go 3 maps. I mean, this is official. We're getting certified hood bangers. So if they don't push
Oh my God.
if they
Last
don't
one was
push
crazy.
to
The last
3,
one,
then
that's-
I don't know what we're getting ourselves into. Then this isn't a certified hood banger during Super Week. Oh!
You're just
Yes!
testing it out.
Yes! I did a super
Oh my
combo
God.
there.
That was crazy. You got the combos down. You got the up, down, left, right going crazy.
Yeah, that's right. That's good. You know, I maxed out my entire skill tree and awareness of where I am. Well, anyways, you know what? I think it's about that time. Y'all ready for this? Yeah, I think it's time. Let's get day 4 of Super Week started. It's Leviathan versus Evil Geniuses, Loud versus Furia. VCT Americas will start right now.
Down the pre-fire Superman. Maybe shouldn't be getting away with this one. He's left into the 1v1. Superman.
Tiene la tercera, pero Bacina dice que no. 3-1. Coge la primera. Sigue aguantando.
EG, I think we know a lot about how they kind of play. They have a lot of my good friends on that team. Obviously, Jaw was like my guy last year. No matter what happens, like, it's so awesome getting to play against like one of my best friends.
Forwards now, but the decay damage kicking in. With the decay, oh! Now, here we go. Good capture. Straight on to Les. Loud in shambles. In terms of how they want to play this one, and they can't get a hand to
LEV is always a scary team. They have Aspas. That guy just like aces every round and then leans back in his chair, and it still confuses me every time. So.
Aspas is now down to a 1 versus 4. Nice versatile second one as well. And lands that onto Artizine. No way! Right in the face.
As long as we deal with Aspas, I feel like we got it.
Nope.
Riot Games Arena, los piratas pueden matar a los ladrones y ahora los genios malvados. Que se escuche para el Leviatán.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Evil Geniuses!
Evil Geniuses are looking to continue their journey to world domination here in Stage 2, but Leviathan might be the disruptive force to make their attempt to playoffs a bit more complicated. And with the way these two teams have been playing, this could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, talking about playoffs, that's a really, really good point because LEV, they're so far up the standings. They actually don't need to worry that much about this game specifically, but EG, they need to carry on this winning streak in order to kind of secure themselves a little bit closer towards that playoffs.
Absolutely. It's an EG that somehow are recreating the magic of last year at this point. At the beginning of the year, surely they won't do this again with this like cobbled together roster of kind of like just leftover players that couldn't find a home, you know, good challengers players like Superman. And then somehow it's just all come together. As time has gone on, Derek looks fully rejuvenated as a player. Jojimo is still insane. And Potter, the goat, in Superman's word,
It's
is just
literally the effect of
the
the goat.
puppeteer of it all. It's crazy how they've done it again.
And now seeing these maps, I mean, Icebox, Sunset, and Bind. I think Icebox is going to be super interesting. Super interesting.
I can't.
Super interesting.
Super
yes.
interesting. Because I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the map where we kind of had EG on like a weird, I'm lying. Never mind. I lied
We're
so
playing
hard.
ISO there. That's where Jojimo was
But then
playing,
didn't they-
ISO.
Is that what I'm thinking of?
Initially, yeah. And
Oh my
Lev, they're
God.
just playing the thing.
They're playing the thing.
They're playing
the thing.
the regular old thing, which it worked for them. So, you know, I guess stick to it until the wheels fall off.
I feel like surely Jog doesn't stay on the ISO though. Do you think he's gonna plot the neon or just go back to the jet?
I would
Love to find out right now.
love
Yeah,
to
we're about to
see
find
some
out.
more ISO, to be honest. Do you like
Really?
neon on this map? Are you a fan of it on Icebox?
I feel like it works for the one game. Like you can't keep running it, but if you use it for the one game and have this kind of strat of going fast all the time, I think it would work because you just catch them off guard. They don't know how to do anything. For your defense, you just push up and fight. But with the Clove, I do think EG is trying to go for that little bit more aggressive play. And the Harbor, I like that.
Yeah,
This is their old comp, but with the ISO.
Yeah, the Clove, I'm a fan of, for sure. We've seen other teams find some success with that, like FPX at Shanghai. And Superman is just the kind of controller that you want on the controller that offers more ability to take more duels, take more fights. And when you have a guy like Superman who's going to win the majority of them, why not have him play it?
True. I feel like the one thing that has been brought up multiple times on this desk about this comp, though, is that the scaling issue towards the B site kind of plays a little bit of a problem because you don't have the Sage Wall. You don't really have, like, you have the Harbor Wall, but everything that you have just kind of can get shot through. And as I say that,
Wow.
we got the Battle Sage on Jot. I did not expect that at all.
That was very unexpected, yes. But welcome. I'd say a welcome addition for sure.
That is an interesting switch. We'll see that Clove really being the aggro component of this lineup that they have, Agent lineup.
Absolutely. Now let's get into map one and send it over to your casters. It seems like only yesterday, Mimi and Ender were here at the desk with me. Well, let's see what they are cooking up over there, the cast.
That is famously true, Akeem. But we have a comp change coming out from EG to start this series. Talk to me about how this Sage inside the ISO is going to affect the play.
The first funny thing is Joggo is just playing everything on this map. The Deadlock in the offseason, then the ISO, now the Sage. But really what the Sage is going to give them is much better plant security on the attacking side. That's where they're going to be starting. And especially over towards the A side, I love the fact that that wall can just change the geometry of the site. It allows you to play much more forward on site, aggressively around the angles it's going to give. This is an agent that EG have played way back in the past, and I think they're going to have a lot of strength with here on Icebox.
Lev looking to lock playoffs here as they start on the defensive side, and it'll be Ospas queued up for a fight towards Zach.
Really just King playing solo B right now. Push wall out from EG. This is pretty similar to how they were playing the comp previously. Double lurk going up into mid. They love to run these B pinches down underneath the tube.
They're going to get walled off, though, for a moment here, and that'll slow things down in the round. Jaw is on the other side of this and waiting to push through. Doesn't clear the close corner, though. So 2 straight kills for Lev. Apop is going to try and make something of this round. He's found his way up over onto the site, but Mizuno takes him down, and now Superman is getting routed. It's all individual fights that leave it on to nature. 1v3 with the flank incoming.
Ospas already so close up behind nature. Somehow slipped past him. But Ospas is going to see that shoulder and take him down. 3 players survive, and honestly, I think this is fantastic prep work from Lev. Seeing that game EG played on this map a couple weeks ago, and seeing that they went for so many of those mid pinches. Leviathan were so ready to have multiple players there in mid to just swarm those 2 players coming under 2.
Yeah, and even with the ult comp, this is something we saw EG try a lot. I think Leviathan actually in a really good setup to be prepared for some kind of mid-action to come through, though.
Evil geniuses, because, you know, the comp is eclectic. Not just the Sage coming in, but running the Clove and the Harbor here, no Viper. But you'll see them abuse mid a lot because they have the freedom of that second smoke agent to be able to block off things like the Killjoy turret. But a lot of the time, they're going to open up strong over into this B side, using that push wall just to secure orbs, get those ults online. So far, just farming onto nature.
Yeah, and this is something EG does a lot, even on their eco rounds, really prioritizing orb maxing. Even without the ISO, this is still a comp that has a lot of power ults that can start to snowball this attacking side. So EG, upon getting their orb towards B, will start to head back over towards A main, where that orb is still unclaimed, but maybe just trying to work towards mid instead. Get a pick here.
Yeah, see what they can do with this pack mentality. They'll use these Clove smokes in the mid round just to get that similar cross, and now they've actually gotten under tube. The Sage wall up in kitchen could actually give them some position to plant, but oh my word, Tex and Mazzino just absolutely demolishing EG. As Jogmo just all on his lonesome here. Should be able to pick up one cheesy kill, but now his position has been notified, and LEV are going to shrink onto that spike.
Jaw has recovered a Guardian here, but whiffing out on those shots. King will take advantage of it. LEV able to convert fairly cleanly there to get up 2-0, keeping 3 guns into this next.
And already LEV are being very heavily conditioned that EG like to work into that mid space. I think this is definitely a bit of a throwaway there, faking that they're going back under tube just like they did in the pistol round, but actually moving over towards the right-hand side. Still, though, the way LEV have adjusted so far has been pretty perfect in terms of controlling that space around mid and not freaking out the second their Killjoy utility gets smoked off by the Clove.
EG forced starting over towards A, but the spike not a part of this play, and LEV is heavy committing into this space. Ospas will get forward. Mazzino on the low ground, though, not quite spotted in time, and LEV get a clean double to start the round, and will retreat.
There you go, they came for. Can instantly fall out of that, sending a little drone from Com to see, yep, the rotates did in fact come out. Leviathan just leaving King with the Ghost to hold on site. As EG keeps scaling back over into the B side. No time wasted to pick up that orb, instead just doing their best to get the plant on the ground, and they do have the Sage wall, which will guarantee that for themselves.
They want to try and get something here, a walk up as that plant is trying to be committed. Derek will get it down, but LEV really well set up for the retake here. A dart from Com ready to go.
I love the position on top site taken from Apoth already. They need these opening fights to go their way, but LEV haven't really given them that just yet. Here they come.
Apoth is going to be critical here. Holding on towards top side, finds a double good connection from him. Jaw will help out in the round as well. And now this is suddenly slipped away from Leviathan. Both players spotted towards spawn, blocked off by 2 different walls. And this round is all but done. Com spots one and will get that kill, but a round win will not follow.
That is a great post plant, and EG already showing the difference with that Sage coming into the comp. Walling off Snowman actually allowed Apoth to get that top site position. They focused just 2 of their crosshairs on top kitchen, on under tube, and win their fights out very convincingly. Very good work out of Apoth and Jaw there. I love this reposition too after he wins those fights, falling into kitchen, knowing, hey, those are 2 players over in Snowman that just broke the wall, so he can back into that space and hold an even nastier angle.
And you're also seeing how good the stall util is in the post plant here, having wall, slows, harbor, so much to lock teams out from these retakes.
The ISO is certainly good for, you know, taking your fights and getting them, but after the nerf this Sage, I really do think just outclassed the pick. Very early days, just 1 round win, but I like the utility we've seen so far.
But yeah, and again, Ospas is going to take his space in A main. Got the openers in last round. That was a 3v5 that EG won.
Ospas sitting with a lot of money in the bank too. 3,800. Could have gone for the op, and I think EG sort of fearing that maybe a little bit. Slow to scale forward, using those Sage slows too, just to make sure an aggressive line couldn't be taken over towards Belt.
Derek still has full utility to push King off this angle.
Just keep your eyes on the mid space, right? Right now, Supa's just there holding behind his smoke, but he really likes to challenge under tube in the middle of these rounds, oftentimes pairing up with Nature or even Jogamo to go on hunting into mid.
Dart doesn't scan anything outside A, and Nature's going to take his timing here.
He hears those footsteps sneaking back up into the space, but there's an alarm bot right in front of him. Should spot it out and maybe even pull some players back onto the A site from Lev.
Yeah, here comes Ospas. Feeling the need to stick around in this area.
Yeah, EG actually throughout the harbor wall, get that kill from APOF too. At the same time, Nature broke the alarm, so Lever pulled all sorts of ways.
Left. That was a Sage Wall boost, combined with that gap in the harbor wall to get the opening kill, but they could still call back into A here.
Nature spotted out, Ospas takes him down, easing up the pressure on A, but B is falling apart. Look at Jogamo! 2 different fights. Back into Snowman. King is still hiding out on site, but there's no avail. I mean, APOF top site once again. EG are dominating the B site.
No matter the agent, no matter the position, you can always trust Jaw to bail EG out of a round like that.
Look at that Sage Wall they used to boost up there onto yellow. That is so nice. I love the creativity. EG, I mean, thinking back even like 2022 NA Challengers with Potter had all the different post-plant spam on Icebox, the Sage tech too. No real surprise that EG are going to work that back into the comp somehow.
Yeah, no matter the addition of this team, whichever players are on the roster, if it's Potter and EG, there is going to be something cooked up. They're always trying to be on that cutting edge of the meta.
Ospas needs to hold on to a rifle to chuck back to a teammate. 2 kills is pretty good. You can see Tex isn't going to have money to buy into this round. Ospas is 1 off the knives, which will give them options here.
EG are starting to hit one of the big win conditions of their composition. They have that Harbor ult in play, Sova ult, a lot of tools to start to snowball.
That is a great note to put, because I think, like, obviously they're losing something like the Viper, but you do have a lot more active fighting ults in terms of the Harbor, even the Clove ult giving you the res. Not to forget, like, with Josh shooting like this. Yeah, Josh shooting like this, he's getting that res online faster. This is a double res comp that EG are actually running.
This time Ospas will buy the operator. Posts on a more passive angle. But EG are very cautious of this.
EG always open their rounds with a push wall, threatening that they're stepping into the space behind it, so Leviathan have to take active angles on the defense to have information. That's the off towards A. That's King playing forward in B main too. They know B main is open for the time being, so Ospas is going to hold his ground, just work his way into finding an angle.
Calm. Droning out the space, APOF and ult ready to go. Can Ospas get anything done on this operator? He's pushed away. Mizzino trying to stick around for a moment, but those stuns from the ultimate will stop any opportunity. What is Jaw doing? He's up in the air. He's trying to jump around this site. Gets away with no kills exchanged, but pressure certainly applied.
Throws up in the stratosphere right there. Jago with the ult in hand, but I mean, Evil Geniuses, they've got the plant down on the ground, the ultimate to try and get back into the site. Leviathan, though, flooding out and having all 5 players, Mimi.
It's flood. It's so fast already. APOF goes 1 for 1, but the ult is dissipated, and EG still have space in maze. Jaw on the swing, alarm bot active, but King takes him down. Rez is gone, and it's even in a 3v3. Mizzino, a double, and King helps out too. Leviathan make the retake work.
I mean, Mizzino and King have been playing out of their minds. Their series up against 100 Thieves, on Bind especially, their rounds where they're the only 2 players alive against 5, and they're winning it out. Now King gets an ultimate off of those couple of kills, off of the defuse there as well. Really gonna bolster up their next round.
I mean, this was ridiculous for Lev to be able to pull this off, especially after that crazy Sage Wall boost.
Yeah.
Not losing anyone to that is massive for Lev.
But I like how Lev just didn't even bother with it. Like, okay, weird boost, we're not sending anyone into screens. Yep. 5 players flooding out behind the Arbor ult from Heaven. That worked really, really nicely for them.
And that's EG, reset on the economy.
That they are. Some ultimates to work with here. See if they can find any openers. Working into the space, but Ospas on that off angle right behind the turret. Baiting it out, but we'll just break it in the end.
One thing EG are lacking with the change from the ISO to the Sage, previously, normally when you're playing the Viper, you'll have Viper Molly Shock Dart to deny that A-Orb. With the ISO, they use the Vulnerable in that Shock Dart. But now you don't have a PC util to combine, so it's a lot harder to deny Lev orbs.
Yeah, you'll have ideas like a Sage Slow plus the Shock to guarantee the damage, but that's not going to mean a kill for you. They're just walking through the wall. What is going on here? Mizzino is just right there for 2 easy kills. Can back up into the one-way too. Nika round not going the way of EG.
Still, they'll get an ult online here, but Mizzino making himself a menace back yellow as Supa has found a way in. So now Mizzino suddenly finds himself a little bit isolated here at yellow. His Sova working his way over, but Mizzino doesn't need the help. 4 kills found. Looking for the ace. Can Supa give it to him? A swing out from the globe. Mizzino won't get it this time, but it's a round win for LEV nonetheless.
Good guy Com tried to let it happen, but in the end, it wasn't going to work. Man, Mizzino just locked in right now. That's 10 kills in just 6 rounds on the Harbor. 4 right there, but this is a big reset after that round. And Nico coming in here, they're stepping through the wall. They saw the op over towards A, so maybe thinking it was going to be a little softer into B, just trying to farm up some of those ult orbs. I will say, Evil Geniuses are now heading into this next round with 4 ults of their own.
It is done.
And they're going to take the first time out of the game here. EG have only played this map once before. In this stage, it was against Loud, a very close win there with their last comp, but it was definitely their attacking side that brought them through. They had a lot of struggles on defense, especially with that ISO.
For sure, needed a lot of clutch rounds as well to make that skew their way. Right now, Potter working the team through and actually showing that LEV have been playing pretty aggressively in both B and A main. And I think that's very important that LEV play that way when you're playing against multiple smokes. If you play a strong side and a dedicated weak side without that forward information of a player, you're just going to get popped on, right? EG want to step up on you behind their smokes and then exec when they don't see anything. LEV haven't been letting that happen.
And we saw earlier in this half how stifling the EG post plants are once they get that spike down. They're cycling walls, one-way, slows with Harbor utility. It's tough to get back in. So LEV have the right read here. And EG, this time will send all 5 members towards A.
Opening up with a slow orb. I think a shock dart in there too. No, it's just going to be the regular old dart there, using that slowed help on scale forward. Push wall breaks the line. Osbos is trying to hold with the operator 2 there.
That's the ult for Supa. Now this round is on a timer. EG have to get him a chance, and
off the timer
will
now.
not give one. Here
it's
comes
another res
life for Superman. He's back into the round here, but it's ults to react from the other side. Both the Killjoy ultimate and this Hunter's Fury committed will equalize this round.
The timeout was, hey Supa, do your best. We got you. 2 reses, and they're still back into the game. And we're it's 40 seconds into the round, but it's the same push wall. It's just like it's a minute 40 on the clock. This time, though, gonna use that drone to try and push Osbos off the angle. And he is seen.
No dash for Osbos. Smokes will get him into backside, though. And a Hunter's Fury being put in here for Evil Geniuses. Here comes the scale off of that one. Osbos still alive and not removed from his position in the back of sight. Now a more active angle established. And as the Viper Wall falls, I think they believe they cleared that angle. It's 1-for-1 for Osbos. Com able to fight back in. Now an ult committed. Gachimo up top, just dunking on his former teammate there. And he'll get another!
30 seconds
What the hell's he doing? This guy's playing a different game.
He's up in the skies. 2v2 now, 20 seconds. EG still have to find some way to get the spike on the ground. And they've split up. 1 to the right, 1 to the left. Derek about to face off 2 players, and the clock is ticking down, winding down. The smoke is gone, and it's all on Jaw. The first fight goes his way. 4 kills in the round. Down to 5 seconds, and Jaw through the wall gets the ace.
Damn.
How has he done that?
He's the master of the walls, Mimi. He goes up on him, he shoots you through him. What can he do?
Every angle for this man. That's absolutely ridiculous.
And in the end for Jog, it is the iBuyPower ace. I mean, look at this. It starts with him resing his teammate, but that wasn't enough. He still had to do it himself. That was a 5v7 that Jogamo just 1v5.
And you guys know it already, but iBuyPower is giving away APC every time we get an iBuyPower ace. Follow them at iBuyPower on socials, where that giveaway is happening. Hashtag unlock your ace.
Back into the round now, EG slowing it down. They don't want to overfight into A main. I think they realized that that round was completely saved by Jog, who, by the way, started the round by ulting and is now 3 orbs away from having that back up again. So
yeah, that's reasonable.
I mean, that's a good reason to pick the Sage, Mimi.
Oh, yes, of course. When your Sage gets an ace every round.
Yes, like Jaw is prone to do. EG up into B main just now.
4 players on half armor here. Ospas' Outlaw can do a lot of damage. Another wall for Jaw. They're flying back in off this Harbor util, but Ospas finds a gap to get out. Mazzino takes one of his own. That'll open up this round, but Jaw has slipped the net and found the fight, but Mazzino wins it regardless. He has been steadfast on this site.
His B anchoring has been perfection. Ospas can't really find the shots, and as a matter of fact, looking at this round now, that Sage Wall kind of slowing EG down. They can't go for the safe plant, just hugging the wall. Gonna have to bust it down themselves, and there's already 4 players of Leviathan over in this area. Maybe a Killjoy ult to use if they need to, but Evil Geniuses, they gotta get the spike down first. And without the Sage Wall to help them plant, I don't know if this is actually gonna happen.
They're going to fight through their own smokes, but that's straight into the domain of Mazzino. It is a 1-for-1 fight, but 15 seconds, everyone from Leviathan is making their way over to B. Plant will come down, but Derek is stuck out. He swings back, he's going into this Outlaw, and there's no way he can escape that situation. Lev winning by attrition in this one as they leave the round onto Nature, who spotted out and spammed through the smoke. Lovely reply from Leviathan.
I mean, if Lev can just keep banking on their B anchors of King and Mazzino to get rounds like that, it's going to simplify things a ton. 3F Ospas just keep opping over towards the A side of the map. I will say, this wall looks really cool because it basically allows EG to scale quickly on a player back yellow, pinch around him, and any player trying to run away too, they've got good shots into.
This is at least the second time we've seen Mazzino getting kills through the gap in that Harbor Wall top side, though.
That's true. The Viper Wall a little bit more reliable in terms of making sure there's going to be no pockets when you've got the lineup for that one. There's that Harbor, you just kind of got to throw it on the fly.
No peeking.
Ospas looking under tube now, but instantly smoked off by the Clove. Actually, a bit of a pivot, Leviathan, looking for that mid angle early on, switching over into tube. Look at Jaw. He's just completely slipped under, but nah, Ospas is ready for it. Even ready for that second player. Nature gets around the corner, and that's going to be Ospas out of bullets, but Lev in a great spot after another kill from Mazzino, another kill from King, from Tex. Every single angle that EG are trying to step through on their low buys is punished and watched by Lev.
That's a flawless Ana-Eco for Leviathan. So really building something out of this defensive side. And I think the question continues to be for EG, how do they deal with, on A, these forward fights from Lev, and on B, these site anchors fighting back in the late round?
100%. They've got to be very careful when they're scaling up behind their utility. Any gaps in it, not going to go well. I will say, in their defense on every eco, they have just stepped through their own walls. I don't really know if that's in their defense, but getting a little bit more loose with it on those rounds. Big ults now, though, for EG to be able to work in.
Changing the setup here for Lev. This time they're fighting through B. Ospas has already pushed quite deep. He's got to fight. Super clears the angle, but not fast enough.
Yeah, that basically forces EG to accelerate into the Killjoy, into the Viper's pit. The Sova here too. Leviathan have a great setup.
You should run. Killjoy ultimate going to be used from EG on this round. They're really putting everything into it. That'll force this Viper out of the pit. I don't think any way to break this one. Shock's coming through, but no second piece of utility. So, Leviathan off the site. Jaw on another wall. I think maybe missing out on that one. Goes a little bit lower, and now kind of locked off from the team in main. Level invest the Reckoning. Calm already swung into back site. EG is fully trapped behind these walls. They have no reflank coming. It all comes down to these duels in main. Harbor Cove up, Derek alone and taken care of. King on a double of his own, and this is another clean retake for Lev.
That is a huge misstep from Jaw there. Missing the wall. It effectively boxed EG off the site.
I mean, that's a defender's wall.
Yeah. That is a tough situation to be in there too. Also, the Clove dying instantly at the start of the round over in B main.
Yeah.
Even post-mortem, you'd expect to have the smokes coming in from them, but no, just simply out of range. So no support able to be provided to the team over on that B site. Ospas having a bit of a round here too. You just got to give him credit on that one.
I think people oftentimes get lost when they're watching Lev to focus on all the individual play, but you really miss out on some of the good micro they're having to actually set those players up. You saw in that retake, a high-low swing as Ospas is updrafting over. There's like 3 angles that those players in Maze are being fought from at once. It's so tough to deal with.
Yeah, and we've heard the team sort of talk about how they've been, you know, focusing on improvement after Shanghai, and how a lot of it actually came to playing together on the fights that they have been taking. And you can see it right there, just in the micro double high-low swing like you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Leviathan have talked a lot about their former assistant coach, Pata, who has now taken the reins of this squad, had a pretty good career for himself last year in EMEA.
Yeah, he was actually coaching for Apex over in the Ascension scene, which you would know as the best team all year round until they got upset in the finals against Gentlemates. He very likely could have been coaching over in EMEA in the main stage VCT, had that series gone his way, but still found his way up now with a revitalized Leviathan.
It's been a complete 180 thus far in Stage 2 for LEV compared to their form in Shanghai and even in Stage 1 before that.
Absolutely. Still questions remain to be answered with only 2 games played. How far that can go against an EG that is on a 3-game streak right now in the regular season. But the second timeout called from Potter. This is very typical of her. If a half is not going well, she will burn through those timeouts to try and reset things. It's only 2 rounds to try and course correct here on their attack.
So EG send that same default over towards A, but this time fixate on this B site where Ospas is stationed.
The first time Ospas has opt on this side of the map. It's always a push wall on the right side where Calm is playing, but never to cover Ospas's angle.
Ospas spots out Jaw, but that's a great chip eagle, and that slow orb will push LEV away.
The way EG scale too, just so many smokes, removing any chance for forward offline. Ospas has been pushed back, but Supa found that pick in mid, and that is massive. All of a sudden, Leviathan, they've got to respond to that space, knowing EG love to step into that area, especially with the re-smoke down.
Here comes the re-aggression for LEV. 2 players grouped in this clove smoke, waiting for the drop. Now just walk through the space.
They've been stepping in front of EG's smokes all day. This time, though, Leviathan creep into spawn. Tex and King just holding, waiting for that late
30
rotate.
seconds left.
They know there's been a player over towards A so often. This time, though, EG accelerating over into the B side. Same wall goes up, Calm's ready for it, but it's a 1-4-1. King trying to survive from backside currently, dodging away from the Hunter's Fury. With 15 seconds left, the spike is going to be hard to actually find a plant. Apoth found a kill. King goes down, and so does the spike.
There's a fight on the flank here. Tex trying to win this one against Derek. He needs to isolate the fight, and he does. But Derek's better with the Sheriff. Now a 1v4 for Ospas.
There's players everywhere.
A flank headed his direction. A Sova in mid. And that timer ticking down. An isolated fight onto nature won't be given away. A swing ready from back yellow. And the players will encroach as EG take a thrifty round win.
Huge timeout there. EG winning the round. Get things back on track here with just 1 more left. And they get the thrifty too. It's all off the back of Supa finding that pick in mid. Yeah, we get to see it right here. Nice shot coming through from him. Also the trade, Apoth's Ghost. Being able to find that kill, upgrade into the rifle, and get that second one. Not every day you see the Harbors kind of farming, but it's been a good day, especially for Mazzino. And after that round, Apoth too.
Last round of the half here. EG on a fight towards A, as we've seen many times before. And LEV yet again getting control of that ult orb.
Early dash, just 10 seconds in. Ospas not even taking a shot with that one. Mazzino's all on his own here. Some Killjoy utility to play on with as he falls back into yellow, but he's looking for that opener first. Not anymore, though, as he gets revealed by the dart.
Mazzino back yellow. A Cove and a teammate ready to swing off him bottom sight. It's just contact for EG. Supa and Apoth both win their fight. Hunter's Fury will come as a reaction to that. But Calm only gets 1 kill, and that's a res coming through for Supa. Now his job, fight. Try and get as much done with this Clove ultimate as possible, and King was not ready for that. Surely, you gotta be prepared for this Clove to keep on swinging. Supa will lose out on the second duel, but still, this is a 4v2 cut down to just one. It's Aspas with an operator. And oh, so much to do.
EG have just about saved this half. Aspas not done fighting just yet, but Apoth will send him to the grave. A good recovery in that half out of Evil Geniuses. It was slipping there, Mimi.
And credit to Potter taking that timeout on round 10. Closes out the last 2 rounds after that. Absolutely massive for them.
Yeah, 2 huge rounds from Apoth at the finish too. Had the 2K in the previous. Here also cleaning up very nicely.
Enemy remaining.
EG are back into it, but not going to be an easy second half, that's for sure. Leviathan are pushing them.
They're still in a very good position here for Lev. But for this halftime, let's check in with our analyst desk. Hakeem?
Now, EG are currently down on their map pick on Icebox, but you know what? There's still time for them to bounce back. And I want us to take a look at some of Jogamo's actions on this map. Athena, can you take us away?
Yeah, I mean, Jog has just been playing phenomenally, but previously we did see him play ISO, and I was judging the Sage a little bit, thinking there wasn't enough action going on, but as you can see, he's actually putting up higher numbers on the Sage, using his wall to kind of go forward and play that battle stage to success, as well as having a really good hold on sites when they go in the post
Yeah, definitely. The only major difference you could see there, the first blood success was 0. I mean, he's just not taking first blood attempts. That's what ISO is good at. And here it's been Superman taking point. He's getting into the late rounds, like being one of the second or third people into the site with these crazy walls, not even trying to use them in the typical way, just cutting off those retakers from trying to get onto the spike, just maxed out creativity to actually be a force on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I feel like at some point Lev recognized that they had to play on site to deny those post plants because they knew it was going to be so much harder to get into site, and they actually did start fighting. I mean, Mizuno did really well fighting onto B anchor on that site.
Now I'm just curious to see if he's going to continue using the walls in a crazy way on defense, or if he'll just be kind of saving them to put up for a retake for someone to stick, more of the typical approach to playing Sage, or if he's just going to be like sending it, walling up immediately at the beginning of the round with 4 players running up on the belt, like that kind of thing.
I mean, surely we're gonna see him put up the wall and op and like sit on top of it and just kind of go crazy. Some Fortnite stuff going on over the back there.
Well, you know what? Let's get the second half underway and toss things back to Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much. Yes, a good half here for Leviathan, but a loss on this pistol would give a pretty good position for EG to sneak back in.
That's for sure. See what they've got cooked up. We're going to be looking at those Sage Vaults all day long. Don't you worry, Wyatt. Got to have our eyes peeled on that one. Evil Genius is actually pretty heavily stacked over towards A, looking to fight forward. Again, similar to how they were playing with that ISO, just looking for these fights up on top pipes. Got to break the utility, worry about that wall that pretty much isolates them off. Aspas with a 2K. Okay.
Out of nowhere. And suddenly an advantage for Leviathan. Now, Superman in a bit of trouble here, alone on the site, but a smoke to play around. He'll swing out straight into the welcoming arms of Mizuno and Aspas as one by one EG will fall. And Lev will find only one left to claim their pistol.
Oh dear. That is one way to start off a half. The 3K from Aspas.
Things I'm afraid of playing against Lev. Number one, Aspas gets momentum when he's playing Jet.
Yep. And then after that, it's like everyone, like Superman is cowering in his own smoke and then still getting run over. It just, the house crumbles around you once Aspas gets the opener.
Aspas has a hero rifle here, and they can also probably try and funnel these kills into him, get that Blade Storm online early. EG really have to prevent the snowball.
Yeah, Lever looking for a big buy. 4 or 5 rifles in round 3. Assuming all goes according to plan. And they're not going to allow that orb to be farmed up. Molly plus the shock could have been a kill, so EG have to back away and are denied that orb. They're also not playing forward into B main either, so they don't have really any chance to win back the little game on this eco of getting those orbs.
On both sides now, it seems like this game has been defined by winning this A fight, and more times than not, Leviathan is taking this space.
Such is the way of Icebox. A tale as old as time. And Leviathan going to be forcing their way through this one. Jaw just pushed off the angle a little bit. Again, that sight smoke.
Yeah. This is a 4 stack, though. a little bit of danger in the round still for Lev. But they're suspicious.
Yeah, their prep should tell them that EG do like to stack over towards this A site. Still might just want to power through anyways, just take those fights where they know they're gonna be. And yeah, that's pretty much the OSPOS way. Another 2 quick kills, and he's out.
They don't even want to excel into that one. Cautious of the rest of players being here, and well, this might be working. Fake on the drop. Superman walking up close.
30 seconds left.
And he spotted out, does win the fight against OSPOS, but that rifle should be recovered, and despite the 2 falling, this is still a winning position for Leviathan.
Yeah, Leviathan sort of know EG have to try something from a position like that. I like the patience, choosing to stay clumped, fight together. Not really take too many chances in a round like this.
And that's something I want to credit for this team. I think they've, especially stage 2, done a really good job of finding the right timings to pause in their attacking mid-rounds. You never really see them super overheating off of one of those opening kills for OSPOS, as things might have gotten a little bit more dangerous than expected, but with King staying alive, that means both rifles bought into this round are saved, and Alt's actually fine.
Ultimately, you need 1 more kill there, and you've done serious damage. Now it's kind of whatever. OSPOS is also just 2 away from the Bladestorm, too. It's funny because Mazzino was absolutely dominating on that defensive side. It just out of nowhere, those first couple of rounds, OSPOS has reached right back up to the top of the leaderboard.
I wonder if Calm is saving for an op for his teammate here, only buying down to 3,200.
Attack op, yeah. That's pretty much got to be what it is. The other read is, hey, boost our economy, we're on attack, so if someone dies, we're just going to be able to pick up the rifle anyways. Calm is just, you know, an archer anyways, throwing around silly darts and drones.
He'll take those sacrifices.
A very weak B side of the map again. Evil geniuses like to play retake, and even with the Sage wall, it makes their B retakes even better. They're walling off yellow, walling off main, just walling the spike to get the full stick. Got a lot of options to play that one slow.
Nature. Gonna fight back into mid here with APOF, and King will spot them out. Shoo the EG players back away.
Check out B site though, because yeah, we're on his POV right now. OSPOS is doing his best Kesnit impression, just hanging out back yellow. Left to go for a late wrap. The positioning of the Killjoy turret also won't see him, so as soon as Derek moves off of the B site, there is a gap. And actually, OSPOS smoked himself. There was a dart that would have seen him. That lurk unrevealed as of yet.
Still, Supa on that off angle gets an opener. And now Jaw's wall will keep them out of this A site.
Yeah, but Lev are going to move all the way back now into OSPOS because he smoked himself and avoided that information. This timing he is getting is completely unexpected. Now Evil Geniuses are like, someone could have been B main and creep in, but the fact he's already in Snowman is really quick.
There's a ping coming through and
He saw him.
Yeah, spotted from that off angle up top. Now this is falling apart for OSPOS. 10 seconds. Plant is going to come down in time, and Mazzino is ready for a refight from mid.
APOF going through mid right now. He might be the one to see him, but Nature too. Stuck in, about to step into a couple of different players. King right up and close, but he sees the gun. He can get the kill. Lev find 2 on the opposite side though, and they are crushing in this post plant. 3 on 2 now. Evil Geniuses approaching from Snowman, but Leviathan know exactly what is up, and they get the 3K on Calm. Lev to double digits.
OSPOS's lurk there, even though it got spotted, was massive to give cancel options into that late round. And the way that they play, even once they have all that space, is excellent. Setting up double swings to fight into the players towards spawn, isolating these duels, and giving themselves a huge advantage now in this map.
Getting into that position top side too. We saw it from EG on the first half, but these very forward B-side plants, it's very hard to do with some of the more meta comps, but when you're running the double smokes, there's a lot more space to be able to take. And of course, with what OSPOS was able to do, opening up that area as well. We're right back in the thick of things though, pushing them again off of that orb. It's the anti-eco setup from Leviathan, making sure EG can't get anything.
Lev happy to just full contain this space in A. But EG are going to re-walk in. Supa finds the timing with the drone in hand, but King has got the back of Calm. He'll still die to the Sova on the other side, but that gun will not be recoverable. And it's an even exchange.
I think Supa was the only player that was reasonably close to an ult too, so Getting him out of the picture, very important. I mean, the round is, the next few rounds are looking very good for Leviathan. Of course, they've got the money. EG are going to be buying in the next one, but Ospas should have knives. They're going to have Mizzino ult as well. I think Calm might be pretty close too. EG are not going to have any, so big chances for Leviathan to just run away with it from here.
Killjoy util on this B site will alert
30 seconds
Evil Geniuses that this is where the finish is coming from LEV. But they just don't have enough troops here to prevent the plant.
That wall is going to threaten Ospas taking space all the way into Snowman. He's even dashing forward as well.
So off the fall of this harbor wall, a duel is ready to go. King across, 3 players on the other side. And doubled up our LEV, the rifles ready to fire, and all 3 are shut down. In an instant, Leviathan claim their 11th.
It's so clear that they're just ready to take these fights with each other, right? They've drawn that play up. They're bringing the wall down. I mean, it's coming down at the same time always, but having 2 players right behind it on just really hard off angles to be prepped for. Not playing right on the corner to quick fall out. No, they've just got both bodies there, ready to fight on through that. No real chance to get trades going.
Most of EG's rounds have come from some of these gimmicky wall plays, individual hero moments from players like Apoth and Jaw, but LEV is just so consistent.
Get out of my way!
I'll give you a hero. Jogamo with the up. Boosted on... Or did he just not have money to buy the wall?
I don't think so.
Oh, wow. That's tough. Investing everything into having the up here. Not playing the Sage, he's playing the up.
Still, a Hunter's Fury will push in and Jaw's off this angle. Now these smokes start to become pretty oppressive as Ospas is taking a fight forward. Blade Storm on the approach, tagged by a drone though, and Jaw will follow up on that kill. That is a great start for EG. Dart going in, but this next layer of smokes to try and further stall gets a reposition for Mizzino, and it is perfection! A crossfire from the controllers, and Nature alone in mid. The IGL knows this round is over. Map point, Leviathan.
I swear, if you were watching a Leviathan game and you close your eyes, when you open them, one thing will have happened. Either Ospas has gotten an ace, or King and Mizzino have swung together, fought together, and killed everyone on the other team. That duo has just been absolutely locked in throughout stage 2.
And King's the one to complete that hunt.
Wow.
That duo, man.
They're just running away with the game now. I mean, and it's not even based on the ults. I thought, oh, Calm having the ult there, Ospas knives, like, maybe that's going to be the thing to do it. No, it's just great coordinated play. Both King and Mizzino racking around opposite sides of center site, even after they lost Ospas. Look at this, they're all turning around to look at King, and Mizzino's just swinging the left side at the same time.
And if you remember Shanghai.
Beautiful, boys.
It was beautiful.
Beautiful.
The critiques of this team were that the fundamentals were off, that they weren't trading together, they weren't having those swings together set up in the late round. Here, it's ready. And EG will change up a fast play towards A.
5 Guardians for Evil Geniuses, but their B-side is in shambles. Nature is all on his own. What can he find from back yellow? They know where he is.
Ospas.
Absolutely nothing. Ospas is still going, Mimi.
What a start to this round. Tex on the fight. Now this is just duel after duel. But EG will pick up a few. 3v2 for a retake. Another fight coming back through mid.
And Supa just got the res. It could be a 3-on-3. Fiji play their cards right. Supa spotted dropping. Pathing back to Snowman. They're both isolated here, and Calm is on the prowl.
This timing on the repush is perfection from Calm. Derek not looking. It's a freebie. And now 1 man to stand. Superman on the swing, a dink received through the box, and Leviathan ready to put an end to things. 13-5, a dominant start to this series on Icebox.
Leviathan are just overwhelming Evil Geniuses, right? Their coordinated play is so locked in with how they're responding on the trades and the swing timings, but also, once they get an advantage in the round, you've got Ospas pushing your spawn, you've got Calm reflanking you in mid, as he's apt to do. You're just never ready for that next player to be coming into you. That's the LEV way.
21 kills for Mizzino on Harbor to end that game. What a performance.
Just ridiculous. I mean, it started off with cool things from EG. That boost over on the B site, it's definitely interesting. You had the Jaw ace on top. But Leviathan, that teamwork was just next level.
Well, Leviathan, a massive start to this series. Now just one map win away from making playoffs, but it's EG's map choice coming up.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative, switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Down the pre-fire Superman. Maybe shouldn't be getting away with this one. He's left into the 1v1. Superman.
Viene la tercera, pero Vacina dice que no. 3-1. Coge la primera. Sigue aguantando.
Here with Coach Leviathan, Itopapa, excuse me, running away with Icebox. I want to ask you about the meta we're in right now, because I talked to you last time about confidence, but right now we're not seeing a ton of changes in your end on the agent comp side. Why not?
I think there's a lot of changes that we did composition-wise, but it's not on maps with established meta. So, for example, the Neon changes didn't really affect Icebox that much, so Jet is still supreme there. So there's no reason for us to change there, but for example, on other maps, there's a lot of changes, and yeah, we're going into Sunset now. We're gonna see Neon.
Oh, so you're saying you're gonna see Neon on Sunset?
Neon, yeah.
Is Astos gonna get Neon?
We'll see.
We'll see. Well, best luck on map 2.
Welcome back, everybody. Geek Heavy here, of course, with Athena and Wyatt. Now, I gotta say, LEV just ran away with Icebox, but EG, they're still in the game. Of course, we're gonna be heading over to Sunset. Let's talk about some of the star players, though. So there's like lots of highlights for us to start with. Athena, Mazzino was on fire.
I mean, he was just going crazy. Right off the bat, Leviathan understood the assignment. They knew that they could not let this team of EG get onto site and set up for their post launch, because it's going to be almost near impossible to retake through all these walls, and Mazzino just did such a great job as the B anchor.
Yeah, you can just see how well he's doing when it comes to playing around the walls, finding the time to actually hold them and then back off, not get caught by any EG players trying to burst through. And then when the sides flipped and they were on attack, LEV were so good, and especially him at being really active in the post plants, pushing in deep, holding aggressive angles, and he was able to find even more kills doing that.
Yeah, I mean, and even if you just look at this, I mean, Leviathan side just putting up numbers, every single player doing their job. Mazzino using his push wall to set up Ospas multiple times with the operator, and of course, Ospas just being Ospas, doing Ospas things, using that jet to such a good degree. I mean, he set up his operator, he played aggressive, and if you look, this first blood percentage, I mean, 5-1. He took so many first bloods, and it was just crazy.
Yeah, and then on the opposite side, the most first bloods any player got in EG was Superman. He had 3, but he had 4 first deaths as well, which it's just tough to be that, point man when you're playing on the Clove. Like the last time they played, Jaw was actually 5 for 1 on first kills and first deaths, but he's on ISO. He has the shield, he can survive, take a fight, that kind of thing. They're really struggling in that department, and I mean, LEV were just able to convert all of their first kill rounds.
Yeah, because they have the Sage, so it's just like Superman had to go in and kind of take those first bloods, and it was just a little bit rough. I mean, for me going into it, we did see Jaw get a little silly with the Sage walls, doing whatever he could do, kind of building, jumping on top, but for me, it just left a lot for me to want more, basically from EG. LEV, they just played so good. And I feel like it kind of goes to show the importance of a duelist kind of on this Icebox map. When you have like all that verticality and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? Fortunately, we have Coach Potter standing by and see what she has to say as we head into map 2.
Here with Coach Potter of EG. I said your name right, apparently, didn't throw anything else in there. So what I want to ask you about is kind of your tendency to call 2 tack timeouts in the first half. When you think something is going wrong, you tend to just, try to stop the bleeding right away. When you move into the second half, do you wish you had another timeout? Do you wish you hadn't called something? Or do you believe in kind of the half talk to let them take the second half and run with it?
Yeah, no, I obviously wish that I had the second timeout going into the second half. I don't think it's a good tendency to have at all. It sucks that our game plan didn't work out. It's on me. I think the first few rounds, what we thought was going to happen definitely did not, and we were unable to read the room. But the good news is Sunset is one of our most favorite maps. We're coming into map 2, coming into familiar territory, and we're starting on the attack side first. So we got to win this pistol, Liz.
I believe in you. Best of luck.
Yeah, Coach Potter, she knows what she's doing. I mean, she definitely, she tried to turn things around. She made that, they took that time out early on to see if they could turn things around. Unfortunately, they were unable to, but we are headed to map 2, and that it's Sunset. Wyatt?
It is Sunset.
It is Sunset. The sun setting.
This is where we saw them go crazy with the Neon, where Jaw debuted that. What I'm worried about, everybody, is LEV on this map. They were so good on this map during Stage 1 regular season. I was blown away by their Gecko and Breach play, that little duo in tandem. The utility was so good. And then at Shanghai, their performance against Foot was atrocious. I mean, there were the shocking stuff. That's when King, there was in the 2v2, he TP'd away from his teammate. When the spike was down and they lost 2 1v2s, that map was the lowest point that LEV have ever had. Now it is time to bounce back, and I need to see at least a solid game from him here, even in a loss, to just feel content.
I mean, hopefully from that first game, they have the momentum to kind of not be like that again. I think the biggest thing that we saw them do before in stage 1, which is exactly what you said, was their protocols based on the util. And actually, we are going to see the Ospak Neon. I love this so much.
You were hoping for this.
Yeah.
We got it. This was the point of this matchup even happening. We needed to see Neon versus
Ignore
Neon.
the first
Like I said, if it didn't happen, I was going home. I'm glad we've got it. Jojimo, obviously, in that game against Loud, he was just breaking ankles, styling on everybody. So this matchup is just, these look like the 2 best Neons we have in North America. I mean, actually, they definitely are.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is going to be crazy explosive because for both teams as well, no matter what side you're on, Neon has to be super aggressive to get any sort of that map control and kind of put the opponents in their place. And I kind of like the Sova too coming in from Calm. Calm is such a good Sova overall. His util is just amazing. So with that combination, I think it's going to be a great game just to watch.
Absolutely. Well, we are headed to sunset, and let Mimi and Ender cast the game.
Thanks very much. Yes, this is an important game for Leviathan. They win this map, they lock in playoffs. And for EG, if they win this one, they get themselves a much better position in the standings, have a chance to fight on map 3.
Yeah.
And to decide it, it's Neon versus Neon.
It's going to be so sick. Right now, EG is right on that edge of 6th place and making it up into the top 6 for playoffs. Headed into sunset, though, Potter seemed very confident coming into this map. Was a bit self-critical of the read she had going into that first half, but feeling a lot better about the start of this one. Gotta win the pistol, she says. That's what we're gonna be looking at here for EG.
And the guy who might just win the pistol for them, Jojimo. This comp is built to set him up for success.
Early mid work from EG right now. One Prowler clears out, says there's going to be no mid aggression yet, but look at the instant response from LEV. Already moving back up here to potentially refight back into mid.
But instead, EG will re-clear into A main. There are Cypher trips here to hold though.
I like the little push and pull, right? EG bait that rotate over, instantly go back over into the A space. Still the util like you're talking about, but now they've got some pretty forward angles. EG looking in this with Supermen. Paranoia if they need it to go ahead and scale on forward. There's just 3 players completely locked back into shop as EG scale up to the plant. Hold on.
Calm gets one. I think that was just spamming away through the smoke. Onto Derek peeking through the one-way. Apoth is working on a flank though. And his teammates are buying time for him on this side. He's already heard at least 3 players in this position, but if the timing's not right, could fall to King. Clearance is there, King wins it. Big for LEV. Now EG forced to fight into spawn. The flash from LEV is a great reaction, and they've got a 4-on-1.
Nature with a whole lot to do. Gets the spam himself, and now another one through the smoke. Somehow making it look close, but the Xeno will finish things off for LEV.
I love how active LEV are getting on this defense early on, starting with that default take towards A main off the one-way, going back into mid to set up for a re-clear, and then resetting up for this retake on A as well.
I'm pretty sure they were baiting footsteps, rotating through mid, right? Because I forget who it was. I think it might have been Tex on the rotate, ran through that mid space to regroup with the team, while King was walking behind him. Apol tried to take that space behind that first rotator, and then he's got the teammate holding for him.
And re-clearing that mid lurk is a super critical step in your retake that a lot of teams can miss in that chaos.
Yeah, because if you don't feel comfortable taking through that mid space, you've got to rotate all the way back to your spawn. It is not a good time.
So EG, another pistol round loss.
Not the way they wanted it.
I must wait a moment.
Got a fair amount of pistols into this one. I think you'll see EG not going for so many sheriffs. Instead, they'll go for the 450 or 500 pistols so that they can make sure they have full armor. The threat of an Osboss Outlaw is a little bit too much to buy into the second round.
Apoth on a lurk through mid. Not going to be spotted out here, but also not looking the right way.
Right next to each other.
Just back to back. How is this all gotten so strange? It matters not. Osboss will simply get the kill onto Apoth and regain sanity in this round. EG have a paranoia though. Slide coming off that one, 2 players are seized in this position, but that aftershock was so clutch. I think coming out of Mazzino there, still 2 kills for EG.
EG are getting kills, and Ospas might be a little bit on his own. Finds the head of Supa as the rest of his team comes out from Market. Jaw isolated on site with the frenzy, but gets that kill. Leviathan are kind of getting run around on. Now they can focus their attention back into main. Forced off of the spike, and King is going to be picking up some kills here. I fear, yeah, they go down 1 by 1. And Leviathan will secure a slightly shaky round 2.
Yeah, got a little odd there towards Spawn with EG picking up a few kills.
Talk about Spawn, talk about Market. There's 2 ciphers like running circles around each other.
Whole round was weird. So EG, like you were mentioning, kept himself enough money to have basically full armor on everyone but Derek into this round. Ospas, regardless, though, not going to go for that outlaw.
They do have 3 guns themselves. Actually, look at Ospas's positioning up in top mid. That usually indicates some kind of early aggression. Could have a fault line going right down that line for a quick slide into tiles.
Omen paranoia, maybe even.
Here we go.
There's the stun. There's the slide. Perfectly set up for Ospas. He's cleared all the way through A. EG will push on the other side into this B site.
Yeah, good news is B is open. Bad news is no smokes in the post plant for Evil Geniuses.
So Tex has an opportunity here to fight forward with just the sheriff. The cage will block the vision for a moment, and Jaw, a great fight there towards Spawn, evens this back into a 4v4. This post plant is full offsite.
Both our Neons are getting active. The Leviathan have to reclaim a lot of this territory. Smoke goes down on the left side, making it very hard for EG to play together from main. And yeah, Ospas takes off the head of Jaw. They've all got to swing down the same line straight into Ospas. It just isn't going to happen. The defuse has been stalled out for the time being. Now a stun and the refight from EG. They get 2. And the spike is going down. We're just playing for kills now on Lev. Ospas will get his 3, but EG get the round.
Somehow pulling that one off. Lev had a beautiful start to the round. The setup to kill the Omen over towards A. But, I mean, the protocols on that B post line, I think they did such a good job of picking that early timing to get Jaw fight into backside. Then finding the right moment to retreat and win out in that late round. It was a tough one to navigate.
It was very important to equalize there.
Yeah, that kill from Jaw is everything.
Yeah, even with not having the strongest arsenal for themselves, they'll be set in this one. And I already see that Ospas has the zappy hands ready to go again, looking to get back out into mid. This time diving on the fault line straight up heavy, but EG are prepared for it. Fault line not going to slow down Ospas too much, but Superman will get his revenge from the last round.
Calm backs away, was getting chased down by that Prowler, and Mazzino has walked through main. This round's getting weird, but while all that was happening in mid, Ospas took elbow on A, and the hit is coming off of that. Ult in for Superman.
Not ready.
But info coming and a flank on its way.
I think that camera spotted him. That one good for watching the flank and for watching Shop. There's also a trip on that line as well.
Calm has a dart up in 1 second. That'll be the cue for this retake. In goes the dart, a slide forward. Jaw wins it despite being stuck in a trip. Now Mazzino on this flank has so much to do. Has to buy time, pressure for his teammates fighting on the site, but Supa's got the kill onto Calm. And he's gonna stick around on site to do more. Good flash, buys time, King down. And Mazzino was always alone on this flank, will run out of time and options in the round.
Evil Genius is a great response this time around. Seeing that, hey, Ospas just ran the aggro piece against you, but also seeing the slightly damaged economy, seeing the ultimate in his hands, expecting something aggro. And I thought the quick stun coming out from Nature in response was a great way to equalize this game. Right there, Superman getting the kill on that as well. It was Calm that got the fight up against Jaw, but was quickly traded out on the opposite side.
Thus far, the game has been a little bit less about the Neons than you'd expect, really coming down to these late round fights on the site and how players like Derek and King on the other side have been able to navigate it.
And it's because LEV have chosen to just blow up the rounds to start twice in a row, which has given EG very easy site takes. It's turned into a full retake simulator, and
I mean, here he goes again. One way up in main, that's an orb taken for the Sova.
The difference is the aggro into main invites that pressure to come in response from mid for EG, so they threaten their way into market. Jaw can look for these little fishes, and you'll see him do this a lot. with the change to Neon having 2 slides, the way EG usually play isn't just running into a site where no one's there. It's sending him for those slides to peek into A main, to peek into market, find those kills.
Tex is about to swing into a lot of players here, but Jad is ahead of everyone else. Beautiful shot by Tex. He won't get away with that one, though. Ultimate now sent in, and a follow-up is good from EG. Mazzino, he was a problem on Icebox, and he's looking to make himself one yet again. Derek, though, winning the fight, and Ospas stuck behind a smoke, waiting for the second flank of this round to come in as Ospas straight through his smoke finds a double, and has flipped this round on its head.
Unbelievable what Ospas has been able to find. Now Apoth has to go on a bit of a mission, only 30 seconds to work with. At the same time, 30 players are trying to gather up together.
Tom is coming up through mid. Apoth is not watching for it, and he's not ready. Leviathan steal a round away off an Ospas 2K.
Actual highway robbery there on the low buy. That shot's nice.
Yeah.
But even then, EG were in a winning position. It was just more players kept swinging. Like Mazzino comes around that corner after two teammates die. Then Ospas comes through a smoke after his entire team is dead.
What players shift walk through a smoke into 2 and get both?
Ospas. He's revolutionized his game. You remember Ospas from hit moves like Gira, Ospas, Gira. Now we introduce Shift W Ospas.
And we're seeing it again, a walk down mid for Lev.
He's truly perfected it.
Yeah, taken to the new pace.
Leviathan have really mixed up round to round how they've called, constantly keeping EG on their toes.
Superman.
Oh, they're
Here's
creeping.
The footsteps.
They're creeping, and Ospas is out to TP. It's a 1-for-1 at the end. Somehow Supa's the one to stay alive.
I mean, paranoid to fight back in. Lev still have 2 players stuck. Mazzino had a lineup, only gets 1, and now Calm in trouble. His rifle soon to fall as his teammates have died around him. It's only Calm, and the connection's not there in time. EG win that round off a rough buy from a walk through mid.
One of the wildest situations I think I've ever seen there. Superman just TPing in place. I don't know if he meant to do that. It was a mistake. Either way, it kept him alive. I mean, yeah, part of the plan, I suppose. Super's just full stunned right next to Ospas. It's a great little fight back. And I mean, EG had just lost to a low buy. Now they win a low buy. If Potter doesn't know what's happened.
She can't contain herself. Okay.
Silly business.
Lev is just blowing the top off every one of these rounds. This time, a little more reasonable. A taken to B main with a one-way, and EG slowly clearing through mid.
It's wild, though, how often Lev are looking for these forward postings in mains. Again, leaving a big gap in mid, but quickly responding to crunch back into that space.
Ospas, no stun to buy himself in some space. That's 2 ults. Maybe even 3 send into mid. Rolling Thunder, Fade ult, and the exchange ends with no gain for either team.
On a round with 2 rifles, trying to activate a trap play against the market contact. But now EG are heading into one of the only rifles Lev have on the B site. It's in the hands of Ospas. It's been wild these last couple of rounds. But EG have the Rolling Thunder ready to rip, and I don't know if Ospas can fight through that.
He's blinded, but will be able to run away. The ult actually getting saved for the post here. Dodgemo one-way as the lurk from mid starts to come through. And Mazzino goes past Apoth. He'll be in the back pocket of EG as they get later into this post. But Jaw, with his ult online, wants to get a bit of a fight here. He's really buying a lot of time off this clock. The Omen still far away from Lev on this rotate. Door being closed in his face, though. Apoth has to go in. And King just swings at the perfect time. Now Jaw set up on a stun towards the backside. A double there. He won't find the last one, but the time has already gone so far. A Rolling Thunder as insurance. It'll get committed. That spike is not being defused today. Leviathan forced to sit and wait on the site. They'll find a kill, but it'll be EG's round.
I guess at the end, Lev are going to be happy they got the Rolling Thunder out, but don't forget, they spent both Calm and Mazzino's ult at the start of that one. We're definitely looking to have a chance to win in that We're gonna hit the brakes for a second because I just saw an op purchase for Aspas on this Neon. It's been pretty guns blazing from him so far, but looking to take a little bit more of a line holding approach with that gun.
What do you make of it? It seems hard to get value against a Fade, a Breach, and Neon who's running through. There's a lot of util to clear him.
I don't like it in general, but as a pace change from LEV, I don't necessarily mind it. Especially because I think EG have been creeping up rather slowly into mains. They're holding a lot of their util for the execs. That's tough.
So Coach Ito popped up. We'll call his timeout now. Again, that night and day change from Shanghai to stage 2. The fundamentals have looked absolutely incredible for Leviathan. Icebox was just a showcase of it.
And I think his focus here is going to be talking about Leviathan's retakes, how they get into the B site, because so far every round, EG have sort of let Jaw go loose and fight deep towards their spawn, fight around pillar. Leviathan need to be a little crisper in their early spacing, maybe commit a little more util instead of saving it for B main. Somehow active EG are getting. It's not all that common on Sunset to play a very active post plant, especially on that B site.
Aspas has his op trained towards B main. And if this comes down to a retake on A, that op could become more of a liability than an asset.
It kind of forces LEV to fight off of these Cypher trips a little more aggressively. I think they're trying to fake pressure over towards A because, look, they've got the fault line ready to go. They're going to send out a dart off the rip too, I would imagine. But it's just Cypher util held behind.
And EG sees no one follow up off that util.
The whole idea is use this util to push them into the up, to push EG into Aspas, but EG just aren't biting at the time.
They're just going to come in into A. Suba has an entry onto Tex. Aspas' op actually could get some value here, as Apoth on the lurk will peek back into main.
Spike down.
But while all this is going on, Lev has somehow taken back control. There's the shot for Aspas, and now a 2v2 on the site. Suba's already found one, but needs to help his teammate reclaim that spike. And they'll get a plant.
Should be a gun for Aspas to switch over to. Up in shop, he ditches the op early so he doesn't make a sound. He's gonna come in here quietly with King, actually using that smoke to cross to the other side. Clear out the majority of main. How far does King want to go? He's going all the way around, Mimi.
Aspas has a stun. He can pull some pressure off his teammate.
A paranoia 2 from King. Smoke just came up on the recharge.
And EGR doubled up. One spotted. Stun is good. Slide in for Aspas, running them down! He's a menace.
The spot from Aspas there, and King is instantly ready to snap on the paranoia. That is a good retake. And that's what they needed, right? Lev had been struggling in that department. This time it's 2-on-2, a very chaotic situation. But they coordinate perfectly together to win that one out.
And that's how Lev tie this game back up. This round was looking all EGs. But that late kill found on the lurk from Aspas' operator and the recovery of that rifle in the late round keeps him in it.
EG maybe attacking a day faster this round. It's basically the same setup. Op still over towards B. Lev showing similar default utility, just a new location to send the dart out from.
Again, though, the utility is just completely disrespected here, and EG have main control.
What EG don't have is the perfect buy. Never been able to get a foothold and string together a few comfortable rounds. But EG are just going to look to fish here with Jawgamo. They've got the fault line ready to go off of Jaw's contact, make sure a second player can't swing into the line. And once they're happy, content, they realize Lev aren't playing to fight us back into elbow. They can creep up a little bit further and maybe look to pop into the site.
EG have waited long enough that the stun and dart from Common Mizzino are going to be coming back online now. That's a ton of supportive utility for Tex. But he still has to get it done himself. The players from EG start to pressure. An aftershock forces him out of his angle. Safety found in a cage. A slide in from Jaw. That's an opener for Tex, and no one was there on the trade, so EG, again, locked out. And the lurker killed.
The Omen can't even ult in. Superman has to cancel because there's an up right in his face. 30 seconds left, and they're just funneled into a one-way. It's not going to happen. Simple as that. Leviathan shut it down on the A site.
That round is all about Tex. And honestly, about how long EG waited in letting their util come back online, that meant Breach and Sovadart were both there to support Tex.
Yeah.
He completely isolates those fights with great supportive util from his initiators, and I mean, basically single-handedly wins that round for Lev.
I mean, it's no fun to play the Neon into the Cypher, that's for sure. But on top of that, because EG aren't actually threatening any space into mid, there's now 2 rounds in a row. Lev have been pretty comfortable to stack a lot of players over towards A because Ospas is opping on that forward line in B main. They only need him on that side of the map. It is very easy to just keep bodies on the A side, and because they're not getting faked out by the pauses in the calling from EG, hey, they're ready to just sit, outwait you, outlast you, and eventually EG are gonna have to pull the trigger into a Cypher Sova breach. It's not fun.
So for the second map in a row, Potter will call a round 10 timeout. Last time, they converted 2 off of it and gave themselves at least a chance on Icebox. That's a sick mouse pad.
It's like he's just petting it the whole time.
Do you think that's his cat or just a cat?
I think it's cuter if it's his cat, but it's way funnier if it's just a cat.
Yeah.
Would you consider that to be an evil cat? It is an evil genius.
Possibly.
Possibly?
We
All
gotta
right.
ask the real questions if we get an interview with John. Anyways, this is a critical round for EG out of that timeout.
Is it? They've got 3 sheriffs.
I mean, at least in setting themselves up
Sure.
for these next rounds. If you can get Jaw his ult, which he will, even if he just dies in this one. But still, I mean, 5-7, it's still a lead for Lev.
It's a tough spot to be in. Again, playing quickly here just to get the zappy hands online, but he's down. Jaw can't get around the corner. The bullet tag meant he couldn't B-hop around with the sprint. Now EG quickly moving back into the mid space, but this round is just cooked.
Yeah, practically so. Cypher's changed setup over towards B. There's an operator here as well. And EG will try and funnel through.
You're never ready for the B main op 3 rounds in a row.
Surely not. Here comes that flood. Tex will deal with it beautifully to pick up a double, and now the B main op gets Apoth again.
Apoth is so mad. There is no way he's getting off there 3 times in a row. Ospas isn't even doing anything different. It's the same thing on repeat, but it's working for Lev.
These last 2 rounds, Ospas is no longer playing Neon. He is just playing a turret in main, and it's been getting value.
It's crazy, because this is the 3 rounds after Ito called that timeout, right? And it's op in B main, that insane defense over towards the A side. I think this round, obviously, it's an eco, and Jaw dying absolutely blew it up, but EG need to play for mid control, and this time, Lev are again looking for a quick dive down into tiles.
They have the op, though. Maybe this is just to set Ospas up. He does have the ult. Multiple options for the pace here. Could activate off of first shot. Does he want to swing through? King on the angle. Here's shots, but it's just too risky for Ospas to take a duel.
Wow. Calling themselves out of the play after the early pressure. King, though, counter paranoia will force all these players back.
There's a teleport, though. A player is snuck up on him here, and Superman will be able to double up off of it. That's massive for EG. They've gained control of this round, and Ospas is in trouble as his teammate falls, and another kill through the smoke connects.
That was a nice round from EG. The audio deny from the Fade ult. Soup is able to close the gap with the TP. Then also, shout out Jaw's slide there, breaking the op line against Ospas, using the movement to clear that space and get on in. EG still have a chance to tie this game up before the half. I think it's pretty unlikely that Ospas goes for the op another round. It had been working for so long, but for the sake of changing pace alone almost, it might be worth just grab a rifle back.
I believe he does still have the ultimate, though.
That's true, that's true.
So could buy back into the op and still have a faster pace.
It gives you the added flexibility, that's for sure. Honestly, the thing I'm most surprised about is that Lev called themselves off of this early dive, because with 5 seconds left, they're pinging for that tiles dive, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the breach fault line wasn't in a great position for it, if they thought they were getting aggroed on in mid early enough.
And that is where this op can become a limiting factor, right?
Sure.
Like, it's a lot harder to invest into a play like that, and Ospas will buy back into it.
He's B main again, Mimi.
He's a menace here.
Ooh, they've never shown the Dart here, though. So Dart is showing Calm so aggressively here, getting the Hunter's Fury, and they're still being an op there? That's a little abnormal.
Do EG want to excel through mid? They're one way off for now. Fade Haunt will declare at least one player in market.
Either way, they've got the right read. They need to blow up mid.
Leviathan have players ready to pinch though. 3 players set up in that area. They'll see no one top mid and pivot back towards market.
It's a great pinch back into market. Mazzino, though, pulls out the stun at the wrong time. Maybe, though, he's going to blast them away. Derek takes some damage. Calm gets the ult for the kill, and Mazzino is fighting on through it. Leviathan are just pulling out every single ult in the book. But Jaw has kept Evil Geniuses in the round. Apoth quick to follow, and it's a 3-on-3.
Back into even territory. EG a plant down. And controlling market. This fight could define this round, but they get away. Paranoia used on the reclear, and Lev will meet up and infest the Cypher ult.
Jaw always plays on site, but this time he's been spotted.
He has to do it alone. He's got a stun, set up into the back side of site. The slide is perfection, and King isn't known. Jaw should be a dead man walking. The kill comes through. 2v2, a cam in main. A tap on the spike, Tex fighting.
Nice shot.
Now a 1v2 for Apoth. Time on his side. King has to stick. Apoth swings, shuts him
No
down.
time.
And
6-6.
Apoth has won this round. What a Red Bull clutch to end the half.
Ew, Apoth getting nasty with it there. Delaying so long in the 1v2, keeping his team alive. We're all tied up. I mean, again, like, Leviathan were in such a good position, but Jaw got that forward position on site, got the first kill, and then again, winning this refight, staying on site, assisted by the stun. Set up Apoth perfectly to be able to win this one out on time.
So for the second map in a row, EG show signs of life at the end of the half to recover. It's anyone's game here as we get ready for the second. But before the pistol round, a special guest standing by with Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, folks. I am here with someone you may recognize if you've seen a lot of the games, because she is always here. This is Kaylee. Kaylee with the beautiful pink hair and stunning smile. Now, Kaylee, you are in photos. You're always watching the games. We were talking a bit earlier. Who is your favorite team?
I have to say Sentinels right now, not to be basic. I was an NRG fan, but right now I do have to go with Sentinels, so sorry.
Thank you, one person in the back screaming. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to dig deep. What's going on with NRG? Why are you leaving them behind?
Look, I still love them. They have a place in my heart, but I don't know what's going on. That's a question for them that they have to figure out. But the track record, I'm so sorry.
I think they're sorry too, but okay. So who's your favorite player in Sentinels? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna see. Can we say it on 3? 1, 2, 3. Zelsis. Like a book. Jockey, I'm coming for your job. Anyways, so you're here with your. Who is this?
This is Ben.
And Ben is
my friend.
Ben. Here, she's not here. Talk to me. What is it?
It's like a first date hangout. Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
let's go, Ben.
Okay, now throw these away. Don't need these anymore. Okay. Wait. Okay. So like, what do you think of her?
Oh, she's amazing. I don't know. She's fun.
Yeah, say more.
You want me?
What's her like? Was she funny? Is she like?
Yeah. She's fun to talk to. She has a great smile.
Great smile.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, great smile is great. Can I see that smile? Look at that smile! Oh my God! No wonder you're here. All right, now what's great about him?
Okay, he does have an incredible smile. I have to say that.
Look at that. And he makes his own jerseys. Can you stand up? Can we see your own jersey? Look at this. Why buy merch when you can make it with tape? I'm gonna leave these two lovebirds alone. So Mimi and Ender, please take it away.
I guess Swiftplay is not the only dating app.
Mimi, I'm so uncomfortable right now. I feel like I wasn't supposed to watch that. Yeah. All right, but we got to settle back in because this game is locked in at 6-6. EG fought back big at the end of the first half, but like Ospas, he is farming. And Jogamo, he wants to get back on there, getting active back into mid.
Apoth stuck into this position deep, will try and escape. Mazzino prevents it, and that flash is perfect on the re-clear. Haunt not enough to keep Jaw alive, and Lev, for the 4th time this series, have an advantage in a pistol round.
Wait, that was a team flash.
Was it?
Yeah, Mazzino still has 2 flashes.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Leviathan gonna pump the brakes just a little bit. Because they know, just like an icebox, EG fall down in numbers and they start to get active, creeping up into mid, but has Mazzino left just too early?
It's brutal, Mazzino. How does he adjust for that? That's ridiculous! Poor Derek is left alone now. The mechanics on that man.
Like, I've always known Mazzino is good, but there's been something about stage 2 where it just looks different, Mimi. He is just on fire. Door closed now in the face of Derek. He's getting nothing on the way, except a ghost, I suppose. But this would be the 2nd pistol of the game now for Lev.
A one-way in his face as well.
Find you. Spike planted.
And Derek's haunt broken. King is even going to have another one-way to cycle. A paranoia. Swing through. Aspas down, but the trade is good. And Lev, they can't lose these pistols.
No, they can't. I really hope we can see what ended up happening with the flashes there in mid. Bit of a blunder coming on in. I'll see this once again. Next, Mazzino's got... Yeah. Actually,
I think it was a flash coming from top mid. It might have just been like a slight blind when that breach flash is behind you.
Yeah, either way, Mazzino's picking up the kills.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
EG stack 4 towards A this round.
Revealing area.
But Lever heading towards B. Dart broken, Apoth falling back.
Apoth actually still has the camera to place. Maybe as a retake option for the team. Very rare you see that ability held on to.
EG want a full clear through mid here, try and flush any lurk out, but the lurker is still buying guns.
Yeah, Texel was not too sure about his investment at the start of the round.
Caught by this stun though. Apoth jiggles. Stun is not quite good enough. Tex now.
He's got the moves.
He's just buying time here. How much can he get? 1 kill. That might just be enough. Information gained off of that, and Leviathan will flip the map and play from CT.
Yeah, actually getting ready to refight into market. Great calling from Lev. Anticipating the moves of EG, but EG have actually gone all the way and around back into spawn. And I mean all the way back into spawn. They're buying guns too, Mimi.
You gotta have it. I think just trying to play containment here.
Yeah.
Stop these guns from getting away.
Yeah, Lev bought some big guns in the 2nd round. They know that's the tendency of Leviathan. To go for that big round 3 purchase. Somehow Lev just found their way out of this, no problem. Navigated it perfectly. Apart from Derek's ghost. Good lord.
Right there.
Wait, whoa.
It's fine.
Okay,
he
it's
ran
fine,
back
it's fine.
into it.
I was like, he did not die to the spike. And he gets back in. It's all good. He gets his money.
8-6 now, the lead for Leviathan, and as they've been doing in pretty much every one of these round 2s, they buy a lot of rifles, go for a little FPX buy, and get themselves a great opportunity to win the bonus here.
Great fighting odds here, but the big ultimates to keep your eye on, right? You've got Derek, who's just 1 off of the Nightfall, 2 off of the Breach ult on the opposite side. Could become a factor in the post plant here, especially on Leviathan's side. Mazzino would love to work into a main, farm up an orb, get the plant down, then the Rolling Thunder just goes super aggressive in the post.
Aspas is playing close on this smoke. A stun is ready to go.
Jogamo right there too. Neon's about to walk into each other, but there's a fault line ready to go from Nature, popping on through his jaw. Apoth there as well. King instantly traded out. EG destroy that mid setup from Lev.
Tex and Mazzino now. We'll get the plant down on B, but a flank is coming through, and Tex will be the man of the hour. And Nature ahead of the teammates there, just swinging 1 by 1, and he gets every kill but 1. Mazzino in the 1-on-2. The man has been a beast this match.
10 seconds away from the fault line. 1 kill and he has the ult. If he can use that one to get the first, this round could be his.
Here's Jojimo jumping around the corner. A haunt, broken, slide in. An isolated duel, but Derek wins it. Massive recovery there for EG. That could have gone so badly for them.
That was a pristine jaw round. I mean, even at the end there, seeing him wait out, play off of the haunt, delay that swing around until he's turned around the other corner, but right here, deleting the Ospas run it straight past him, coming back in mid on the reclear. It's very nice play all around from him.
One enemy remaining.
But that was just the bonus for LEV. They're going to have money back in, and crucially, they have ults online now. Rolling Thunder to build a play off of here.
I'm out of here.
Jaw staying quiet in B main yet, just ready to pop off a contact perhaps. Can he get the timing to cross? No. Spotted out by King, and that'll force him straight on back.
But King doesn't know if he crossed or not, so they'll have to put a drone in to re-clear this space.
Both teams had actually committed early smokes into mid. Top mid there, over there as well. But neither team actually took that space. Just giving it up in its entirety as LEV reset back into A.
And this is all gone to EG's plan. Leviathan are going to find their way into this Cypher setup late.
EG are going to know this pretty early. This cam has very forward information on elbow. Still, look how EG haven't moved at all. I think it was just Tex that was seen, so they think it's a lurker moving into A, actually.
Yeah, Prowler to re-clear mid. 2 players working up a flank. This is all about the retake for EG. And for LEV, dealing with these tripwires, not letting anyone fall on this execute. They'll achieve that goal for now. But they're very cautious of a flood retake.
Very methodical, too, dealing with that Cypher util. Focusing all their tension over on Shop. Ult comes in, but no one's there. EG completely zipped their way out of the area. They can now get the retake themselves.
Superman on a flank, and Apoth fighting from spawn. LEV are trapped on this site, surrounded from multiple sides, but the crossfires are good, and that, I believe, just a forward trip gonna get value onto Jojimo. Trade is there from Apoth. Here comes the utility. Ospas, a massive stun, buys time, space for him and King on the site, and this off angle is nasty. King for a double, Ospas as well. Leviathan, the fundamentals in these post plants are on point.
That was real nice. Right, you've got Tex holding on to a tripwire to deal with the Neon on the retake. Really hard to work past that. You're not diligently clearing into the space. And then also just the smokes they kept putting back over towards backside. Had really nice crossfires going on every angle. You could see it was very uncomfortable for EG to get back into that area. Leviathan seem to not really want to play offsite at all. They want to fight EG in every close corridor they can manage.
And EG down to another half by here.
EG looking to re-clear back over into A main, perhaps. How much do they actually want to go, though? Jago's got the Guardian in hand to pick if he can escape with that one. Nice little flash to set up the fight, but he's got to go away. And now that's 3 players seen over towards the A side of the map. Now, Leviathan, you can't instantly accelerate towards the B side because that Neon is so fast, you could very easily have her over there in just 15 seconds. And there's still all the Cypher util you got to worry about on that side, too. The stall is pretty impressive from a Paranoia and the Cypher.
EGF 4 towards mid.
I mean, Lever trying to set up a fake, probably a drone into the B site, and then maybe just sending Ospas in behind it to get that space over into A, but in an anti-eco, spreading up like this with only 40 seconds left of the round is a lot. They are banking on the over-rotates from EG.
And EG have held strong. Derek, Haunt will reveal at least one, and now here comes the rotates. Jojimo's gonna be fast to make his way back towards A, and the fight in mid is critical. Calm, dealing with 3 different players. Apoth chipping away on the swing, will connect with the classic. Derek has one of his own, and suddenly an advantage gain for EG. Jaw outmaneuvering Ospas, but will lose in the duel when it matters. Still, EG pull it off. What a thrifty.
I mean, Leviathan just spent so much time trying to set up that fake, and then they didn't even sell it all that well. If you want to do that, I think you actually have to put Ospas into the site, but they thought the fast rotate was going to be enough to make the A hit work.
That's the first time this match where I feel like I have seen glimmers of that Leviathan in the lower final against G2, the team that showed up at Shanghai and had some sloppy moments in the late round. It's just one round.
Sure.
But it does give inroads here for EG.
Yeah, I mean, it's an eco now for LEV. EG's Classics also did an insane amount of work. Quick reposition from Jaw. He's having fun with it, just making the sound of taking into that mid space.
LEV are just straight up hitting B this round. Ospas ult and Supa picked off his perch. Opening kill there. Tex making trouble in mid, but the spike is gonna come down now. And EG have a tough position here. Derek still managing to take down Tex.
That double market hold is really what's so hard. They've got to go full in through Boba, or just send Derek on his own into market. So far, LEV still playing on the site. That's just giving over a free kill. Jogamo opens things up coming into backside, though, but even he can't deal with King. Nature is there, and now the round falls just about apart.
Hunter's Fury has all the hopes of Leviathan riding on it. One tag through. Neon running him down. Jogamo is so damn fast. Halfway done, and the defuse coming through. What a heads-up play from Jaw. He was ready for that Sova ult. Knows how his former teammate is going to play.
You could also see Apoth, too, was sticking for that half. Even if he was going to die, he knew the time was actually getting a little bit tough there. Managed dodging away from that second tag of the Hunter's Fury regardless. But EG absolutely locked in since that eco. Kept things competitive here.
So LEV now back onto the rifles. We'll put their attention back on mid.
It's interesting how little Jaw has really fought over A main space. Doing a lot of this mid look.
My eyes are down.
And Ospas didn't really fight over that space either on the defensive side. With a smoke put down, a wall to threaten crossing over, it makes it pretty hard even to hold out from market. Apoth still taking his chances on that line, but doesn't feel necessarily fully confident in his top mid hold.
Oh, that's a great stun. Both EG players caught out by it, and the trading is lovely there. Tex and Ospas swinging together.
I mean, King's even ulting into the back of Boba.
Yeah.
I don't even know if EG can play this round out. Maybe if they can find an over-aggressive King, but even then, Ospas is the one holding first contact from market. No, this one's over.
Yeah. Look at the money on Apoth and Supa.
And really, the difference made there was that Leviathan were able to get up into B main, put their breach right there, and then get that gnarly fault line going straight down. Ospas throws actually didn't even throw a stun of his own to get into market, just slid right on in on the back of that. EG are going to be very mindful of those mid splits coming after this.
Go, go, go! And Ospas again that round, getting great value. Just following up on that fault line. They've been conditioning these really slow rounds in mid, never actually activating into these fast pushes. So EG have felt comfortable to play these more forward angles.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, two players stunned. Even the way that LEV scale into that, right? You've got Ospas taking the right-hand side, the teammate with him scales to the left of that ticket booth. Very hard to deal with.
And that's really difficult to do as well. When you're playing with the Neon, it's really easy to let your timing between teammates get off. The Neon gets way ahead on a stun, or excuse me, a slide. Doesn't happen there for LEV. But that save means EG still have good money for this round.
But they do. Nature actually playing deep on B site to get some kind of a fault line angle after the tripwire's broken, but after the trip goes down, it's very hard to play aggressively on that side of the map. The fault line already used, as a matter of fact. I like that LEV have put this control into B main early. It's very hard for EG to pivot back into fighting aggressively into B main because they've shown over towards the A side. That's where Jaw is. So EG are going to play effectively without info over this entire area of the map for the rest of the round.
But they do have this forward jiggle on A main. And that Prowler in mid is heard for Leviathan, so they'll react into this A site. Paranoia,
the
stun as well for Jaw.
Yeah, they don't see anything. They know someone's up there, but they don't know about the double hold. Now calling everyone back into King, who's just been set up over here on the B site.
And Tex does not have any util left on this site. Or excuse me, that's Apoth, of course.
EG are called to rotate, so they're coming in quickly. They're gonna have 4 or 5 players ready to pre-take.
30 seconds left.
Into backside, 2 players. Already spotted out, that's a good stun for Aspas. He'll swing off of it in the slide. The shot is beautiful, but Jaw will reply in kind. Mazzino flicks around and cuts it down to Derek. Ult popped, but the fight's too good.
I mean, EG had everyone there, and it just did not matter. Leviathan run them over. The fights into backside all going their way. Lev continue to stay locked in their fighting together. And EG are going to call a quick timeout after that. That is a brutal round to lose. 5-on-5 on the site like that? That can't be happening.
It's this duo again, Mazzino and Aspas. That second wave of the stun to fight back into the site here.
When the first backside player is stunned and then the trades didn't quite come in. The slide from Jaw. Having a bit of a tougher game so far. But it's all hands on deck now with just 2 rounds away from Lev winning this map. Don't forget, a win here from Lev would lock them into playoffs.
And I think there were some questions about the Aspas Neon. We haven't seen it since Masters Tokyo, and it wasn't the best back then. But with these new buffs in place, he has looked insane. Back-to-back top performances on the game.
I think it is fair to say questions answered.
Yes.
Aspas Neon, good. Aspas generally, pretty good.
I'd agree to that. So big round here for EG. Basically make or break.
EG, after giving up so much control over B main in the previous round, this time sending Jaw over that space again. Last time he played it, he just shift walked up into that area. We'll see how he approaches it this time around.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke over into A, maybe faking the presence. They're just bundled up together.
Gotta go.
Aspas just want to slide on this one. Smoke will keep him back and level reset.
It's strange. Seems like EG just want to fight together on the B site. Maybe not too much more than that. Now stepping back into that mid space. Sent a Prowler that cleared out into bot tiles, and now Nature just holds this fault line. So the second Jaw sees anything, there's an insta-stun, and there will be no trades.
2 players spotted. Bottom mid. But it's all about Jaw still. Here comes that stun. Aspas gets away from it. And now Jaw has to retreat himself.
It's tough. It was a nice look for Evil Geniuses, but it's just not a kill. And they need kills right now.
Solid call for Lev, though. They'll head back towards A late as King gets a kill onto Supa. Is he going to draw rotations? Not yet.
That's no smokes, no paranoia on a retake. And right now, this A site, not so strong for EG. Apos going to try his best to play off the trips, but
30 seconds
just don't have the team ready to go. And the Lev are going to pop quick into this one.
Yeah, Apop in trouble. He has to run away from this one. Tag.
They found my wire.
Will cut him out of the sight. The trips are all down.
Mazzino still has the Rolling Thunder. He could fight back into CT with this one.
But he wants to get the plant first. Rolling Thunder ready to go. A stun. Instead, committed. He'll wait a moment. Off the next wave of Util, that Rolling Thunder will get ripped. But they're fighting instead towards Elbow and have isolated duels against King. Amid the chaos, he'll get one. But the trade comes back in. 2v3. 1 player on the site. Calm has a trade angle. And Nature, that was an opportunity with shots from Calm could lose this round, but Mazzino is too damn good in the clutch.
Mazzino just can't lose today. Lev are laughing about it. Everything is coming up Lev. Even when the breach ult is dodged out for the most part, even when EG have a numbers advantage, Lev are just too clutch. I mean, he starts out from back on slant here, getting those 2 kills just off of nice timings. I mean, every single way he fights, isolating those ones and doing it perfectly.
Yeah, Calm feeling relieved there. That whiff doesn't count him. Doesn't cost them the round.
It's hard now.
This is fast. Aspas excelling into the site, but Supa not getting cleared. There's so many players on just the other side. He'll line up a double. Trades there from Aspas, though. But still a camp to work with for Apoth, and there's still control here for EG.
Derek is so far away from the rest of the team, though. EG do not have 4 players ready to retake just yet. gives a lot of room for Lev to breathe. They're fighting back over into market. Look at Ospas go. Jumping, diving around. His jaw comes on the trade, but Ospas is still standing, looking for more. But it's all on King now, and the spike has yet to be planted.
Derek is low in mid, but Nature is not watching for this one. He's not ready.
Oh, come on!
He'll get the kill. Now an open B site. That Fade Haunt reveals the location of Derek. A 1v1 to make playoffs. But Derek wrapping. A walk through spawn and a reposition to main. Only 35 HP on Derek. And King primed on the angle. Time working in his favor.
He's looking in all the wrong places.
I'll find you.
Fade Haunt into main. King dodges it, but Derek somehow still wins the round.
He wins those?
Keeping EG alive in an impossible situation.
Okay. We're not done yet.
Hell of a shot on only 35 health.
His one shot to body right there. And still winning it through. I mean, Ospas is just doing the nastiest things over in market. But Derek was the one to take him down. His teammates looking the wrong way. He's the one to step up in the clutch. Derek has been having a game. While Ospas has been flying on the other side, Derek has quietly amounted 22 kills. One around here. And clutch when it matters too.
All 5 members of LEV set up towards A. Contact into main to start. Ospas very deep on this angle, but revealed by a Haunted. Tucks away for a moment.
Lev have been trying to crank up the heat these last few rounds. It's no difference here. Derek again. Oh, man. He keeps it happening, but now EG, they're all stuck inside of the site. Nature turns it right back around, fighting with their backs against the wall. This time, Derek is looking the wrong way.
So EG need to make magic happen again. 2 players left on a retake. Superman and Apoth. Both are spotted. Mazzino has been sublime in this position before, tucked towards slant. 20 kills to his name, a paranoia in his face, and Supa takes him down. Reposition for King, it's canceled. Supa holding halfway. Supa is sticking! Palm is running him down, and King on the trade! Leviathan, welcome to playoffs!
Coming down to the wire at the end, but this was an elite Leviathan performance. Starting it off so clean on Icebox. Playing together just about perfectly. Certainly challenged here on this second map. EG not making things easy. But the Ospas Neon Sunset debut here in 2024 is looking good as always.
He drops 25 on the agent.
Not too
Zeno
shabby.
right there behind him. The improvement from this team has been incredible. Since Itopata took control as the head coach and they came back from Shanghai, the fundamentals have been so much improved. The performances from players like Mazzino and Tex have stepped up big time as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, this team is just the regular season destroyers. Now they're 7-1. I mean, the last regular season game they lost was their first game of stage 1. They have won every single thing since then in the regular season. Only dropped 4 maps, as a matter of fact.
They look dangerous. A big win for these boys. I think striking a really good balance as well of finding some of these new creative comps, playing some of their old fundamentals as well.
And I mean, honestly, like at times, you know, when they play together, it's so good. But also when they are set down and put down, you can see them always looking for a little bit more. That's when the individuals can really shine. Thought the pace changes throughout their defensive half were very good, and definitely something EG had to warm up into playing against.
And for EG, I mean, couldn't get a leg up in this game, losing every pistol, had some chances to recover on map 2, but really this was a lockout.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately EG will remember that on rifles, they were just about even with them. With Lev, it was those pistols. They've got to get going their way. It's been a struggle. a little bit for this team. But they're not out of things just yet, although EG are sitting right on that edge of top 6 at the moment.
But they're in the danger zone. Cloud9, G2 right there with them. They don't have the head-to-head against either of those teams. I mean, they're basically relying on winning out to have a chance here. But Leviathan are the team of the hour. They've made it into playoffs, and let's check in with one of their members, with Liz in a Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Mimi and Ender. Great work as always on the casting desk. But I'm here with Mazzino, everyone. You were talking to me. I said I thought it was a great performance. You're like, a little shaky, a little shaky. Why did you? Yeah, you can scream for Mazzino. That's totally okay.
Thank you.
Why did you think your performance or your team's performance was a little shaky?
Only on the second map mostly, because we were overcooking a little too much, but we got it fixed and we just closed it around the map.
When you say overcooking, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by that?
Like, we think too much about things, you know? That's the main thing.
That's real. You and I were just talking, and you told me that now that Leviathan have secured playoffs, which is incredible, and I'm sure you're yes, and everyone's very excited for you. If you were to make champions, this would be your 4th time. You told me.
I think 4th or 3rd, one of those.
A big number. Yeah. Made 0, Mazzino.
Yeah, that's.
You are adding to your times you attended champions. What would it mean to go for another time? Because is it like, oh, we've done this before, I'm ready to show what I got, or does it mean something really special every single time?
Every single time is special, I think, because every single time I want to win the champion, because this is like my objective, you know?
Right.
And yeah, it's special every time.
What would it mean to win with these boys?
I think to win like with everyone is gonna, for me, it's gonna be awesome, and like representing Chile and everything is perfect for me.
You will be facing other teams in playoffs. Would you like to say anything to your possible opponents?
I don't care really who you are, but we're gonna beat you.
Well, on that note, everyone, give it up for Mazzino one more time. Thank you so much, Mazzino. We're gonna head to a break, but stay right there because we have one more match after this.
Drawn. They're picked to pieces. Cloud9 are so good.
Olha, os times que eu estou mais ansioso para enfrentar são os brasileiros. Acredito que nenhum dos times brasileiros estão no seu auge, no seu devido lugar. Acho que tem muito mais potencial. Também é uma boa oportunidade para ambas as equipes. Quem ganhar, quem sair melhor ali, dá uma reerguida, dá uma confiança massa.
Também é um 3 contra 2, vai Xande, pra cima, de novo, na tentativa do desarme, já foi metadinho, Ailton por ali, Xande, novamente ele, tá lá, Fúria! Ganha, garante a vitória contra 100 Thieves!
A Fúria mostrou uma melhora muito grande agora para essa primeira partida contra o 100 Thieves. Mostraram muito mais como uma equipe, então com certeza vai ser um jogo bem difícil. Ainda mais que eu acho que eles vão vir com um gostinho para tentar ganhar da gente por histórias passadas. Então é isso, vai ser uma grande partida.
Pegou! Na ultimate leva o Jordan, vai Sadak! Vamos, Manito! Vai pra cima! Acelera, Manito!
MW. Viu a movimentação? Boa! Tem o MW, consegue fatiar o adversário, fatia de novo!
Love is in the air, especially for a couple of audience members. Now, welcome back to day 4 of VCT America's Super Week and our second match of the day. Now, it's a battle of Brazil, Loud versus Furia. Geek Heavy here alongside Athena and Wyatt. How are we doing?
Great. I mean, that was a fun match.
Yes.
I was thinking it would be a little bit closer, but LEV look insane. So what can you do? I mean, it's still really cool to see them off the back of a tumultuous Shanghai to really bounce back.
Absolutely. They gave us a certified hood, a banger, I would say. And also, I predicted that, didn't I?
Yeah, all right.
I predicted that.
Yeah, we were
I'm just saying, you know.
That's crazy. I don't.
How is that crazy?
I don't remember.
It's crazy that I predicted something.
My memory
Actually,
is foggy.
it kind of is crazy that I would predict something. I mean, like, we got 2 capable analysts here.
Really?
But anyways, what's that?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
You're both 2 capable analysts here. Anyways, let's get into today's match, our next matchup. Loud has had to spend their Super Week defending their perfect record against another Brazilian teams. Now, they had to fight to get a win against a new MIBR roster, and today they have to take on Furia. Now, Wyatt, what's the temperature check on this one?
This should be a win for Loud.
Yeah.
Historically, if you check in on that lower third, Loud is 25-0 versus Brazilian teams since the inception of this team, which is crazy. They've been so dominant over the region. And obviously, at the time, they were dominant over the world. This is the least dominant this team has ever been since their debut a couple years ago. And now it's, can they bounce back? Especially with Pancata, one of their original members.
Yeah, I feel like they're in a new form, and I feel like the addition of Pancata has helped them kind of be a little bit more confident, which is what I've been talking about previously. And I feel like they just need that confidence to kind of push forward, go past these kind of obstacles that they're facing. And just as a team, I feel like they've been doing pretty good. I know they've had a loss, I know they've had a win, but overall, I think just really, really good stuff from Loud, and I'm hoping to see them kind of step past that hurdle and really come into form for what they want to be.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, we saw Tuiz make his debut on the Jet, and it worked. So I guess the question is, why are we still seeing Sadak playing Neon?
I would imagine it's just, at this point, they've played so much of it, and with, I mean, to be fair, he has had some good maps. In the last series against MIBR, he was struggling. But against EG initially, he had that really good Lotus map, was looking pretty dominant there. So I don't think there's any reason to be overly concerned yet to switch things up. It's still a question mark whether or not this will be good long term, but I'm okay with it for now.
Yeah, I feel like it might really be a comfort thing where Tuiz really hasn't accustomed to kind of playing on the team yet, and so Sadak just kind of picking up that role. But we saw him have a phenomenal debut with this Jet. Really, really played insane. He was aggressive. He was able to use that operator to take map control. He made a lot of his own hero plays too.
I really think that Tuiz is an underrated mechanical player because when he's on the controller, especially with that team, he's just not super proactive. He's not taking a lot of fights. He's not really ever playing with an ego. But when you watch him kind of at length, like his crosshair placement is really good. He's very smooth. He has really good like first taps and bursts. Like he definitely, if he plays with some ego, I think can really show that he's actually a really high-level mechanical player.
Absolutely, and we have this tweet from Tui's pretty much just shouting out MIBR saying GG's 2-1 versus MIBR after 2 years since she came back. Of course, he's referring to when he played Jet at, I believe it was TBK Esports, way back in the day. All right, so earlier, Elizabeth caught up with Tui's for a quick chat.
Tui's, the Jet was iconic. We loved it. You played so well on it. Is that a comfort pick for you?
Sim, porque era boneco que eu jogava muito no passado, então ainda é boneco que eu gosto bastante de jogar, então foi bem legal jogar com ele.
Yes, because it's an agent I used to play a lot in the past, so I feel very comfortable playing it.
Well, since you were so comfortable and you were so good on the Jet, will we see you on another duelist, like a Neon or just any other duelist, because you are so good on that role?
Eu acho que eu vou fazer o que for necessário pro time, talvez no futuro eu possa jogar com outro duelista, mas por enquanto é isso que vocês viram, sabe? Então é isso, eu vou fazer o que é necessário pro time e eu me sinto confortável com outros duelistas também.
I'm gonna do what is good for the team, so it's probably gonna be what you saw, but you know, in the future I can maybe pick up another duelist.
Well, fair. Best of luck.
Now, Furia came into Super Week riding high, there it is, riding high off their big upset over 100 Thieves, but then Evil Geniuses brought them back to reality and kind of just humbled them.
Yeah,
kind of like what happened today
it
with
really
EG.
felt like, even though it was so close, I felt happy watching these games. I feel like we saw a really good EG coming into it, but we also saw Furia have a really good game against 100 Thieves, even though the EG one did not go their way. EG was looking so good. A lot better than what we just saw. I feel like they were ready and on top of their game, but Furia, they looked so good, and coming off of this loss to EG, hopefully they fixed a little bit of the things that I felt like they were kind of struggling on, which was keeping up with the pace, knowing how to kind of be proactive and have those good protocols mid-round.
Definitely. I also hope for them today that they're going to try to lean back into playing Icebox, because I think by far that was their best map that they have shown so far. Out of the 4 that they played, they looked the most coordinated on that map. That was the first time, I think, this year where we saw Furia with some really high-level team play. The fundamentals looked excellent, so I want to see them take it back there.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just kind of curious to know why what your temperature check is on Furia overall. Like, how important is it for them to play at a high level today? Because the stakes are really high.
This is do or die for them. And also on the opposing side, this is massively important for Loud. We were talking about earlier with the standings, EG were, you know, they're now 4-4, so Loud can tie up with them. Such close contention between those two teams to get into playoffs. So everything is really on the line for both of them. If Loud are 3-5, that's going to be a tough hole to climb out of for them.
Absolutely. Now, well, you know what? We're going to send things back to Elizabeth and hear from Furia's Shandy.
Shandy, I have to ask you, what would it feel like to be the first Brazilian team to take down Loud?
Eu tô muito ansioso, acho que é uma boa oportunidade de aproveitar que eles também não vêm muito bem. Então a Loud sempre foi time tier 1, né? Um time que brigava pelo topo, eles estão numa fase um pouco pior, acho que a nossa chance ideal assim. E a gente tá bem confiante, independente do resultado contra a gente, vai fazer bom jogo.
We're very excited about this game. They're not being, you know, we used to see Loud as one of the top tier games, teams, but we are seeing that they're not really doing their best now. So I think that is a good chance for us to win.
Well, that leads into my next question. After their performance against MIBR, what do you think about facing them now?
Olha, eu acho que o MIBR fez um bom jogo. A gente costuma falar a famosa lua de mel também, quando todo mundo chega com vontade, assim, para a primeira partida, acho que todo mundo fica bem feliz. E também, como eu falei na primeira resposta, acho que a Loud também não tá no auge dela. Acho que nenhum dos 3 times brasileiros estão, então sempre é jogos truncados. E pra mim não muda nada. O quanto a MIBR jogou bem, o Loud jogou bem, a gente vai com tudo.
Yeah, I think MIBR showed a really good game last time, but they were not able to beat Loud this time. Like I said, they're not going through the best. All the Brazilian teams are not showing up the best right now, so I think there's a good chance for all the games to be very, you know, equal, and we have a chance for it.
Best of luck.
Well, that's kind of crazy. So Shani said, Loud isn't performing at they're not performing their best right now. So this could be a chance for them. I'm kind of curious. So pretty much what he's doing is he's hoping for the downfall of his opponents as far as them not performing well. But they still need to perform well, right, Riot?
Oh, of course. But what he's saying is true. This is the best shot.
Yeah.
This is the best time there's ever been for a non-Loud Brazilian team to beat Loud, maybe be considered the best team in Brazil. Though, to be fair, I think they need to do more than just beat Loud once.
Yep.
But still, no one has beat Loud from Brazil. They are 25-0 against Brazilian teams. So the fact that it's even a consideration, that it feels like a possibility, is crazy. We have never been anywhere near this potential reality where they lose.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna have to be super confident going into it because they have had some sort of success in this stage, and I feel like they're doing really well in terms of finding who they are. And I've mentioned this a lot, but it really comes down to their play style, how aggressive they want to be, how they're going to be using their comps as well to kind of be that kind of team that they're trying to be. So, for example, we saw them on Haven playing the really good Neon Breach comp, and it just looked so good. So I feel like Furia is taking all the right steps forward. Meanwhile, we're kind of seeing Loud kind of teeter-totter on what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in a similar fashion to how Furia were able to upset an off 100 Thieves, I think they could do the same to Loud with comps like that just injected so much chaos into the game on Haven. Like, they looked good, but they were doing some nutty stuff. Like, MW never stopped running at them. But that injection of chaos, a team that's not well regimented right now, could succumb to that. It can totally throw them off. They might not be able to handle that.
Absolutely. Now, let's shift gears to their opponents in Loud. Talk about Kawazine. Now, despite all the ups and downs, Kawazine has been putting up some major numbers, Athena.
He's been doing great. I mean, on that initiator role, he's able to set up his teammates and also be fragging potential, huge fragging potential. He's been putting up numbers, playing amazing, and from what I recall, I feel like he has a really big mid-round voice too. He's able to support his team not only behind the flashes and the stuns, but also using his voice towards those mid-rounds, being able to set up plays and enable the rest of the team to be as aggressive as they need to be.
I think Kawazine is really one of the underrated, fantastic, top, great players that we have in the game. And I think that's been the case genuinely since he joined Loud. He's been such an integral piece of them being able to maintain staying at the top level for last year and now trying to cling on to that this year. And I'm definitely looking at him to be one of the stars for the team, which never really used to be the case because they would always have so much crazy firepower on that squad. But now he's the guy that kind of needs to step up in that department, too.
Yeah, I actually really agree because we also talked a little bit about Sada being on the Neon and how, the way that he plays it is very strategic, using his stuns for his team. But I feel like when you pair that with someone like Kawazine enabling you to push forward, we did see a little bit of zoomies on the Sada. We did see him kind of go crazy, go forward. And so especially when you have like Tui's as well in that mix, it's like, all these players are just so able to go up and fight. And they have all that confidence. And that's the biggest thing that Loud needs. I'm going to keep saying this over and over again. They need to just be confident with the way they play. All their players are mechanically insane.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, the stakes are really high. Both teams need a win today. Loud needs to get some momentum and shoot for the top 6. And if Furia loses, well, they're officially eliminated. I mean, look at this. It can't, I feel like both teams definitely have something to lose, have a lot to lose here.
Yeah, again, first of all, Battle of Brazil, yes, but Furia is already so low down. All they're doing by playing this is proving where they stand as a region and is able to set up how they're going to build their roster or keep their roster even for the next year and how they're going to have that kind of play out. But for Loud, like you mentioned earlier, Wyatt, they're going to be 4-4 if they win this.
Yeah, this is a super important win for them. I mean, I forget what games they have after this, but their group is tough and they've already played MIBR. And MIBR and Furia, when they're heading into this, clearly they are the two teams that a lot of the other teams kind of just got free wins against when they were struggling hard. Now Loud are going up against both of them when they're looking better, which is tough for them, but they should be looking better too. They had that time off after Shanghai. They brought back Pancata, who was one of the original core members of the team that won champions with them. They should be better. They should be beating these teams. They have never lost to a Brazilian team. The Loud fans, we are stressed right now, all right? But they should be winning this.
Yes, well, you know what? Let's take a look at our talent predictions again. I want to see where we stand here. All right. Well, okay. So I ran away with Lev, me and Ender.
Okay.
And,
We get it.
But I just got to keep reiterating. But I mean, hey, look at that. Say it loud, say it proud. The majority of us are predicting Loud to take this one.
Yeah, we're all Loud fans here. I feel like, just to touch up a little bit on what Wyatt just said, is that they have had a lot of time. And I hope with that time, they've come with new comps as well. We've seen them kind of introduce the Neon and go with that meta. But I feel like they can definitely do a lot more with their map pool, because we haven't seen them play that many maps so far this stage. And I'm hoping that they have a lot more to bring to the table.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, listen, I think that this is Loud's to win. Furia, obviously, on one hand, they have everything to lose because this game is everything to them. But still, you know, Shanti said before this game, I think before their first game, like, that they were taking a very casual approach. Their expectations aren't like, we have to go hard and try to win. Like, they're just taking it game by game. They're keeping things relaxed. And they're up against a Loud where this means way more for Loud than it does for Fury as a win.
100%. Like, I'm really hoping that Loud has honed in on those fundamentals and the mechanics so that they can actually take this one home, because I want them to win. And the majority of us here at the analyst desk, we want them to win for sure. But we'll have to wait and see, of course. Well, you know what? What we're going to do right now, we're going to send things down to the stage and get this one underway. It is Loud versus Furia, and it is time.
Riot Games Arena. Hoje é dia de mais um confronto brasileiro. E buscando a hegemonia nacional, chegou a hora da Loud! E do outro lado, para manter o sonho vivo, recebam a Fúria!
Loud is going into this matchup proud and confident that they can secure a win against their fellow Brazilian opponents. But is it possible for Furia to take that win out of their hands here in stage 2?
I mean, it definitely feels that way. Look, we did all predict Loud. The majority of the people have predicted Loud to win. But this is a Loud coming off the back of almost getting upset by MIBR, who had not won a map until that series. Furia beat 100 Thieves the winners of the Stage 1 playoffs.
Wacky.
100 Thieves have been a little bit off.
Yeah.
This is super chaotic. After Furia then get just smashed by EG, expectations are kind of out the window.
Yeah, I feel like now it's kind of feeling like a 50-50 for me, a little bit higher towards Loud and Haven and Icebox to be these maps. Haven, we saw Furia put up a crazy performance. Yes, it was close versus 100 Thieves, but they had the Neon Breach comp. They were able to go forward, be aggressive, and do what they need to do to win that map.
It's interesting to see that Loud have picked it. They haven't actually played it yet, so I have two kind of questions in mind as I'm trying to see what teams are playing right now. Because they could either, most teams are playing the pretty standard like Jet, Sova, Breach, Omen, KJ slash Cypher. All reliable. And then we did see LEV, they brought out the Neon with the Breach. NRG played that comp that you loved, Athena. I love that one. So I'm thinking they have two approaches, right? They can have 2Es playing Jet with the standard thing, or they could have a Neon with Sadhawk. And we know Furia are going to play the Neon again. Or, well, we don't know, but we're going to assume they're going to do that again.
Yeah, low-key, I do want to see 2Es on the Jet op trying to fight against the Neon on the Furia side. I feel like that would be a really fun dynamic to kind of see and to kind of understand where he stands as a duelist. But as I say that, the Sadhawk
we got our
Neon
agents.
is back,
Oh,
baby.
the Sky. That's kind of interesting to not bringing out the Breach with the Neon. I mean, we saw LEV with those two agents, how great they can be at controlling the map, taking those early fights with all the stuns. And there's the Breach for Noswar with MW. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see the contrast and initiators there.
I guess the thing is that they're using Sadhawk as the stun util agent because we have talked about him playing a little bit slower. But again, gonna be super interesting to see how these teams fare.
Absolutely. Now let's head on over to map 1 and send it over to your casters. I hear they can get you a good deal on some illegal fireworks, people. It's Doug and Baby Babe.
I must confess, I have no idea what that is talking about. I'm not a plug for illegal fireworks. Do not bring those to me. Maybe bring them to him, though. Furia versus Loud, 25-0 for Loud. And they're going to be going up against Brazilian Brethren once more. We talked about how they almost lost against MIBR just a couple of days ago and how truly shambolic that would have been. But it almost feels like the stakes are the same, Dre. They've played 3 times across the history. Furia have never taken a map off of Loud, ever. This is silly.
Yeah, and there's a ton of pressure right now on Loud to not only win this match, but make it into champs, make it into playoffs even. And it's close right now. The season hasn't been that ideal for Loud. They started off hot. It seems like they've been back on the trot. Will be MW0 on this attacking side, already taking control of Garage, and Sadhawk. He gets dropped, but 2E's answering back, and Pancata with another.
The defensive side holding up very nicely across the middle of the map. Yeah, in the face of Sadhawk dying. It's tough being a duelist, I get it. But Havoc doing his best to keep it close, to keep it interesting. They're going to try to rotate back, but all of the spaces Les is taken through spawn is likely going to be the decider of the round. He spots them both, cleans them up. Loud get the pistol.
Yeah, it was a frenzy of kills around mid. MW0 taking that garage control early on, but he kind of whiffed on his rollout a little bit, so that was interesting.
Hey, you're absolutely right.
A little bit of match rust early on here, but imagine he'll get warmed up into things shortly. These were some nice shots from Havoc, getting those trades, but yeah, that flank from Les, taking all that space in main. Easy pick'ems for him. And he'll take those kills anytime, any day of the week. Will be an investment of a lot of light armor on the side of Loud. This might come back to bite them in the butt. We'll see. Sadhawk will be the forefront right now with that Outlaw in hand. Spotting the jiggles.
And dropping Zan for it. Meanwhile, it's interesting on the other side of the map, while they were looking to set up a little bit of early C aggression, Khalil TP'd past a lobby, got up short, ultimately falls, but I would think that was part of the safety valve there for them. If Khalil's able to get a little bit of space, if he's able to try to get out on A, they can play around that, but not the case.
Yeah, it will be that spike being planted as well, so already a good eco round for Furia. They're able to do some more damage here, but Les, again with the flank. So now it's all up to MW0, but he gets taken out by Kawazi. And just like that, it's already a 2-0 for Loud. Some rifles dropping, not the biggest of deals.
No, this should be okay, all things considered.
Team Ace.
Yeah, I think, again, wanting to note how Fury tried approaching the beginning of that round, I think we're going to see a little bit more of that as things play out, having Khalil take a pretty bold early TP through short. If there's no challenge on the other side, he's just going to be able to take that for next to nothing, Greg.
Yeah, what I'm worried about for Furia, though, is with taking all that space like that, Loud, the response from Kawanzin was just going straight up long and then having Tui's just pick up his short. So it's already the confidence that Athena was talking about from Loud that she wanted to see. They're doing it. And that's what I like to see out of teams, especially on the eco round. Looks like we will be having a tech pause already.
I'm being told it is an audio issue, and I mean, I'm no prophet, but I'm going to go ahead and guess it has something to do with that man on your screen right there, adjusting his in-ears. And maybe.
Yeah, certainly.
Hopefully.
I think he might have the...
Dude, I know that look.
Yeah, he had it on backwards for sure.
That's that. Wait, left and right? Do I have these upside down? What's going on here?
You know, I actually have these same earbuds at home, and I even have a problem like trying to figure out which one's left, which one's right. I find out halfway in the middle of my games what's going on, and yeah, it's sometimes it's a little too late at that point. Thank God.
That's why you're bottom frag.
Yeah, exactly. Thank God they caught it on early. You know, 2-0, caught it on the eco round, but.
Yeah, I imagine this will be a quick fix, and we'll get back into the action here very, very shortly. If you are just joining us, you've missed the first couple of rounds of Haven, but it's been pretty decisive the way of Loud. They won the pistol, and then the next was relatively clean, all things considered. Furious should be investing into this next round, and then we'll really get an opportunity to see how they want to approach the attack side default. I think given that Haven has rejoined the rotation without any changes, you kind of wonder, okay, is this just going to be the way it used to be played in the past, or what sort of adjustments are teams going to be making? I think the Breach Neon, we've talked about it a lot. It's such a good tandem, and I imagine that's where a lot of the setup will be coming from.
Yeah, on the side of Furia, certainly it will be like that. But with this composition that Loud are running, and I feel like it's one that they made really popular in previous metas, it can be so hard to bust through the C site because of that Viper wall, and to have an open anchoring in the backside as well gives you multiple different layers with that flash. It will be Sadhawk dropping low again. It's the second time he's gotten taken out first. Previously it was that pistol round, so Loud were able to bring it back the last time Sadhawk dropped early, and they kind of have the one up right now already. Cheating over towards that A site. Will be full opposition met here, and a lot of times this Viper here, that site smoke can be something to fall back on and rely on, kind of split the site in half.
Keep an eye on Kawanzin's utility here. Still has a flash, still has a dog. Could find a lot of what's going on, but instead they have no choice but to really concede the site. Utility dump. Tui's has already taken a little bit of space as he's trying to fight back site. MW's down there. He knows he is. He's got him cornered, but he's the one who falls. Loud crumbling here as Pankata's the last one alive. I don't know how Havoc doesn't see him there. That's a sad way to go, but Fury are on the board.
Yeah, MW Zira is just in the Matrix already. He somehow avoids demise from two members of Loud there. Sitting at like, what, 1 HP that entire time as well?
Yeah.
Just one bullet to the body would have done the job, but good work for Furia to get on the board and do it cleanly. So a lot of teams struggle in these moments when they're dealing with this Viper Orb being up and there's players in short A, but this time around, it looks like Furia have a good game plan of dealing with that fight. A lot to do with that Neon wall going up, not allowing anybody like Tui's to get early entry onto MW Zira and Hell. This time, change of pace, already fast up long.
Remember, Sadhawk's had a tough time dealing with some of this early aggression in the beginning of these rounds. He's already fallen twice. MW will cruise right past the defense. I mean, he's so far into Hell again. Almost identical look to what we saw in the previous round. Still gonna have to reckon with that Viper Orb that you were mentioning.
It's about to drop though.
I mean, it's drawn a line in the sand as it goes down. Kawanzin and Sadhawk join him. Shanji will fall. Havoc trying to stay alive. Managing to do so for the time being. Tui's and Pakata. Now it's on them to try to retake this. It's a 2v3. Yes, it's the way of Furia, but Khalil is so weak. This is very doable. And it seems like it's getting a little bit better their way.
Oh my God, Tui's actually invested that all and stuck it.
Nice reposition. Nazra and Khalil standing side by side, shoulder to shoulder, trying to keep this round alive for the attacking side. He's playing mind
One
games.
enemy remaining.
Naswar will fall. That's 3 on the round for Pankata. He's going to get all 4. It's Loud get their 3rd.
Yeah, he was so sharp in this round and really bringing it back in that 2v3. He snuck into heaven, got that insta-flick kill, and now he's sitting at 7-2 because of that cleanup. They played that round so well, dealing with this initial fight that Furia had done. And yeah, Furia have a great game plan going up against that Viper Orb on A site. But it wasn't enough. Pankata with the clutch plays and Tui's just being a full-on distraction right there, using that Omen ultimate to get behind the opposition, being a little nuisance there.
Yeah, dividing their attention, forcing him to look 2-3 places even where he might be.
I've been really impressed so far with Fury, even though they're down in this match so far, 3-1, with how they've dealt with that Viper Orb on A. A lot of teams have never figured out that recipe, and it's been years.
There's a lot of space being taken mid again. Kawanzin getting the best of Shanji.
And that's the spike. That's full info for Loud that there was a rotation going towards that C site with the spike in hand. So that's why you see this heavy lean towards C. And rightfully so for Furia, not committing and being overeager to that rush of reaction to go C. So it will be a free B site. They can get the spike planted and take even more space if need be. That Omen smoke is too late. So it doesn't dissuade Furia from going into sight. They're already past that. Pankata gets taken out because of it, but Tui's, he's been so good at the trades.
He really has been. They were looking to take more than just space. They're able to take a little bit of the opposition down as Khalil still spike in hand. And again, Naswar not far off. The problem here is Havoc's got to be cautious. Kawanzin is on the prowl now, spotting him. Cover going out. Just a couple warning shots.
Impeccable kill.
Understanding that there's someone else around. Kawanzin falls. Now the spike planted. It's a 3v3. The thing is, Havoc has his ult, but he's not really in a position to play for it. Does have 2 mollies. If they want to try to play around that. That doesn't seem to be the case for now. So turret goes up. Again, Loud falling apart. Less than a 1v3. Khalil so weak. Naswar not much better off. So far, spotting one off the wide swing. He just waltzes right into Khalil's crosshair.
That was a great 4v5 win from Furia. A right and proper read. Going towards that B site, understanding that it looked like everything was shown towards C. Just that small little adaptation. Small little step to not go in garage, go B site. You have a free site, walking all the way in, contacting. It's so important. It makes the members of Loud, like Pankata, have to face check if anybody has walked into B already, and that's why they get punished at the end of the day. And all of a sudden now, when Havoc gets that kill on the flank, it's 3v3 on a post plant where Loud have to use so much utility, make it obvious that they're coming in. Much like this obvious B hit.
And W working around his ult, working to get the best of Les and Kawanzin. The thing is, the spike hasn't made its way out of garage yet. This is so big, but the judge was not enough there. Naswar gets both, and now the site is wide open.
One-man army there, running through. Garage solo on the breach. And MWZ has no signs of slowing down from start to finish of that round. He popped that ult to entry all the way into B. And I feel like it's an ult that's very good to use in an anti-eco situation. Even if you don't connect with those headshots, you're able to get the fast body shot kills, be a nuisance, be crazy to hit, breaking so many targets. You're going so quickly. It could be really hard to punish a Neon that's full momentum, full steam forward, and it looks like there's no signs of slowing down right now. Fury are putting on quite the pace.
They've won 3 out of their last 4. Havoc and Shanji with ults to play around. Meanwhile, Loud seeming like they want to try to contest some of this A main space. And of course, it's MW to continue to push the pace.
Last time around,
they're so far up,
it was
man.
a punish, yeah.
They're so far up. The Paranoia is from a really aggressive spot. The Thrash is from a really aggressive spot. And Loud kind of have to take a step back, deal with the pressure that's coming in from long, try to deal with what's about to challenge him from short. And Sonic seems like he's wise to it and ready for it potentially. But Havoc's going to do a bit of the same. It's a waiting game to see who's the first to move. Fury will fall in a massive way, but Naswar getting 2 back with ult online. 2 targets left. 3 found, 5 bullets. Tui's now starting to creep forward. This ult's gonna be perfect, isn't it? Tagging him right up, filling in behind the space, jumps out to more utility, and it's a 4K for Naswar.
Not only that, but a 1v4 on top of it.
I know, I'm great.
Furia, they look so confident entering into the site, but they weren't able to take out Kawanzin in short A. the connection on the multiple players, but this 1v4, this was disgusting. The double stun at the end to secure it. Beautiful work. We've seen so many times how that breach stun could be cosmetic. This time around, using 2 of them, surely that secures the deal, and it does.
That was so patient by Nasr too. I mean, he had a window where he could have swung just off of his ult, but takes a step back, drops the stun, and then goes again. Very nicely done.
That was so sick.
For as much as Fury have struggled, and they have, their struggles have been very well documented, Nasr has been such a bright spot on an otherwise kind of cloudy season for this Brazilian squad. And you see why. 7-3 right now from the breach. Sadak trying to spam through, and the spam coming back the other way gets the best of them.
It's absolutely deleted.
Dude, I don't think they know that Nasr is here.
Definitely not a breach this close. It's just so awkward. And yeah, they do a good job of pausing the clock. And no one's looking at MWZR. He gets a free spray transfer.
Dashing forward, getting 2. Now Kawanzin with 5 HP left in a stinger. Swings into 3 because there's really no other choice. Nasr gets the last. That's now 8 kills for him. As Fury get to 5. Louder getting pushed here.
Yeah, and it's because Furia have identified how to play against this Viper composition. So a really good job of prep work and whatnot. Maybe these teams have scrimmed during the remake of Furia and etc. Maybe that's why they have such a good read on this. But a lot of teams, like I stated previously, they struggle against this Viper Omen composition, and they struggle against the stall that it has. But Furia, they're doing a good job of hunkering down, baiting that Viper wall timing, and then executing again. It's like a double-layered approach to their attack side right now, which is why it's been working so good for them. And Loud, they do not have an answer to deal with that initial stall once they get it.
If they can play around these timings as they have been, it seems like they're going to continue to find success. Loud call a timeout here. Fury have won 4 rounds in a row, 5 of the last 6. Full momentum their way. And again, I just want to remind you guys at home of what's at stake here. Yes, Fury still have a chance as far as playoffs go, but I'm not even really thinking about that right now. I'm just thinking about the history between these two. 25-0 for Loud against Brazilian teams. Fury has never taken a map off of Loud in the 3 times that they've danced across, what, 3-4 years now, something like that. I mean, this goes back a long time.
Since 2022, yeah. It's been a couple years. MWZR, he's had such a good start. 11-5 right now. He's looked really comfortable on the Neon on this map. And again, it's been this fast approach, but once they get into the site, that's when they slow it down from the side of Furia. They collect, and then they use their rechargeables once more and take control of that further space. This time, it will be a fast B. They're gonna run into less.
That's such a dangerous game to play. You know, as soon as that turret goes up in window, there's a chance you're gonna get spammed.
Yeah. Les did a good job of getting out of dodge quickly there after breaking that turret. Neon wall goes up, and it's spotted by Sadhak, but he doesn't know how many members have crossed over slowly there.
Right. So all he can do is really spam the wall a little bit and try to deal some damage, maybe catch a free one.
Right there.
That's why Kawazin has regrouped with him, try to get some info.
Well, they should know at this point. They've seen the Mosh utility, they've seen the nanos, they saw the Neon wall go up, so they know there's at least 3, likely more, that are knocking on the door of A. And this time, instead of waiting out the orb and waiting out some of the utility, they just fully disrespect it, knowing that they have the lockdown that they need to play around less. Managing to stay alive for now, staying up in heaven, now rotating through with Kawanzin. Op in hand for Tui's as well, as he has arrived at the scene.
The saving grace right now for Loud is that there's not a lot of utility for Furia on the board, just some breach flashes, that's about it. So that's why you see MWZR playing so close here. He might get taken out,
or he might get 2.
They line up, he's going for more, oh, no ammo!
The clip is run dry. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Havoc was on this really late flank. He took so much time to get there. Fortunately for his team, though, I mean, Loud fell apart before they even got there. And it was, yes, off of the big aggressive play that MW was able to make. 13-6 for the Duelist.
Really good macro right now as well from the side of Furia. That wall going up, all the players behind it walking. We get the lockdown in an aggressive spot like that. Yeah, we're smoked off, but there's only one lane that can come from.
Right.
So that's why Sadhak just gets picked off right there. And there was also a paranoia from Khalil that was invested into that to secure any type of push that was happening from the side of Loud to break that lockdown. So right now playing fundamentally sound and really aggressive as well. Fast A take already. Another 4-1. Less first point of contact, but he's got to worry about MWZR already creeping up on him.
Meanwhile, there was pace on the other side. Loud fully takes C-Long. And now they're fighting Havoc, who's playing backside. That should give them a really good idea that Ace should be pretty soft and pretty safe to be able to get through. With the alarm bot, with the nano, and then the crosshair train, Havoc takes a step back. This is all buying time, too.
Yeah, so much utility being invested on that flank for Loud and Furia, but yeah, you're right. That clock is just running down low right now in this retake. It's going to be so hard to pull off, especially with a judge in your face.
Same position. He found success in before. This time it will be the same song. Dashing forward into 3. That seems to be where things slow down for MW. But again, he's been so effective from there. Loud have not been able to really fight for a retake because as soon as they try, they just get destroyed.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any time on this one. I mean, it would take a Hail Mary of a stick, but yeah, it's done.
So all the kills go the way of Loud, but the spike will go off. Furia gets to 7. Loud are in trouble here.
What a great start from Furia, answering back after losing the pistol, losing the eco round. It's just been full steam ahead after that. That's 6 in a row. And decisive 6 in a row, too. I feel like a lot of these gun rounds haven't really been that close.
No.
And they're doing a great job on the anti-eco. Yeah, they all dropped here, but MW Zera, he's popping off on a different level right now. And now he's able to invest in an attack side operator, another new look. So now it's going to be a probable slow approach while we try to set up a neon pick.
Or
This guy's playing ranked right now for sure. Nothing wrong with that, though. I mean, if Loud is going to give you that respect and not sit you down, you might as well go for plays like this. He's taking all this space for free as well. He might get a pick here.
By himself. Meanwhile, again, Havoc has been called upon to be the last line of defense on the opposite side.
And to speak about aggression, Sadok in his own right. Yeah, he might be sitting at 2 kills, but his pressure alone is kind of forcing the speed up onto the C side.
Pankada's here. The trip is currently up. Just gets cleared out. Does he invest the pit? I mean, there's no way to do so comfortably here. That combo was so pretty. The breach flash hit to hit backside as MW dashes forward. The kills don't get any easier than that.
Everybody else dropping like flies around him, and he almost gets body blocked there, but the transfer for the operator might get him another kill. Sadhawk on the flank of Havoc, so it's all left to MW Zera and Khalil in this 2v4 scenario.
Khalil's in a tricky spot. He's got a paranoia in hand. There it is, invested. Tui's on the tap. Do they hear it? Oh, they spotted it. Somehow, it's all onto Sadhawk as he gets 3. The remaining members of Fury were just not able to hold him back.
It's like the duality of man. Yeah. Sadhawk starts with what, like 2 and 9 or something, but then in this round just instas everybody. Guess that's just the life of a Neon player, especially when you're the IGL of this squad as well.
You just gotta keep shooting. That's what he does. Big round from him there.
This entry, yeah, the setup was amazing. You're 100% correct. That breach flash coming out at the perfect timing of MW Zera sliding out, and even him getting out alive there was impressive in its own right. But look at that second shot. That's beautiful work from the IGL of Loud.
And so into the last round of the half we go. Finally, a little bit of the bleeding has been stopped. But Fury is still comfortable, still in the lead.
I think MW spotted less back sight. That's why the insta-stun comes out. But that trip was not broken, so not much to be worried about right now from the side of Loud. They know it's not going to be a fast B. Oh my god. What a pace in Garage right now.
Team members are here. Pankada and Les. Playing backside. Paranoia is traded. This is such an awkward spot to be in. No ults on the side of Fury, and it's not going to matter. Wow. Pankada and Kawanzin are so steadfast here. As for Falls, Havoc in a 1v5. Yeah, they're weak, but a 1v5 is still a big ask.
Yeah, especially with the layers of smokes that are about to come out. The flank, that's another one. Oh my gosh, almost connects on the 2Es there. Kind of worried about the flank, gives it a little jiggle.
Surely he doesn't 1v5, right?
Oh, it'd be so hard. But then again, we already saw 1v4 in the series.
Yeah.
Destroyed.
You never know. Trying to one-up his teammate, but this up-down, it's going to be too much to ask for. And Loud, they will secure that last round of the half, making it 5-7. Giving themselves a chance back into this game because it felt like for a second, Furia, they could have had a 9-3 on this half.
Yeah, they were starting to run away with it. But I think the big lesson there is whenever in doubt, stop feeding kills, set up in a high-low, and win the round. That's exactly what they do. But I do think you're right, though. Furia have and continue to impress. They continue to push Loud, and yes, it was primarily off of the heroics from MW, sitting at 16-9 at half, but they look good up to. Well, let's hear from Shandy and hear his thoughts on joining Furia's roster for the second time.
Então, a primeira vez que eu passei na Fúria foi logo no início do Valorant, foi o primeiro time que a Fúria teve, então muito feliz de estar de volta para estrear aqui nas franquias e também ao mesmo tempo por estar de volta na Fúria, que é uma organização que eu gosto muito. E acho que o que eu mais trago para essa Fúria, que eu desde aquela época eu sou bem assim, eu sou uma pessoa com muita energia, uma pessoa bastante ansiosa para frente, não gosto de ficar parado, gosto de ter motivação, alegria. E eu acho que é isso que faltava bastante na Fúria, então isso eu acho que é o principal fator que eu trago. Claramente a experiência, outras coisas de jogo também. Mas eu sinto, eu dou muito valor a isso. Eu acho que a alegria, estar vivendo esse sonho e passar isso para os meninos, acho que é a coisa mais importante.
Always good to hear from him. You know, he mentioned he likes to play with a lot of passion, a lot of energy, and a lot of excitement, and that doesn't necessarily reflect in the stats today. But when you think about him, when you watch his team on the stage and you see how impactful and how imperative he is in the vibes and in the chemistry of the team, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, and he also just looks like a cool kid. Like, I would definitely want to hang out with him because, like, I feel like this is just a hobby to him, and he's actually just like, you know, like Bad Bunny in disguise, like on the stage. What a cool looking guy, man. Really appreciate that. And then also, yeah, Furia, you know, they had such a rough showing their last series. We had the pleasure of casting that one. It was a stomp from EG, and it looked really cool for EG's point of view. But it's, you know, bittersweet when you're Furia after you beat 100 Thieves. You come back the next match, you get absolutely steamrolled. So now they have something to prove, and who other than a team like Loud to prove it up against?
You know, that victory, if it were to come through, would be exceptionally sweet. We do have to mention, though, now it's Loud turning over to the attack side. Yeah, Sadak has been quiet. He's been getting picked off a couple of times pretty early, but much like we saw in the close of that half, he just has to keep going, and he will find success.
Yeah. Most definitely. In this game so far, in the Battle of the Neons at least, it has been MWZR who's been on top with the first kills, first deaths. He's 3-1. Sadak is sitting at 1-4. Let's see if this time around on the attacking side, Sadak can slowly bring that to be more even.
He's going to have to.
In his favor.
I mean, he's going to have to. The fact that they are not running a breach to set him up either kind of leaves some questions.
Yeah, it makes it kind of hard, but also, he is a Neon that enables the rest of his squad as well, breaking a lot of Killjoy utility early on here. Understanding that rotate will probably come out. That's why you see them already falter back and space be taken front B. Now less. He's looking for a 1v1 right now. If anybody's willing to give it to him, he might take their head off clean.
I mean, MW will give it to you every time. He will take the fight. He may not always win him, but the guy is resolute when it comes to that. Still playing backside. Sadak just on the other side. Both Neons go in, threaten each other a little bit, and then dash back out. Meanwhile,
oh my
Shandy
goodness.
falling early.
That was a crazy shot right through the crack of the garage doors. But that Omen flash, that's brutal.
It's so good. MW will get another.
What?
But he will fall. That's two now that Pinkata has gotten that are pretty ridiculous shots. He's having such a good game right now.
We got to see those over. But yeah, he is popping off right now in his own right. On the Viper, nonetheless, I mean, that's a very comfortable role for him.
Havoc and Oswer forced to figure out how they get through a 2v4 retake with a pistol. That will certainly help the situation. Pinkata on the other side, and Les is there too.
But now it's both players found out. Info gathered for the side of Loud. No double swings yet. There it is.
There were just too many numbers at the end there. I think as soon as they drop down to one, there's blood in the water. They're going to get pounced upon. That's exactly what happens.
Gotta see those shots from Pancata. That one through the garage doors from the start. That must have been a pixel angle, a little nasty shot right there. And the follow-up, just one tap. Oh, that's disgusting. Peeked into it.
Just takes a step.
And then that one through the Omen smoke. Just has a feeling someone's sitting there.
You can kill me.
Pancata sitting at 15 kills.
There was so much excitement for Pancata as it was announced that he was joining Loud again, and you know, after his brief absence from VCT, his presence was sorely lacking, and you could tell it was felt. When you put up performances like this, you understand why. Sada gets the spike down. Loud should be able to get back out of here. Have 3 rifles into this round, too, and a stinger.
Yeah, they're just going for full post plant spam right now, and rightfully so. Why even play any close angles? But it can get a little dicey. It can get a little scary here. Once that Omen smoke comes back for Khalil, there's an opportunity to potentially stick the spike.
That one way makes it so difficult.
That molly doesn't land far enough to get anybody out. Flank comes through from Havoc, but he's not able to connect any of those shots, and it should be an easy cleanup right now. Wait, Little Bro's on.
He
gets half.
only gets half. He's gonna have to stick
No
it.
way.
He's gonna stick it. He's
No
gonna
way.
stick it the whole way. What?
A thrifty from Furia. That's the only way Loud loses the round. Is if the spike is sticked in a moment like that. Little Bro, he got half. Felt like he did more of the work, though. That first half, it could be so hard to get, and it's so important to get it.
For a long time, it just looked like they were going to be waiting things out and then dying to the spike, but what a ridiculous close to that round.
And a lot of teams in these moments, they actually put that Omen smoke deeper into that C-long choke. But I feel like that tends to favor the attacking side on the post plant this time.
Oh boy.
It's Havoc to get the first blood into Garage. A fast pace of Loud zone. But the thing is, when you're running a Viper Omen composition like this, I feel like playing fast doesn't tend to be the preference that you want.
I mean, when you've got a Neon, though.
Yeah, but still.
Gotta go fast.
What's the follow-up utility with it? You know, all you have is a Sky Flash.
Yeah.
In this case, you just get spammed in Garage based off of the Neon, and it's not even the Neon that drops. Poor Tui's. Sadok trying to even the numbers right now, and he will do that. Maybe and some more. He slides back in.
That's bold, and it works. He gets his 2. They're going to try to push back in through spawn, but Les is going to be a little too late to the party, isn't he? He gets his 1, but now they know where he is, and he's trying to call a bluff, but it's not a bluff. He's gotten it to happen again. They've asked for help from the 3rd member of the team. Les falls, the defuse comes through, Furia get to 9.
Yeah, Sean G closing out the round there. The double swing at the end. We got Little Bro sticking the spike. Looked effortless right there. A good job playing the 5v4 advantage for Furia. They're looking really good right now. They look really confident. They don't look distraught at all. The setups make sense. That was probably as wild as it's gotten.
Sure.
But the cleanup from the rest of the squad on point. Look good right now.
I mean, once you get that thrifty come through in the 2nd round of the half, yeah, all momentum goes back your way.
Fast A fight from both squads. MW with the wraparound, can't connect because of the dizzy. Oh, but he connects on a Kawanzin.
Managing to settle too. He's feeling some of the pressure. Tries to reposition.
Oh, this might work.
They're pushing really hard against him here. He still manages to get 1 though.
What a great trade. And now Benkata, he's like, guys.
What happened?
Yo, I just got to my lurk spot. What's going on right now? Poor guy, he's in a 1v4. I mean, it's going to be hard for him to crawl back into this one. It's probably pretty obvious, too, from the side of Furia where he's been positioned.
Well, I imagine the rest of this round is a conversation for Loud. Potentially even a timeout on the other side of this. You know, we've seen that a couple of times where the round is, for all intents and purposes, decided, and it becomes a little mini timeout into the next one. So we'll see if that's the case as we have a few seconds to think things through. Furia continue to look impressive. MW continues to push the pace, and I think when you've got Noswar playing as well as he has all year, alongside MW, who just continues to look more and more comfortable
30 seconds
in the
left.
Neon role,
yeah,
there's a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, and MW, he's been kind of struggling. I feel like he started off the season really hot, and he kind of lost his confidence halfway through, you know. I mean, it makes sense. You're having a bad season. It's really easy to be down on yourself.
Yeah, they were 0-6.
Yeah, but that reset for this stage, too, and beating 100 Thieves, a team that got, what,
10
top 4
seconds
in
left.
Shanghai, and they won NA.
Yeah, to be able to best them there certainly feels good. And again, the possibility of Fury making playoffs is outrageously slim, but it exists. It is there.
I'll tell you what, they're definitely not going into this stage 2 thinking that, yeah, okay, we need to win every single match. You know, I think this is more of a team building experience right now more than anything. It's just making sure that they have a foundation, like we stated previously.
Sure.
And here's that timeout. Yeah, Loud needed to use this timeout. It's 6-10. You lose this next round, it's looking very dim.
Yeah, take this opportunity to yap a little bit more.
Yeah, and something I want to yap about is the composition choices, right?
Sure.
We have on one side from Furia, we have Gecko Breach, and Gecko being, you know, one of the solo info characters on this map isn't too popular. But I like the stuff that Furia does with it, especially on that attacking side. On the retakes as well, so far it's been looking good. And I like the use of the Breach, obviously. It pairs up very well with the Neon. Now, on the other side, we're seeing a really OG composition for the side of Loud. They kind of invented this, I feel like, where it's the double controller with the Viper Lurks on A. The key differences here is that Furia have game plans going up against this, and it feels like Loud has just not been ready for the re-clears or any type of stall that Furia did on their attacking sides. You know, like most notably how I told you on the sites, when they use the first layer, they wait, go to second layer. This time around, though, the big problem with this composition playing against the Viper is that A short lurk. It's just so deadly at times, and it denies so much info. But Furia did a great job that last round of doing a little crunch with MW0 and Shanji in that short A and re-clearing all that space.
It was so fast, too.
It's quick.
I mean, Loud didn't really have any idea of what hit him. No chance to respond, no way to settle. So out of the extended timeout, Loud would approach the 17th round with ult pop from Sadak already. And as soon as it gets used, it's put away.
He gets absolutely obliterated. He was on a lone mission. I'm sure he would have wished he had his breach of his own in that moment to set him up, but doesn't matter now. Khalil, the anchor on the C site, and it's MW running through garage window, cleaning up too. It's Pancata left alone again.
It was such a nice setup. And it was just so easy there. Pancata's gonna have to 1v3 this, and as soon as he looks away, Khalil is on the swing, still managing to land a dink, getting one for it. He got his 3, but Furia get another round. The window of opportunity for Loud just continues to get smaller and smaller.
Yeah, it's closing on them right now. And Pancata, he's the only one that's been able to open up any type of door that we've liked to see so far. Maybe he needs to be the first contact in a lot of these scenarios because he's being left alone on an island. And yeah, he's cleaning up 2-3 kills by himself. That was so disgusting, sliding out the garage window like that, by the way. Mad props to MW. You can see he's been putting in the work. Yeah, even he can't believe it.
Hey, he's watching it settle. Fury have gotten to 11. Look at this crunch setup. The paranoia in from a short. The dash in from mid with Dizzy over the top. Sadak is already dead, and Khalil with 3. That feels like a knockout punch.
Absolutely obliterating the opposition. Pancata alone again.
My ultimate is ready.
But he brings it to a 1v2 right now.
I mean, he's always good for at least 1, usually 2. The problem is he's in 1v4s. He's in 1v5s.
How many has he been in? It's been the last, what, 3-4 rounds?
The gap that he has to make up when he finds himself in these positions is so great.
Toxins going up.
It's borderline impossible. But of course, it is Pancata we're talking about. And if this goes well, he's going to get 1s the entire way. It's all on to Havoc now. This would be a massive swing in momentum. But can it be replicable, even if he's able to pull it off? A 1v1. Havoc waiting on the other side, and he can sit on the spike. He doesn't have to be aggressive. He doesn't have to take any of the space.
Oh my gosh.
30 seconds left.
Has to go. And he does have plenty of time to think this one through, to approach it the way that he wants. Meticulous clearing of every single corner. Pancata gets all 4. The Red Bull clutch for Loud.
What an absolute monster in the server we're seeing right now. 23-11. A 1v4, he finally does it this time. And that was a great push. That defensive-sided aggression, it was perfect. But this, just getting sloppy at the end. Playing 1v1s, no trades. You can't give Pancata the time of day like this.
Nasra was kind of stuck mid. He wasn't able to join up with Havoc, so you're right. He got his 1s, and when you give Pancata 1s like that, yeah, he's going to punish you.
In this form that Pancata's in right now, no. You do not want to be giving him any of those.
I I think, again, though, I've got to ask you a question that I asked you there at the end of the previous round is, how replicable is that? Because you can't keep continuing to ask him to deliver in 1v4s and 1v5s and think that's the key to success.
You're 100% right. It's definitely something that you cannot rely on and fall back on, but any more type of rounds that Loud can get to look back to normal and look like their normal selves, because they've been looking like a shell of themselves lately. A nice pick from MW0 once more.
All of that was punished off of seeing where the cam came from.
Yep.
As it goes up, they know that somebody's playing in the tight corner, and they dump everything in the kitchen sink to clean them up, and they do so.
They've denied that A lurch so many times, and it's been paying out dividends for them later in the round. 2E's, he has a free B site where all this commotion is happening. Sadhak!
There was that. They're committing to C. Wait, they've got the plant. They don't know that Khalil's here. Okay, finally spotted. 12 HP now. The flash up. The swing through. Khalil dead. A 4v2, the way of Loud. This is a big one. They've got the pit down. I don't think there's any way for Furia to get back into this.
No, it's just a save right now from the side of Furia. And 2E's, he's on the hunt right now, so it's all left to Sean G. All alone here. He will get an upgrade, I believe, right here. That's Les's gun from the previous round. But yeah, just to get back to my point, I mean, the more rounds that you give Loud to bring a comeback, get them back into the form that we all know that they can be in, that's not a good thing for you. So losing that important 1v4 round like that, giving Loud more opportunities to crawl back into the game, which we've seen them do time and time again, it's not something that you want from the side of Furia.
Yeah, you can't give them much.
You could have been on match point already. Think about that.
Now 2, the way of Loud.
And this next round, here we go, that replay. That was so nice, being able to see right over the cage. Nice heads-up play. 2E's with the response, front B. It was just easy cleanup after that. Yeah, it will be a Furia timeout, so they are going to be on a pretty dodgy buy, to say the least. I mean, there's only one rifle that was saved from the previous round. And yeah, they're wishing they were on 12 right now, I'll tell you that.
I do like the timing of this timeout, though. I mean, given that we're so close to the end of the map, given that they're only a couple of rounds away from putting Loud away, have the conversations now, figure out how you need to close this through, if it's through prioritizing ult orbs in order to be able to deal a big punch like that at the end of the half or whatever it may be. But you just can't let this one slip away, man. For as dominant as you've looked on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, they look great.
They look good on attack. They look good on defense. They've really got Loud pushed here. I mean, can't let this one get away.
Seriously, if they don't lose that 1v4, all of a sudden Loud's on like a scrappy buy. You're sitting at match point. It might have been over already.
Yeah.
So yeah, they need to clean this one out, clean it up, finish this one. Like I said, it's going to be a dodgy buy, but they do transfer the rifle that Sean G brought over in the last round onto MW0, and he's been popping off, so there's still a chance. That timeout was for the next 2 rounds. Most notably, you know, the round after this, where it's going to be a full buy from Furia, but...
And Nasr should have his ult online.
But who knows? You know, we've seen a bunch of crazy ecos happen in the last couple of days.
All year, it feels like.
Yeah. Especially with the stingers. I mean, the thrifties with the stingers, we've seen so many crazy shots be landed, especially on close range angles. Khalil almost drops right there. No heal to bring him back to full.
No, he just gets tagged instantly. They draw the paranoia out. The dog was invested. He gets away.
Good job right now from Loud, though, baiting out all that utility. Baiting out that paranoia, baiting out the omen smoke. One comes back online for Khalil. But so far, good job of not getting punished, not taking any type of damage, and identifying that there was a potential stack on the C site.
They're already ahead of this, though. Furia have 3 members here.
Cool.
Is he going to stick that?
Stun.
2E's doesn't commit. There is some of the utility here and a couple of ults that they can play around. They're just going to rotate away, but look at all the space that Shanji's taken.
Yeah, and it's been these moments for Loud where they tend to crumble.
Cautious.
I'm thinking of the MIBR match right now. Every single time Loud seemed to play these super slow rounds, they got punished for it.
The trip is going to keep them back. It's so well played. MW's going to get caught through the smoke at the hands of Sadhak. Nozzle playing backside as Sadhak gets another. The trip has been cleared, and now Les is able to turn attention back his way. He's got him spotted, though. He's got him figured out. He's got him corralled and controlled in the cage. Les falls.
I'm out.
They're weak on the other side, but there's just not enough guns. There's not enough space to do this, is there? Loud gets to 9. That was messy.
Yeah. Averting a crisis honestly. But good work from Sadhak, most notably. He got 3 into that round. 1 on the entry, taking out his counter, MW Zera, who, yeah, got stuck in that little awkward spot. Omen smoke coming up right in front of his face. A good anti-eco from Loud. It got a little bit weird, rotating from C to A back to C. Could have gotten punished in the transition, but they didn't this time around.
Aggression from MW. They've already taken A long.
Yeah, and this is something you're going to see a lot from this side of Furia. They do not want Loud to get any type of lurk in a short, so you're going to see these two, most notably, re-clearing all of this space together. It's really good job right now from Furia to deny that A lurk. Ooh, Havoc, it's getting dicey in Garage Window, but he's still alive somehow.
He's got to be careful. He's got that ult.
Hey, it's such an important ult in a round like this.
And again, Nasra has his.
Oh my goodness, he might just catch up. Oh, doesn't spam the wall, but he will get out.
Oh, but they've left a trap.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh!
Easy now! You let that one overcook, son!
Exactly where you are.
What a mess!
Sometimes you just gotta take what you're given.
Cracks are
too greedy.
Cracks are starting to show. The reposition is really nice from Khalil. Stays alive, but they've got to understand they don't have backside control. You cannot be lulled into a false sense of security. A second tap of the spike, a second swing from Sadak, and he gets decapitated. Pankata, of course, it's Pankata. Who else? Nasra on the response, but he cannot answer all of the questions that are asked of him.
Another scrappy buy now for Furia, and just like that, this might be a tie game. That 1v4 from Pankata. My goodness, are they reaping the benefits? And wow.
That was so close.
In that moment, that was such a good and important kill that was needed. I'm so glad production got that replay of that shot from Kawazin.
Shout out the observers, they're the goats.
That was such a nasty angle for him to just come out of garage doors like that and hold back sight. Really good awareness of Loud in their own right, basically doing what Furia did to them on their defensive side, right back at him. Just holding for the back sight, waiting for any type of mistake for the defenders to make. And this time around, it was a little bit of over-peaking. But yeah, that short kill, that's a rough one right there.
Last time out for either squad, so we're hands off the wheel for the rest of it. 1 round separating these two, and again, it's been all Furia up until the last 4 rounds, up until that 1v4 from Pankata that you mentioned.
You cannot give Loud a chance back into the game. As soon as they feel it, they're gonna take it, and they're like, okay, now we can win this. They have so much experience. Every single member on this squad has so much experience under their belt. It's absurd.
I mean, Pankata hasn't had to deliver any more 1v3s, 1v4s, 1v5s, anything like that. Every round since then has been so much cleaner.
It's been convincing, yeah.
So there's a very good chance we get to 11-11, barring a Thrifty. And you imagine here if you're Furia, get Shanji's ult online, keep Havoc's ult up, and then go from there.
Insta mid walk from MW. Loud will be aware of something in middle, not because of that Sky Flash. And this has been the case most of the rounds for Loud on their anti-ecos. It's been just kind of prodding up C-Long with that orb, seeing if there's any type of read that they have on Furia, maybe baiting out a stack, baiting out some key utility. Here comes the re-clear of mid. This is all because of that Sky Flash connecting earlier in that.
Right. Khalil's posted it pretty close here. I can't imagine he's going to get challenged. It seems like Loud have eyes set on B.
They're going to have a free sight here as well. I wonder if this wrap out of garage, though, if that could be a thorn in the side of Loud, but Pankata, he's already setting up for it. Yeah, this off angle is so hard to clear. He should, unless he whiffs in this moment right here, he should get these kills for free.
I mean, they might crunch.
Oh, they're wrapping. Yeah, they're wrapping garage window right now.
Furia thought they were the ones who had the trap set. Sadak is in such a good position, but only gets one, only tries for one. Doesn't force the matter. I'm really surprised that they've invested this ult here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a blunder. It doesn't really get you that much space anyway. Yeah, it's a free actual site. Maybe they're banking on defusing the bomb again, the spike?
Well, I mean, it's been worn out. At this point, the timing window that they may have had is now gone.
Little bro's on it, but he gets taken off immediately. This is a much harder post plan.
These smokes are so miserable to try to get through. They're so weak, though. And again, all they have is pistols, but is it going to be enough? I don't believe so. Havoc's in a really nice spot. Kalantin's left alone. He's got to settle the shots. He's gotten it down to one. Khalil starting the defuse. Time is so short. He's got to stick it, and it's a spam through the smoke again. But Kalantin stops it. The Red Bull clutch comes through, and we're tied at 11. Why is Loud? Why do Loud always deliver heart attacks?
They're a team that starts off very slow normally, and this match is definitely indicative of that. This time around, this was a nasty shot. I thought for sure Pancata had the upper hand here. I kind of wonder what it looked like from his point of view. It was probably so quick.
Yeah.
But even here, I mean, this came down to a 2v1. Havoc went a little too fast on that timing on the flank after he got the first kill. But speaking of fast plays, Sadak, he wanted to go fast into A lobby. That breach stun, he gets him off.
Meanwhile, MW has an op online. Currently posted up towards C, no challenge that way yet.
Yeah, no one there at all. And this is Loud that has been ending C for most of this half. So when this A hit finally comes through, he might catch a lot of the members from Furious sleeping.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think they've ended A at all.
No, not one round. Oh, the turn! Kalanzin, he gets two.
Striking just while the iron is hot.
It's round over. Surely. Can't bring this one back.
What a colossal meltdown. I mean, like Pompeii type here. Furious should have put this away. But it seems like Loud are going to be able to waltz through the rest of this with very little resistance. I mean, they have to save these weapons. They're going to carry two rifles and an op into the next. Maybe they can toss that over as MW should have his ult online, but to be this close and to let this one go hurts.
Yeah, that's brutal. It's a brutal feeling. I mean, they had every right to win this map. And all of a sudden, it's going to be Loud on match point? Are you kidding me? Well, there will be some nice exit kills from the side of Furia. The only saving grace we've seen so far, but that's the operator gone.
That's the one you needed.
You're not getting that one back either.
They will carry two rifles. And again, MW does have his ult. Ooh.
Goodness, Pancata's been an absolute freak and a menace this entire map.
He really has been.
I mean, he might end this game with 30. I'll tell you what, if he gets left in another 1v4, he'd definitely get 30.
Currently sitting at 27 and 13.
Yep.
You take a look at this one more time. As they were trying to do their best to keep some of those weapons online. Again, the op did fall, and now there's not enough to invest back into it. So what do you bring into this? A Guardian, a Bulldog, a Judge?
You do have a lot of ultimates. That is the saving grace. You got the Thrash available. First one of the half, I believe. It's kind of weird to say that. You know, when we think of Geckos, we pride so heavily how many times you get that ultimate in a half.
Too many. Way too many.
Yeah, this has been a disaster defensive side from the side of the area. Might be a second. I don't recall how he used the first one if he did have it. But either way, he has it available for this last round.
They've already gotten past the smoke. MW's so active here.
They hear him. Yeah, and this is that problem with that lurk wall that you have to deal with. It's just so dicey. Oh, look. With all this utility being shown from Loud, they're not even in a lobby and they bait out the hot hands right now.
They played him like a fiddle.
That being said, though, this is a crossfire play in Garage. This could be good, but what is that from Sadak?
Just seeing through walls.
Oh my goodness. A picture-perfect moment for Sadak.
Two from the leader. Now the ult pop. They're going to rotate back A. And they're going to find a free site.
I mean, they've done it, surely. Sadak, the IGL, a menace of his own on this attacking side.
30 seconds left. Low.
Such a brutal way for this to turn. As they say, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And this finish has been all Loud, all the way.
What a comeback, man.
Just two remaining for the defense.
You truly can never count this team out. You gotta sit them down, you gotta put them in the ground if you wanna beat them.
To finish it on a flawless round for Loud is just ridiculous. 13-11, it seemed like they were done, it seemed like they were down, and it seemed like Furia were finally gonna get a map off of Loud, and it just comes up 2 rounds too short. What a tragic way for that to go. And again, it was off of that 1v4 from Pancata. That was the switch. That's where everything turned.
Yeah, I mean, you said it to perfection. That was the moment. That was where it all crumbled for Furia. Not playing the disciplined game. They thought they had it in the bag. Yeah, they did that aggressive push, and it worked out great. They got 4 to the round. But if you're not closing it out like that, you're giving a team like Loud the confidence to come back. You cannot be giving a team like this the opportunity to do so.
No, with the experience that they have, they're able to shut the door in the face of Furia. 13-11 on Haven. Icebox on the other side of the spray booth. See you guys right back.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Down the pre-fire Superman. Maybe shouldn't be getting away with this one. He's left it to the 1v1. Superman.
Tiene la tercera, pero Basile dice que no. 3-1. Coge la primera. Sigue aguantando.
Are we on time?
All right, welcome back. While it looked like, Furia was going to take that last map, the first map that they went up against Loud, and Loud just came back. It's like what Baby Bay said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
I mean, listen, that was a great comeback, and a lot of credit to Loud, but also, I mean, man, did they toss that away. That should have been a Furia map win, no doubt.
100%. Yeah. Now let's talk about some of the highlights. So even though Furia did not win, I mean, we still had Nazra and MW0. There's some highlights coming from that.
Yeah,
I would say
absolutely. Both of them were playing fantastic on that attack half.
Yeah.
And specifically, I was really impressed by the fact that MW was kind of knowing when to hold back. He was doing a much better job than against 100 Thieves when he was just over aggro every single round. Yes, he was getting some kills, but so many of the rounds he was throwing his life away too. And when I saw them playing more reserved in the right moments and dominating the attack half in this way, it looked like it was a sure win for them. They fixed the little mistakes that they had even after they beat 100 Thieves.
Yep, they used a util, and that kind of duo combo was working perfectly together. It felt like they had the synergy to kind of bring it back, and you can see the vibes. And look at these stats. I mean, Nazwar, I know he doesn't have that high of an ACS, but he was constantly setting up MW for those kills.
Yeah. Now, I'm honestly just impressed with everything that we're seeing from them. But, honestly, hopefully, they'll do a better job on Icebox. But we had a bit of a hiccup earlier, but we actually have Elizabeth standing by with Coach STK.
Here with Coach STK of Loud. You almost didn't have it, but then off of a Picado 1v4, you run away with it and shut Furia down. I'm going to ask you about the mood of the team before and after that 1v4, because Pancata is taking his time to that 1v4, just isolating those 1v1s. What was the mood like before? What was the mood like after? And you just taking the game and running with it?
I think that the mood was pretty the same because we have like a really good read on the game, but in the details we were losing. Like I think that we lost 1v4 for Anazir, and then we still like happy and trying like more and more. And the clutch of Pancada win the game for us because I think that's brought back our confidence, So the game was like a lot on their side, but Pancada bring up for us.
Well, shout out Pancada. Best of luck on map 2.
And confidence is exactly what I was talking about going into it. And that Pancata round, it was just so important. I mean, winning the 1v4 to kind of come back and have that clutch situation. It was so good. They won all 7 rounds after that to win the game. I think it was just phenomenal. I mean, you can see here the vibes kind of went up for Loud, and for Furia, they couldn't pick it back up. I mean, 11-6 to losing the round, not winning a single round after that. Your mental must be shattered if you're on Furia's side.
We've seen it so many times that when a team is down, one player can make a huge play and just completely flip the switch for everybody. And also felt like after that, Furia, they stopped playing proactively in the huge majority of the rounds. They were playing so slow, just hoping that like a round would come to them where they could win. But it just allowed Loud so much free space, getting free kills as well with Sadok walking forward.
It was like they were hoping not to make any more mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
But the second you get into that mindset is the second you're going to lose the game, when you're literally playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And again, we saw how good MW was doing earlier on in the game, being aggressive and having that support behind him, but it just stopped. And that clutch from Pancata was literally the momentum turner for that game.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? Let's hear what the Furia coach has to say just ahead of map 2.
Here's the Coach Coy of Furia. A heartbreaking map loss. That absolutely would have been yours. I'm going to ask you just one very simple question. If Pancata had not won that 1v4, all things considered, would you have won that map?
Cara, custa o mapa, sem dúvida. A gente já se cobrou ali atrás. Eu não tenho dúvida que a gente fecharia o jogo. Esse é o preço da irresponsabilidade, gente. A gente tava 1v4, a gente decidiu trocar todo mundo individual. Aconteceu. Agora o mais importante é a gente focar pro próximo mapa, esquecer isso e, infelizmente, aconteceu esse round.
Yes, 100%. It was a little bit of a responsibility. We had 4v1 and we started just acting individually, going for it. We discussed it in the backstage. Now we just changed the focus and let's go for the second map with everything resetted.
All right, reset. Best of luck on map 2.
Well, yeah. Well, we're looking at Icebox next, and hopefully Furia can pick things up here.
Definitely. If there's any map they can come back on, at least from what we've seen so far in Stage 2, when they're down, I believe in their Icebox. They beat 100 Thieves on it in their very first map this stage with Shawnee joining the team, and they looked the best on that map than they've looked on any of them so far.
It was a close map, but you could tell that they were able to kind of put their own spin on their playstyle on it and were able to be super aggressive. I'm just hoping that the end of that last map doesn't bleed into the start of this map because their Icebox was looking really good. I mean, Fury, they've had a good record on this, but Loud, on the other hand, they've also had a really good record. And this comp, I mean, the double controller, the double initiator, we've seen them play this kind of before. Loki, I was kind of hoping they'd pull out the arena again from like way back. But yeah, I mean, this comp makes sense.
Yeah, they played that comp against EG where they barely lost 13-11. This is the same thing that Furia were playing as well against 100 Thieves. They looked so fundamentally sound on this map, so coordinated with swing timings, and I'm hoping to see that from them again to make a comeback here into the series.
Absolutely. Will this one make it to a map 3 is the question. Well, let's find out and send it back to your casters. Here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Akeem. Yeah, we turn our attention over to Icebox, where Loud comes in with this double controller comp. And Dre, you mentioned something off cam that I want to get your thoughts on. It seems like roles have swapped around a little bit. There's been some shifting of the tides for Loud.
Yeah, definitely. It was 2Es that was on the Omen last time around. Also Pancata on the Viper. Now it's 2Es on Harbor and Pancata on Omen, which I think is good for them. I think it's good to have a new look. I feel like Loud have played pretty much the same composition on this map for the last like 2 years, it feels like. So I think having a new look, some freshness to the compositions, and I also think that they're kind of feeling that the meta kind of shifted away from Viper in a way, and I think that they felt that against EG, and that's why they're doing this now.
Yeah, I mean, those nerfs suck. I get it.
Definitely. And on the other side, yeah, it was Furia who looked really good on this map against 100 Thieves. They played fundamentally sound, still running more of a standard composition.
Oh, there is a lot of Loud presence here. You've got to get out of there, son. 65 HP, saves the heal for himself, but it's all for naught.
Yeah, absolutely smothered.
I mean, Kalantine and Pancata cracked the site wide open.
This guy's in your spawn already, all the way pushed up Snowman. Gets the kill anyways. Through the harbor wall. He's not slowing down whatsoever. He looks so crispy. Even his crosshair positioning, his awareness is so on point right now. He's gonna get it. Oh my gosh, one more. Yep. 3K for Pancata.
The guy is ascending. It's ridiculous.
Dude, he looked so rough when he first got back onto this roster, but now, I mean, he's fully adjusted back onto the stage. He's looking great. He's looking greater than ever, honestly.
He's back. He is back. 3-0 for Pancata, who had what felt like, I don't know, 2,000 kills in map 1. And he's just continuing to push the pace, man.
He basically killed both these players in Snowman with barely seeing them.
Dude, that's the smirk of someone who knows.
Yeah. He's so chill about it, too, isn't he?
3 rifles, 2 pistols on the attacking side. Furia. Somehow we're going to have to get rid of the sour taste that Haven left in their mouth and do so quickly.
Yeah, but, I mean, as much as you have talks about it amongst yourselves backstage and everything, it's so hard to get out of that in the moment.
Oh, yeah. You don't just forget it.
Gosh, MW0, I mean, doesn't have to worry about any killjoy utility on his flank whatsoever, so he might actually get a lot of value right here. He's finding the window of opportunity, the timing. Maybe Les has heard him now?
Or he's just going to go back to drop the alarm bot, but it might be too little too late. Oh no, he's called for reinforcements. Kalantine is with him, but MW has slipped the net.
Look at Pancata, though.
2, 3. He spotted them all. Gets 2, gets all 3, spots the 4th, not able to land the shot. MW again making a mess of the situation. How do Nazar and Khalil try to crawl this thing and drag it over the finish line? They just can't. Kalantine gets both. There was a moment of concern, but it settles.
That was ridiculous, by the way, from MW. I very rarely see players get all 3, especially with a sheriff in a position like this.
Yeah.
Usually the bullet inaccuracy after the reset doesn't connect. Like that 3rd shot right there, usually that's the one that just goes far right or far left, somewhere off your screen.
And there was a little bit of help. Nazar had weakened him up. So it only took one body shot, but honestly, you can't tell that on the stats, so it's all good. 3-2 for MW. Furia now with weapons. And Loud, because of how messy that was, because of MW's antics, only able to carry 3 rifles into this.
Yeah, Tui's and Pancata, the ones that are sitting on the sheriffs. Khalil almost gets his head taken off. He will be able to get out of here. It will be the never-ending cycle of utility to control the default of the bomb plant. They still need to break these Killjoy mollies.
Dude, how do you deal with all of this? How do you deal with the Harbor Wall, with the Cascade, with the Omen Smoke, with the Dizzy Flash? Like, how do you deal with everything that Loud are throwing you at you?
You just have an amazing anchor like Havoc, who's picked up 2 already. That's one way to do it.
Keep an eye on Les. He's on the prowl again. He's on the hunt.
He's completely unseen, unscathed. What a one-tap from Sadok. Oh my goodness.
He's gonna get them all, isn't he? He spots Khalil, swings out to try to deal with Nazar, but he can't. Meanwhile, Shanji has gotten the defuse to half, but can they get it much further? Nazar with 3 in the round for Furia.
A good bonus, though, considering the fact that Havoc got 2 in the beginning of that round. They brought it down to 2v2 at the end. Couldn't close it out, but a lot of damage done for Loud. So now the economy is in their favor, and it's going to be some players on light armor for certain on the side of Furia. Yeah. This was a beautiful one-time.
Yeah, that shot was pretty. Sadok the duelist, man.
Yeah, Gecko tends to be like a pseudo-duelist on a map like this, where you just throw your util.
And then you go fight.
Yeah, throw a little guy down and get in the mix yourself. And even if he drops early, I mean, he's been able to mid-round so well once he's dead anyway. I think the stat from last time was, or the last map was what? They won, what was the percentage of the 4v5s?
50% of their 4v5s.
Yeah, they won.
Should never get away with that.
That's obnoxious. That's a crazy stat. I mean, even you were saying it, like 30 is like good.
To be able to get away with that many, it just feels wrong.
Right there.
Yeah, you win half the rounds, you're down a number. That's a sign of a good team for sure.
So again, the utility heads out towards B. Khalil has to take a step back.
And notably at a different timing than the rest of the rounds. This one really delayed.
That's a very different Harbor Wall too. Oftentimes they're so much further up long, and they're doing it to block off anything coming in from Snowman and mid. That's a very different look, and it seems like Havoc might be ahead of it and ready for it, but I don't know that he's going to catch the timing, spotting a couple though.
Oof. Almost gets spammed. Gets taken to at least half health, but the speed up A, yeah, you're 100% correct. That Harbor Wall didn't really do Loud any justice in this round, and that Thrash isn't doing much justice either.
They handle the crosshair better than the Thrash, I guess. The flashback sight. A couple of kills going the way of Furia. And there's still plenty more presence to join the fray, but it's off site. If they can hold them back by their own, it's not going to matter. Les left alone, a 1v2. Les, who's just been a freak for this team, trying to spam down MW and gets him, but the counter punch, the sucker punch of Khalil is just too much.
Yeah, Les taking a little bit too long to connect those shots on the NW Zera on top site. That buys enough time for Khalil to just get in there, get the side of the head, like you said. And yeah, it looked a lot like pretty sloppy for Loud on the actual execute. The utility wasn't on point. People were body blocking the Thrash. When we're trying to entry into the actual site, we Omen flash one of our own teammates. So yeah, it just kind of crumbled on the actual entry.
And to be honest, I thought they were going to rotate back B. After Havoc saw everything that was crossing mid, they still had 45 seconds left on the round.
Yeah, I think the whole plan was just to brute force their way in with the ultimate that they had with that Thrash, but when it got basically body blocked, it was just over at that point. So now it will be a scrappy buy from the side of Loud, an eco round. Upgrade on the rifle. MW can't connect on this one.
Les already down. Pancata perched up. The drone's going to spot him. Has to give the position away. Yeah, that's actually 2 that are being spotted off of that drone.
Yeah, supporting the teammates. Oh, almost an opportunity for Tui's to get a kill, but he actually gets obliterated by Havoc, who was holding that little off angle with the Guardian.
There's nothing you can really punch back with here. It's still 3 sheriffs that are up and stand for Loud.
Yeah, and just now, I looked at the mini-map. Nazar, he's now aware that there could be somebody close up on A. Does he clear out Kawanzin here, though? That's the question. Somebody surely does.
He's in a one and done.
Yeah, he's going to get traded here, surely, unless he connects some miracle shots right now. Ooh, that's one! That's two! Pancata with the third! In heaven, now it's a 2v2. A chance for Loud. This Thrifty would be full momentum back.
Blades
in their hands.
Blades popped MW. He's not spotting him. Really nice flash, but the right click is too good. Pancata should be able to hold this. He's in a 1v2, and it's planted for him, but he doesn't have any armor. Khalil's going to be pushing him. He knows he's got to deal with that fight first! Pancata gets them all. The Red Bull clutch for Loud.
Not slowing down whatsoever. Pancata's here, and he is back, ready to play. 9 and 3. This is why they made the swap. He's a duelist on this Omen right now.
I mean, I told you guys that was a 2 and done. That's just unreal that he gets both, man.
Yeah, it's the spacing from Furia. No one there to get that trade. Usually, you see players gear up. One gets close, goes all the way wide, while one actually will just peek on a dot. But they were just so disconnected on that swing. The fundamentals are being lost right now from the side of Furia.
That felt like a lot of the issue as we closed out Haven, right? The fundies were gone.
Yep. Right, what was that? A 5v3?
I think so.
It's obnoxious.
Not as devastating as the last, but it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, 5v3 against mainly Sheriffs. Pancata had the only rifle, and now...
And that was picked up.
Yeah. Now momentum is just not in your favor. You're not clearing close angles. Less is...
Oh, he didn't see him. He didn't see him. Okay, there he goes.
It's because he plays on left-hand view model, but it doesn't matter. He still connects on both. But yeah, his gun was missing.
Yeah, it was blocking.
On our point of view, it may look like Les was just so unaware looking at his mini-map, but he plays left-handed in his point of view, so that's why he wasn't able to see him. Should be an easy cleanup to the round. Loud, they've cleaned it up big time. I say that, but MW. Man, what is up with these players in the Sheriff lately?
We're just gonna have more of these, huh?
This is crazy. That's how high the mechanical skill is between, honestly, most of these players in VCT.
Khalil has the Sheriff, and if this map has taught us anything, is that it's winnable. A 1v2, no armor, though. And the spike planted. What does Khalil do here? Can he upgrade a weapon? Is there anything that he can find as an advantage?
I'll tell you what, he has an orb, but he has to bait out this KO Molly somehow if he wants a chance. Oh, he has no juice either. Yeah, this is going to be nearly impossible. I imagine a 3-2-1 will happen on the next tap.
No time, no fuel,
yeah,
no weaponry, no teammates, no shot. Kawanzin cleans it up. Loud gets a 4. He's got his ult online. 2E's 1 away from the reckoning.
That's how you swing together to close out a 2v1. Yeah, there you go. It was his gun that was blocking the initial walk-in from Shanji. Oh, those were beautiful shots. That's one of the best feelings. But that instant trade from Les, that is so quick. Like, the window of opportunity to hit that shot, it's so hard to hit that.
I'll shut down Killjoy's attack.
They have 3 ults to play around on the attack. And op in the hands of MW, though, and it seems like there is some presence B.
These ults are really good to deal against an operator. Oh, I say that, but that break of the dagger makes it so MW can get out of dodge, and the follow-up. Sova ultimate, the headhunter connected as well. What a nice setup.
It's a brutal trap. I mean, you've got an op up close, and then, as you mentioned, the Hunter's Fury from a distance.
Whoa.
This is a really nice response from Furia.
Last player standing.
Yeah, across the board right now. Every lane getting stomped out, getting shut down. How many times have we seen this guy on his lonesome? Hey, he pulled off a 1v4. Can he do a 1v5? He does have the spike in hand. If he gets 4, he gets that ultimate online. There's no way Furia let him get away with this one. There's no way.
No, I don't think so.
I say this, but he might take out Havoc. Oh my goodness.
Being careful with it. Khalil on the swing. It's a flawless round from Fury. And again, the trap setup that they had was really nice. As soon as the dagger gets cleared, MW is able to punish with the op. They understand there's more than one. Nazwar ults from a distance, and he's able to grab a couple as well.
Yeah, seriously, that dagger being broken, that was the clear victory right there, because that allows MW0 to take that aggressive angle, take that shot, dash out right away. And then, yeah, the follow-up with that Hunter's Fury. Icing on the cake at that moment in time. So it is Furia closing the gap just a bit, stopping the bleeding. At least right now. No ults were able to be used by Loud because of that disruption from Furia. So Furia did a really good job in that last round, and now they're able to get that Killjoy ultimate for themselves as well. Res available too.
That's the same wall that they used a couple of rounds ago, but this time there's no one there to see it. All of Furia's mid. The op in the hands of MW, who's still playing back A, but a heavy presence from the defensive side.
Yeah, very interesting approach to this round, but now with having all that mid info, they're able to deduct that it's probably a lean towards B. That's why you see 3 players geared and ready, kind of slowly clearing space in front of them, but everyone from Loud is going towards A side.
It's a big position for Havoc. The smoke comes up at just the right time. Oh, he might get it anyway.
Jeez. How many times Havoc plays in an aggressive angle when he has that Killjoy ultimate available?
It's kind of crazy.
Beyond me.
Yeah, and it's always a pixel. Somehow he always takes a little bit more damage than he should. MW not able to land the shot with the op. With 40 seconds left, they commit to getting this lockdown through. And I don't know that there's going to be enough to challenge us out, so they're going to get away. Sadok's going to get caught. No real place to go. But the remaining members of Loud have given up a lot of this space. MW is going aggressive with the op in hand, trying to take some of this space away as less. Up top, looking for any target he can find. A little bit of damage has been dealt. The swing up from Tui's. He's going to get 2. Is this another mess? Another disaster as Khalil can't settle onto Tui's. MW with the op has to defuse in a 1v2. Borderline impossible. He's gotten it to half, and Tui's gets 4.
Amazing shots from the players of Loud, but it's again Furia throwing number advantage. It's just so rough to watch right now. Some of these rounds, they set it up for themselves so beautifully. A 5v3 again. 5v2 actually.
And
but these moments, they just slip away from them. They allow too many 1v1 fights across the board.
Those 4 kills that Tui's just landed in that round to secure things for Loud were the first 4 of the map for him, and they couldn't have come at a better time.
This is what I've been saying time and time again. You cannot be giving Loud these opportunities because they will run away with it. When they get the momentum in their favor, it seems like it's a wrap. All of a sudden, they all start firing at all cylinders. The fundamentals are still there. You give time for these individuals to heat up like Tui's, like we just saw. Now he's solo winning rounds that shouldn't be won. I think a big part of that victory was MW Zira getting a little bit too over-eager, too overconfident in that angle. Yeah, he drops into that smoke with an operator. If someone's in that smoke, he could even drop right then and there.
Yeah.
So he's playing very overconfident right now. Makes sense because he's sitting at 10 kills. He's top fragging on the scoreboard right now, and he's not playing against a duelist on the other side. So he feels like he needs to take things into his own hands and do it. But imagine he had just posted heaven for his squad right there while they're trying to defuse that bomb. He probably kills less in that spot.
Yeah, instead of forcing the matter, I believe it was Athena who was saying it on the desk, although I'm still bitter about her beef with my top 5 list. It feels like sometimes he's just throwing his life away, right? Sometimes it feels like it's a little bit too forced. And that, I mean, that might be part of the conversation the next time we head back to the desk. Loud with the 2-round lead on the other side of this timeout. What adjustments do Furia make? Op still in the hands of MW. Shanji has his ult online. But I don't think Loud are going to give them much room to breathe. The harbor wall goes up, the thrash goes out. It clears so much space.
Gosh.
It's actually really aggressive. It doesn't look back for him to be able to scoop it up, but it did its job.
Kawan Zine ran in like a madman there just to clear yellow, but it does get the spike planted. Shanji gets a spam kill on a Pancata. That's a good player that you want to take out.
3v5. Spike planted, though.
No way they do this again. There's no way they do this again, Doug.
Is there anything to clear the lockdown?
No, there shouldn't be. But that Molly is really good on yellow.
That hurts. Note, Tui's the only controller who's up, and there's no utility to play around here. So the lockdown will buy a lot of time. And now it's all onto the guns. Tui's falls. The shock dart gets the best of him. Sadok much dangerous position as well, as he's going to fall wrapped around by Havoc, as Havoc gets the 3rd on the round. The round will go the way of Furia with this defuse, and the gap comes down to 1.
Yeah, no 5v3 this time around. Furia learning from their mistake from the previous round. And it was a good coordinated retake. The utility was on point, flushing players out at that yellow box. And then, yeah, the solo wraparound from Havoc amongst all that chaos and commotion because of that Sage wall. He's able to just get some free kills. Giving a little left hook right there.
2 of the last 3 going the way of Furia, and it seemed like I was concerned because you mentioned they've been able to stop the bleeding. It felt like a band-aid. It didn't feel like the wound had been dealt with. But that might be changing here. If they're able to kind of keep some of this up, if they can continue to get in these big numbers advantage situations and rest on the fundies, they should be able to get this thing back.
Yeah, seriously. That's the main thing. They don't even have to overcook it. You're already doing the hard part. Getting those initial first bloods, that's like one of the hardest parts of the game.
That's half the battle. But again, I'm reminded of the stat we were talking about earlier. 6 of the 12 times that Loud were down in numbers, they won the round.
It's ridiculous. I
Should
mean, it's
never
already
be
been
that
happening.
way.
It's already been happening in this map too.
If they can shore that up, Furia might have something on their hands. And even despite all of that, they're still in this fight. A different harbor wall again, this time intended for you to scale all the way up towards Snowman. Khalil is waiting back there, though. Is there anything to help? That crosswalk, just too much. Kalanzine falls. It's a 1-for-1. Khalil Dink still on the swing, still getting the best of Pancada.
I got you.
Once again, numbers the way of Furia. The spike planted, though. The wall goes up, the res will come through to make things just a little bit more difficult for the attack. No ults this time to speak of. No lockdowns, no reckonings, nothing like that. And look at how weak Sonic is already. Les has to be able to provide some value here. He's gonna have to do it on his own. Sonic with 35 HP, forced to take the fight. He's only able to get one because of it. Gun barrel spotted, but a really nice snap from Shanji to get the round for Furia.
Down to the wire.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Not as close as some other diffuses we've seen, but still. That's the difference between one Molly. Had Les committed that second Molly, maybe they win that round just off of time alone. I do like the res option here. I like that we made it a 4v2. Had that not came out, who knows? Maybe Loud steal this one away. Extra man can give you the confidence to speed things up.
So Furia right back in the thick of things here. We're tied at 5 apiece. An opt for the duelists. Loud with the lean towards B. On a weird buy, too. 2 rifles.
Wow, that's such a cheeky little set play to take control of the initial B space.
And the orb for Sadak, yeah.
That Gecko Eye doesn't seem like you can actually see it, but it still tags you right like on the top line of that harbor wall, of that cascade.
He popped his blades.
Trying to get a re-clear on yellow.
Yeah, tries to get some high ground. And does so, and manages to get info because of it. Oh!
Yeah.
Well, Les was so far up by himself.
That was a super important kill.
Careful.
A round defining kill, you could say. And now, Nazwar, he's kind of stuck back sight right now. A lot of the members have to back up.
Attack 2.
Yeah.
MW and Nazwar both got caught.
Ooh.
But it's Kalanzine who will fall because of it. Sonic gets a plant down. Again. How did Fury get through this? We questioned the blades at the beginning, but that might be exactly what they needed as Havoc pushes forward. MW with him, trying to take some of the space away. Havoc with 3 on the round. The 4th just around the corner will fall. Tui's left alone, a 1v2. You gotta take a look at him. He's gonna spot it, only getting it down to a little bit of health, but not enough to get the kill. So Khalil and the rest of Fury hold the line. They take the lead back.
I gotta see how Kalanzine died in this last round. Was Havoc pushed up in front of that wall? No, it was this little weird angle. That's such an impressive shot for Havoc to hit. And speaking of a player who, you know, came into this league and he had such a ugly performance, I think everybody will remember that.
Yeah, we remember his debut.
But to see him now sitting at 13-7, that's such an amazing thing to see. Silencing all the haters, showing that he does deserve to be here.
Last round of the half. Khalil taking space already with a little bit of help. Oh, he's coming up really far.
It's the first time they've done something like this, and he's gonna get it.
Sadak stays alive for a little bit, but Khalil on the second effort is able to clean him up. Where do they go from here? Pankata tried clearing up towards 2, trying to get it up towards Kitchen. Kawanzin not able to land the shots. Furia now with the numbers advantage. Stop me if you've heard this before. But they've got Tui's ult. They've got Pankata's ult too. Both of those are intended to introduce chaos into a situation.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fight for sight. There's that Harbor ult invested.
A reckoning, a recommendation to reposition. You see the wisps, you see the info gathered, and now a lockdown in exchange. Havoc dropping his ult. Kawanzin, what's your play here, big guy? He's gonna get one. He's gonna get caught, but he's done his damage. They've got to know where he is. They're gonna spot him, hunting him down. Loud down in numbers, but in a position to win the round yet. There's so much utility left around this. Celeste doing such a good job of popping the nanos at just the right time to dissuade and keep them back. On the swing now, spotting an Osprey as the wall goes up. It's got to get cleared out. It has to happen very quickly. Shandy's gotten it to half. A little bit more spam coming through, and he's going to stick it the whole way. They've done such a good job of playing around that Sage wall to stick defuses. Furia get to 7.
Switching sides.
Yeah, this time around, the wall not being broken by the spam of Loud and the counter spam from the side of Furia, it was on point.
I think it's like the second or third time it happens to them.
Where he was the only one there. And yeah, the discipline was the difference maker this time around. Oh, that's how Les dies?
A pen through a box.
Wow. I thought it was one of the players that was default.
No, you just drop a couple and see if they'll connect. They did that time. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down that first half. It's a good fight so far.
Yes, indeed. It is a good fight so far. Doug on the call and Baby Bay. Now I think Furia is still in this, Athena. Like we were talking about MW0 earlier. I think he's worthy of being talked about even some more.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing great. I mean, look at these plays that he's been doing. He's been getting a lot of ones for his team, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, early on, some of these kills, they didn't actually convert into round wins, but they kept the economy super honest for Loud. So as the game dragged on, they were actually able to win the huge majority of the gun rounds. It was like 6 for 1 on the gun rounds or 5 for 1 on the gun rounds, which is really significant by the end of the half. And MW's early momentum, those kills kind of carried them into that situation.
I feel like he just wasn't afraid to kind of go for the aggressive, like, early lines. He was really good even on the retakes. It felt like a lot of the time we were just watching Retake Simulator, but it worked out really well in their favor. I mean, their retakes were great. Big icebox moment.
They were great.
They were great. Their retakes were good. They were clean. For the most part, we could always count on each of these players. And even Havoc towards the end, he was getting multi-frag after multi-frag, just constantly keeping it up. And so it was just so hard for them to contest any of Furia's retakes towards the end.
Absolutely. So are we still thinking that Furia's in this?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I was far more impressed with them in that half than Loud, even though the score line is so tight, just because of their consistent great play on the gun rounds. Again, on this map, they are just displaying better team play than on the other ones. Look at the way that they scale together back into those sites on the retakes. Like MW going forward, Havoc is right behind him, getting trade after trade. It's just so nice.
Yeah, MW did such a good job at pulling Crosshairs away as well. So all the retakes were just phenomenal.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get the second half underway and toss things back to your casters.
Thank you so much, Akeem. Furia up 2 rounds. They win 4 to close out that first half, and now we'll see what Loud can do to respond as they find themselves down. Not something that we've seen super often. Again, Furia have never won a map against Loud, but they're knocking on it here.
Yes, such a similar story to the last map. Wow, Sadhak gets taken very low off of that normal default Killjoy Molly.
Surprising how much value he was able to get out of it, you're right.
While all this is happening, there's a slow walk, B main, 2Es. Gets out unscathed, but there should be a free spike to be planted.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the value of Sage.
Yeah, especially in pistols, man. It takes so long to clear that thing. You're just kind of forced to sit on the other side of it. I think the one thing maybe worth keeping in mind is that it was dropped so early. We'll see if that becomes a factor here. Shanji is in such a good position. One of the panels finally cleared. Some of the harbor utility coming through. And a couple of bullets between the eyes of Loud. Such a good spot to be in. Less just dropping from the top rope and landing on top of him. Numbers still the way of Furia, though. Pancada's in a decent position. Less not really in a bad spot either. They're going to be able to get this unless Khalil does something about it, but Pancada didn't see him. He is going to try to stick it, but Khalil and Havoc saved the day for Furia.
Woo! Take a breather for a moment. That was getting down to the wire. I thought Les was going to have that in the bag. Pancada losing that 1v1 was the end of it all. And a nice pistol round. Shanji, he came up huge here. Yeah, that third kill's on accident, but he'll take it. 3 to his name in that round. And now he's already working towards a res of his own. 4 more orbs and he'll have that. A great possibility he has it up for the bonus. Will be a 4-1 approach, taking B main control.
What's Cohenzy doing with a Bucky? What's going on here?
Bucky on this map. Maybe he's trying to deal with Shanji on that close Sage wall. That's the only thing I could think of right now. But we'll see.
3 facing here.
Ooh.
Sadak the first. I don't think they spotted any of the others, but now as the harbor wall goes out, you understand there's more presence.
Yeah, now for Furia, you have to freeze, you have to reset. Not a lot of space was taken towards A, but it's gonna be a 4v5 execute onto the A site.
They're ahead of this. And the Bucky's close.
Yeah, the Bucky could be really deadly here. Also that Sheriff buy. Oh my gosh, that's just a spam. That's ridiculous.
MW continues to be so good. Cowanzine trying to play his time and play his position as best as he can. Now they know. Oh, they should know. But it's so bad from so far away. That thing it does nothing. It tickles.
Any other weapon in that moment would have been great. A classic would have been great. Yeah. Maybe he gets both. Who knows? The classic in its own right can be a Bucky at times.
Don't give them time to reposition.
Saw what Shanji was able to do.
Furia get to 9. Now Loud will be able to respond with rifles. You take a look at a couple of those plays. Again, there's that spam you were talking about. Tui's gives just a little shoulder, man. Just shows a little skin, and that's all it takes.
It's obliterated. It's a very healthy buy as well from the side of Furia. So this bonus round, they have a really good opportunity to get this res somewhere.
I mean, they've got 5 rifles.
Yep.
This is a gun round.
Straight up. Tui's does get that orb cycled onto him, and he's playing really far up forward here. Him and Sadhak.
Hey, he's got a little help over the top.
Yeah, they want all the smoke right now.
They're going to get it. They're all here. Sadhak cautious with your timing. Both spotted, both found. Where's Tui's and all that?
You will not kill
That's
my
ridiculous, but the trade right there and the res coming out onto MW. Now it's a 4v4.
Yeah, but I think part of the problem here is for Fury is you haven't taken much space anywhere else. So yes, the wall goes up. Yes, the res comes through, but what's the response off of that?
Yeah, you have to, yeah.
Pancada's taken a lot of space down B long, and you still have a lot of killjoy utility mid.
I was gonna say you have to re-clear out Pancada, but there's no drone or dart to do so, so you just face check right now. Oh my gosh!
Or Khalil just is better in that instance. Les really nicely timing the spam into the smoke. MW try taking a little bit as Nosler gets active, drops Cowanzine.
Dude, he's been so good in the last 2 rounds. The follow-up round right now.
30 seconds left.
They've got to understand he's there. Really nice footwork from Nosler, but it was not enough to get the kill.
Spike planted.
I thought he was gonna win that.
I thought so too. A 2v2 now. Tui's down to 40 HP. The swing out.
Barrel almost seen from Les. Does he hard clear this angle?
No,
this box?
he doesn't. I mean, he can't. There was no way to know that he was there. So many different things you have to check, and really just not enough time to do it all.
Yeah, he thought he had a timing. His teammate wasn't close by. Tried to take it up upon himself to win the round. But Furia, too disciplined, too steady. Shanji, he's heating up right now.
3 in the round for the Sage as Furia get to 10. This feels a lot more confident than what we saw in Haven. They've won 7 rounds in a row going into the last half.
Maybe being on the attacking side is what they needed in order to close out the map. Able to have full pace amongst themselves. A little sidestep from 2 that was clean, but this repositioning from Shanji, that was clean. Getting the res as well. He's 15-9. 2 players of Furia sitting at 15-9. Almost a third.
Loud call a timeout here. Again, they're down 5. The money doesn't look great, given what we just saw in the previous round. So there's a good chance they're going to be on an Eco Dre. What sort of adjustments do we need to see out from Loud here?
I think there needs to be more disruption together as a unit. Yeah, you're not running a duelist, but you still have this double flash setup that you can use towards A. Try to catch anybody off guard, try to catch out a lurk. And the worst case scenario is you know that the other team will try to speed up B after you blowing all that utility, but you have so much delay on the other side of the map. You've got Pancata there with the Omen Flash. You've got Killjoy Mollies if need be. And I imagine the retake that Loud have towards that B side of the map in an even number scenario would probably look quite nice. It's just they haven't been able to be in a spot where they can actually use those fundamentals to rely on. It kind of feels like they're just losing a lot of the first engagements with the actual anchors that they have on the sites. Pistol round was really the only round where it was like a retake, 5v5-ish.
Yep. You're absolutely right. You see the buy for Loud, not great. A Bucky for Kalanzine again.
And I wonder if that timeout is to actually set up a fight A for the next round. That's why you see that cascade coming out. Nothing to follow up this time. Ooh, I say that unless he takes the head off of Havoc.
With light armor and a Sheriff, hasn't taken any damage, but gets the kill he was looking for. Fury still have taken a lot of this space here. They should be able to get the spike down.
Plant the spike.
So worried. That harbor wall putting doubt in the minds of Furia. A smart decision from Furia to do a close plant. We've seen Loud lose rounds like this, where they get the spike down and they play out.
It really seems like Fury would be able to avoid that, though. Again, the Bucky not able to deal lethality, but Les plucks him out of the sky.
Yeah, he's not messing around right now, and that Bucky gets value as well. No connection there from Les.
Settle. Kalanzine has upgraded a weapon, but Khalil has gotten one. He's left alone. A 1v1. He's so weak. 67 HP, and Kalanzine is a hero again for Loud. Another round that had no business going the way of Loud.
It was so scrappy, but when Loud win rounds like this, they tend to win more in succession. I think this is a good moment for Fury to slow things down and do a timeout and get their bearings.
What a shot from Les on MW, man. And what a hold from Kalanzine.
Ridiculous 1v1.
That's the second eco win for Loud this map. I want to go back to the conversation we were having earlier, like we've had all series. You give Loud the niche, you just give them the tiniest of windows, and they kick the damn thing open.
Completely open. That dagger connects on 3 on purpose, by the way. This is all on purpose. They got hit by that dagger. They stepped into it. And this is all to speed up on A. A really good call right now from the side of Furia.
Havoc was so far ahead of it, you're right. He had already gotten up to 410 when the tag hit. And so yeah, Les is going to fill in across the middle of the map, but there's not going to be anyone there. The one benefit, though, is look at the ults on the side of the defense.
Just so many ults online.
And they're big ones. Sadok's been tagged. Sadok's been caught. Oh, he dodges the second, and he will inevitably dodge the third. So he stays alive. A second lease at life.
And this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario right now. If you play in, the Harbor ult will get value. If you play out, the Killjoy ult will get value.
They're flooding so fast. They've invested the Thrash. They've invested the Reckoning. Keep an eye on Nazra on the minimap. He's going to be on a late flank. The alarm bot's going to give him away, though. And you've got Pancata, who's going to be on the late rotate through, so he knows he's there. Meanwhile, across the site, Kalanzine has already gotten it to half. At least Wingman did. He's going to try to stick it. No, he's going to die to the molly. Sadok's in a 1v3. This round should have gone the way of Loud, but what a response from Furia.
It was pandemonium on the actual site. Loud, they had the advantage at first using that Thrash, using that Harbor ult to actually get in, but they just couldn't solidify.
I thought the Flood was going to be so good.
It was in the beginning. It just fell apart for them. So Furia answering back, and that was off a good macro. That was a great setup for the whole round. It was basically a free sight hit. And dealing with the adversity of the ults that they had to go up against, they did a great job, a phenomenal job. They got out, what, 4 ults? 3 ults? They got out 3 ults from Loud and won that round. All they invested was a Hunter's Fury of their own. So now, I mean, viewers can't see it, but the ult economy of Furia, it's building like crazy. We're about to have another res. We're 2 off of the lockdown. We have jet knives available already. And worst case scenario, if need be, in a couple rounds, you're gonna have that Viper's Pit available. Loud are in a real bad spot right now, and they're gonna need to steal this round away.
We'll see if they can pull it off. Furia, a big difference here from what we saw in Haven is towards the end of the map, they got pushed and they snapped. I mean, they crumbled. But the response here from Furia was really nice. In all of those ults that you mentioned, given the really nice positioning that Loud had, the timing on the Flood was so good. But this time they weather the storm.
Yeah, and they finally answer back after a big moment from Loud. I think that's the biggest takeaway from that round.
Yeah.
They got thriftied and won the following round. That was something they weren't able to do on the last map. This could have been a 2-0 already. And it's not over yet, don't get me wrong, but I think Fury is in the driver's seat for sure this time around. If they get thriftied again, I will lose it.
It would be the 3rd. If they can pull it off. This time, no Bucky.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
He's gotten 1.
No way it's happening.
Really good. Kawanzin gets 1. He's going to get a 2nd. Can they scoop it up? Noswer on the counter.
I have the spike.
Kawanzin very patiently playing his way around the box. The Molly goes through. Attempt for the swing. And now the flash, it's going to be far more effective. The drone is cleared out instantly. Meanwhile, Les starting to take a lot of the space away, but he's thinking twice about it. Now getting back towards B, joining up with Kawanzin. As silence settles across the map.
So tense right now for both sides. They understand how important this round is. Furia, most of all, they understand that if they give this away at 11 rounds again, it's going to be flashbacks, nightmares of what happened on that last map.
Finally, some noise is made as the tap, the spike comes through.
Yeah.
The dart a little early. Do they realize that? It's going to be a weapon upgraded for less, and he still has light armor.
They're taking way too long right now, but they're wise to flip.
Is there going to be enough time for this?
I think they have a good idea that there is a flank inbound. Oh, the timing is right there!
Kawanzin with 3. Havoc's going to have to do it on his own, and he can't! 4 for Kawanzin.
He's the thrifty master.
Thrifty.
Oh my goodness. Is it gonna happen again? It was scrappy, Pancata. Yeah, he settles, but it was this man right here. Oh my goodness, this is so crazy what we're all witnessing here. Furia put themselves in such a good spot, and then they just throw it all away.
They're still up.
A lot, still a lot to work with.
Yeah, they're still up pretty considerably.
But
that losing this round could have notable implications on the rest of this half, though. Their money's not great.
Right there.
MW has the knives and a Bucky available for him. Early tag on a Sod Hawk. He gets out of dodge. Doesn't take any chip damage or anything like of the sort.
A lockdown invested from Havoc.
Yeah, that's a deep lockdown as well on 410, so that will give all of the site.
What do they do with the space and the time they have, though? Ooh. I thought Sonic was going to get caught. Now they go. The wall goes up, the spike goes down, the space is filled. Freer in a really nice spot here.
Yeah, that one jet smoke delayed the retake from Heaven, so that allows MW to reposition behind the Sage wall, and he's going to get one! A second! Almost gets a 3rd on a Les.
Les chopping him down, though. Pancata's so far away from the play. Dropping a smoke, doing the best he can, but his absence is so sorely felt. The dart cleared, but 2E still lit up. Noswer not able to clean him up with it. As Les pushes forward, he's got an op.
There's a res, though. It's not halved.
Giving numbers back the way of the attack. Oh, that got so messy. Oh, that got so messy. Furia gets to map point.
Havoc in these post plants, he understands how important it is. He's that guy right now to just run it down. See if there's anyone on the spike. In this case, didn't really need to, but it was this man right here, MW, who basically set that round up for his team to close it out. That one jet smoke onto Heaven delayed those players from flooding out with that Gecko flash, and it bought him enough time to reposition and get 2 in the round. Micro things like that make a difference in a game like this.
And honestly, those micro things are likely what's led to Fury being up 8-1 on gun rounds.
That's an obnoxious stat.
I mean, the only reason Loud are in this fight is because of the Thrifties.
Really good dagger to...
Les is already dead at the hands of Havoc. Kawanzine trying to fill in on the space, and he might fall to him too.
Can't settle, but he does push off Havoc. Man advantage for Fury. We've said this so many times in this series.
But I think the massive difference here is they're closing it out this time.
Yeah, feels like they are. The spacing might be too big of a gap here. MW playing with fire here. Oh, that's beautiful. What a connection on the 2 members.
Can it find another though? Can it get any other tag? Kawanzine falls. Still 3 up for the defense. Meanwhile, it's just Noswer.
It all just falls apart so quickly, Doug.
As soon as they got a couple of kills, as soon as they invested the ults, everything around them crumbles.
I have the spike.
And so Noswer's going to be able to scoop up the spike, try to rotate away.
There's an operator to be met right here. If he can dodge this shot, maybe a jiggle.
30
oh,
seconds
the barrel! Oh, too easy for Pancata in that moment. They're still in it. It's 12-8. Pancata closes out that round.
Going to carry that op into the next round too. But if things continue to go back and forth the way they have, I mean, Furia should be able to close this. I think for Loud, if they want to close this out, if they want to get a 2-0, if they want to keep the streak up against Furia, they've got to find a lot of momentum here.
Yeah, you got to win the rounds. You got to win them clean. They have a lot of ults that are building up right now. They have an opportunity to bring this back and make it go into OT.
One way a little bit too low. See a knife tagging a couple of members, eh?
Yeah, that's another good knife.
Pancata with a lot of pressure here. Remember, he's got the op and it goes wide right.
Oh, he's sticking around for a little bit too long. He might get punished here. He's going to get swung by 3 members very shortly. Tui's on the opposite side of the map takes out Havoc.
That's 2 shots delivered and none connected. So he takes a little bit of space back. Takes a step away. But of course, he double, triple dips.
Spike planted.
The fact that they know the op is here now, the fact that they know where the resistance is coming from, Fury navigate around this beautifully.
Yeah, they got to commit ults on this round, even though it's a thrifty round.
Right.
From the side of Furia, you don't want to lose a round like this.
I mean, you can't afford to lose a round like that.
Yeah, easy pick'ems for the side of Loud playing, the discipline, fundamentally sound retake against the post plan of Furia. Yeah, it was only sheriffs online for Furia, but still, better safe than sorry. A round win is a round win.
And to be able to do so while keeping 2 of those ults up. You mentioned at the beginning that they had a couple coming online. All they invested was 2 Eases.
Yeah, now they have Thrash. They have the KO ultimate available. And on the opposite end, it's just that Viper's Pit. But the Viper's Pit is so deadly. And it's kind of going to have to force Sadhawk to hold on to that Thrash. That's like the main counter with their composition right now against that Viper's Pit. Now that you don't have that Harbor ultimate anymore. And it's a change of pace. Aggression on A. But he gets revealed. Pancata has to dip out.
Fury slowing things down here for just a little bit. You mentioned Khalil's ult. Where does he choose to invest it? Les has an op holding across the middle of the map. Tui spotting 1. Giving the space away. The cascade is so hard to get a good angle on from that position. The second one far more effective, but they've given him safe passage to back yellow. Can they plan around this? They've invested the Thrash from this distance?
So early. I think he's just going to bring it back to himself. Yep.
Yeah,
have it for the second wave. And while that's all happening, it was a transfer of the op and a rifle to Les to Pancata. Pancata gets a free kill on top yellow. NW Zera, he gets caught lacking, but that's a free A site. Numbers still the way of Loud. Is it enough though?
They have all those ults too. I mean, they still have Kalanzines. They have a second run at Sodox. Havoc's falling. This is becoming a mess. I don't know that Fury can stand up to this, and they're not going to do it this round. That's a flawless one as Loud gets to 10. The pressure's building.
And you can tell in the game, you can tell by the way Furia are even moving around, the way that they're aiming now. It's getting to them. They know they're on the precipice of a victory, the first ever map win against Loud. And it's so much pressure on them now, a team that really doesn't have much pressure at all in this stage. Yeah, there's still hopes of playoffs on the line, but there's such a new squad, new players in the mix. They weren't going into this stage too thinking, oh yeah, we're making playoffs for sure. But Loud were.
I think they still have a shot at it. There's just still life, and yes, the probability is outrageously small, but it is there. And you see Fury, I mean, they're not strolling their way through this. They're not taking it passively. They're not taking it lackadaisically. They're giving Loud everything that they can handle. But I want to call back to something that Athena was saying on the desk, is this idea of playing not to lose versus playing to win. Furia, once again, find themselves within striking distance of a map. They crumbled on Haven. Will it happen again on Icebox?
I mean, this next round, they're going to be on a bad bye. Guardian, the saving grace if need be. But everyone else sitting at light armor, some sheriffs on the board. Who knows? If they're able to get the first blood, we've seen some crazier things happen.
But a lot of thrifties here, but they've mainly been coming from the side of Loud. We mentioned it earlier, 3 of them, and those are the reason that Loud are in this thing. Because Fury have dominated the gun rounds. Can they find success here? No blades for MW, nothing like that. The turret's already cleared kitchen.
Nice. That's a good play at the beginning of the round to break that turret, because it opens up a late lurk possibility.
And it forces someone to be there now.
But now Zan, he's stuck. There's 3 players on him. Oh, he can get less here.
That's the only weapon that they had. It was the Guardian, and it falls.
Wow, that was an ideal fight for Shanji. He wanted that. Les hiding behind a wall against a Guardian. The Guardian's such a good gun in that scenario.
You can tell he almost won it. Les was down to 20. Oh my! Feels terrible.
Speaking of winning gunfights, Havoc. That's a big kill on a Sodhawk. Now it's a 4v4.
There's no way to upgrade a weapon though, and Les not able to steady.
I haven't seen Les sleeping at the wheel like that in such a long time. He was not ready for that.
Such a wide swing. Makata with the op. He was ready for that one. Nazra on the jump. The second bullet not connecting. The paranoia out. It's going to tag a couple of members. Makata tries to hold the line, spotting another. Where do I go off this? Where's the support for the op? Pinkata falls.
30 seconds left.
A weapon in the hands of Khalil. Numbers the way of the attack. Now the spike planted. Note here though, Tui's has his cove. They can try to stick a cheeky defuse, or Kalanzine can try to frag his way through. Never mind, Kalanzine not aware of the fact that there was another.
Here.
Can Tui settle? No! MW getting Fury across the line. The very first map that Fury have taken off of Loud ever. And that's what takes us to Bind.
What crazy play from both sides. It was such a hard-fought battle for Furia. But yeah, the gun rounds, they were the difference maker. In this case, yeah, they closed it out with a thrifty. It's kind of poetic considering how Loud basically stayed in the game off of thrifties. So good for them, getting their first map win against the Titans of Loud.
And now we've got to mention the streak, right? Loud 25-0 against other Brazilian teams. And now they find themselves with one map to decide it all. Furia pushed, but they stand strong. They take Icebox 13-10, and that's going to take us to the decider. Bind to figure out who walks away on top. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Na ultimate leva o Jorgon. Vai, Sadak!
Vamos, Manito!
Vai pra cima! Acelera, Manito!
Rápido também. É um 3 contra 2. Vai, Xande. Pra cima. De novo. Na tentativa do desarme, já foi metadinha. Yuta por ali. Xande, novamente ele!
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to a map 3, as we stated at the top of this. This is a certified hood banger.
Oh,
there we go. There we go. It is happening.
Yeah,
Yes.
light show and everything.
Furia took Icebox, and honestly, it was kind of touch and go there. I was on. Well, we were all on the edge of our seats. We weren't sure who was actually going to take that one. Like Loud was definitely catching up.
They were definitely catching up, but it really did, at least for me. I felt like Furia were in the driver's seat that whole game. And, you know, the casters were touching on it, and it's just the fact that they were winning so many of the gun rounds. That was the impactful aspect of it. Havoc obviously was having a great performance. Noswar had a great performance. MW early on in that game especially was taking over some of those rounds. This is just their map. Icebox is the home map for Furia.
Yeah, just in general, I mean, Havoc going insane. It felt like we saw so many multi-frags just going his way. He got so many 3Ks. He was able to anchor. He was even really, really good on the retakes. I mean, you see him just running in with MW. You feel like at that point, it should be the Jet going in first, but Havoc really was just on fire.
I mean, you can look at all of these swings. Even just in this highlight, you can see he's always doubled up with someone. Like, they're always swinging together. They're so fundamentally sound on Icebox. It's a joy to see from this team that was so massively disconnected with each other during stage 1.
Absolutely. It shows that I guess all that potassium is really helping them for sure.
Oh, for real. It's got them locked in for the next map.
100%. Speaking of the next map, I want to talk about Bind. How do we think Bind's going to go, Wyatt?
This is a tough one to call because we haven't seen this Pancata Loud on the map yet. Last time they played it, they were doing like a breach KO look. And for the opposition Furia, they just got crushed by a white-hot EG the other day. So is that representative of their normal level on that map? Was that just EG being insane on that day? Not really confident saying either way. Like, we need more information to know for sure.
I mean, for me, kind of watching that last map on Icebox, we saw a lot of the rounds going the way of Furia just because of the gun rounds that they were taking, including the retakes, including everything. Like, they had some insane stat. I know it's mentioned a little bit, but they've won 8 gun rounds, whereas Loud only won 3. So I feel like bringing that momentum into the next game is going to be super important because Bind, I mean, it's so explosive. But I do think Bind, compared to Icebox, is a little bit more of kind of like an IGL's playground. You know, you have the TPs, a lot more mid-rounding to be done. And it's not just going to be as simple as like post-plant and retake simulator.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this should be a very interesting map. I mean, in particular, I'm looking forward to seeing what Loud bring as far as the comp. This is a map where, in the past, they've tried silly stuff. I remember even at the end of last year, maybe I think they were playing the Chamber during the playoffs. I want to say they did do that. Like, Sodhawk was playing Chamber.
They did the
They've
Breach
tried
at some
weird
point.
stuff. Yeah, they had Breach Phoenix on it earlier this year. And then they switched to Breach KO Raze. Like, at no point have they just played the normal
the basic
thing.
or
Like,
yeah. Well,
making sure we stand out.
Well, bringing that to that point though, Wyatt, do you think now is the time to even do anything wacky, silly, or crazy going into Bind? I mean, like, I feel like you got to be really focused in right now at this point, right?
So my question is, when we get to Bind, who's going to be playing the Duelist? Are they going to be playing Raze? Is that going to be 2Es? Is that going to be Sodhawk? Are they going to try the Neon on that map? I'm not a big fan of the Neon on Bind. So what are we going to do?
2Es? Have we seen it yet?
No, not as far as I know. I mean, he did play Raze like way back.
Way
You
back.
mentioned like TBK back in like 1920. He was playing Raze.
Oh
so
my God.
2022.
1920. Yeah, I feel
1920.
like seeing him on Raze would be really good. I mean, I actually wouldn't mind for Loud to come in with kind of a default comp and bringing in that Raze and maybe even keeping the Breach. Like, low-key, I really love the Breach meta, but I think going into it, I'm not 100% sure if they're going to go anything crazy. I feel like having Tui's be in his comfort zone on the Raze, on the Jet is probably their best bet, especially against this Furia that we've just been talking about having such a good, fundamentally sound thing, and why it's just trying to peek over the
I mean, the way the TV is like 10 meters away, and I'm just squinting trying to see what the comp was before it gets revealed to us. But you know what? I'll wait in suspense. Literally, the viewers at home, they're aware and we're not, but I'm ready to react to when it comes up on the screen.
Yeah, I feel like now Furia, they've gotten that confidence now. You know, after winning, you know, map 2, they're definitely going to be focused in and hopefully, I mean, for their sake, they win the 3rd map.
Ooh,
right? We got our agent selects.
What is happening? That's like, they have the EG double smoke. I mean, we saw how impressive those one-ways were from Superman running the Omen on. Buying just the other day against Furia. So Furia, they should be a bit prepped for this. They should be a bit used to it. They just went up against EG running double smokes, but obviously the rest of it is like totally different.
For sure. I mean, I don't know exactly how I feel. I feel like Loud is doing good, I think. I'm not a big fan of the neon on the bind. I feel like when it's raised on the bind, it's just so strong. But of course, it is Sadak. We've seen him do crazy things as the IGL and duelist, so hopefully it goes their way.
Absolutely. Well, it is map 3. Can Furia score another upset in stage 2? Well, let's find out and send things back to Doug and Baby Bay for the final call.
Dre, Wyatt asked a lot of very good questions. There was a lot of substance to them. Are they going to run the Raze? Are they going to run the Neon? Who's going to run both? We now see that they are running the Neon comp, and it is going to be Sadak. I would love to get your thoughts on that.
It's a very explosive comp, I'll tell you that right now. So I think this time around, you're going to see Sadak being set up a little bit more, and honestly, even less be set up quite a bit more. Because this time around, you got the stim for players to go a certain lane, Neon can take another one, and the double flash, triple flash, potentially, the setup from Loud, it could be disastrous. And we've seen how good Omen can be. I know that Des was talking about Superman, the way he was using the one-ways, etc. Yeah, we're going to see similar things in this game in terms of Omen one-ways and whatnot.
Oh gosh, they're going to fight already, aren't they? Yeah, already posted up at the gate.
You do have a dually comp, so this is something you want to do. That's info gathered at B-Long.
They have to understand that that wall's being used against them. As the Viper wall goes up, they started to creep into Cubby.
Right here.
You've got Sadak and Les waiting on the other side.
Yeah, there's a ping close from Khalil as well. I think he has a good idea that they're playing for short A, especially because of all that real estate havoc gathered in showers.
Right here.
They know that this is a short setup. That's why there was this flip. Dude, Furia's macro game has been so good this entire series. A lot of good things that I'm seeing so far.
They're going to have so much space. Common just invested a flash towards B-Long. Nothing spotted. As soon as they get out of showers, they get the wall up and they get the spike down. A little bit of damage dealt.
Gotta go.
You can't fully tell if the panel, if every panel has been cleared or if any of them have been, to be honest. It doesn't look like they have.
One should break shortly, and there's a lot of utility for this retake. Full Gecko utility, 2 Brim Smokes, an Omen Paranoia.
But there's nothing to stop the crunch in towards showers. The only thing that's keeping him back is keep a look at Les, keep a look at Kalanzine. You've got Khalil who's playing far off.
Dizzy has targets.
Tui's now posted up. No Molly to speak of or anything like that. Tui's looking for a little bit of help. And that nade is not going to feel good, but he's gotten it to half.
I guess we're doing this.
Do they have anything else to do this? Those one-ways are so difficult to deal with, and there's help over the top. The defuse comes through for Loud.
I was worried for Loud. Honestly, the macro game from Furia was so good, and Les wasn't close enough with that Paranoia.
Yep.
But it worked out at the end of the day. He was controlled and patient and short. He gets this trade on Havoc, and then he's able to one-way showers for his teammates to just dial in on everything forward. Yeah, Furia come out on top in terms of the kills, but the spike was diffused by Loud. And now they're in the driver's seat. They can convert this next round. Almost a collat, almost a punish.
It's a wide swing, man. Really wide swing. Paranoia will keep him back. Provide a little bit of cover for Tui's to reload, then try to take the angle again.
Tui's needs to just play his life as best as he can right now. Wait for that heal to come. Havoc, he's been so confident in this series. He's taken so much space by himself. The value of that alone is tremendous for his squad. Yeah, he gets one tap, but
the value he's provided has been tremendous. You're absolutely right. He's able to find success the second time around. That's a really nice swing out from John G and Noswer. They've got a crunch. They thought they were getting away. They thought it was safe. But Pancada just played his time perfectly.
Yeah, good heads-up play from Pancada. This is something you're going to see a lot from this guy.
Yeah.
He's historically been a controller that likes to take a lot of aggressive fights on the defensive side. Usually it's on the Omen. This time around, he's on that Brimstone. But while all that commotion happened at B, while all this is happening, he's taking showers the entire time with Sadhawk. He gets deposited for this exit option that Furia have, and it's just a free cleanup for him in the round. Building slowly ever towards that Brimstone ultimate. 2E's sitting one away from the Thrash.
Again, a lot of presence towards A short.
MW might get ran down here by the Satchel game. Oh, he's obliterated Fortnite style.
At Judge up close and personal, there's no way. He thought he had the line, but tucking behind the wall was all he needed.
Yeah, speaking of walls, Zan from the top of the wall as well. We playing Valorant right now?
He's so far up. Look at MW's position. He's gonna hear Pancada from a mile away. Sadak playing back sight. This is gonna be really tough to get back into.
This has been a complete annihilation of a round from Furia. It was over before it even started. And these kills at the end have just been ego kills, honestly. MW. 1v1 Sadhawk to close out a 3K in the round. That entry was insane. The follow-up from Sean G on the top ropes. Walled himself up. Not only secures the plant for his team. Oh, look at that. Right on target.
Perfect rollout. And then to actively take the space, too. To push it further, to get all the way into pipes.
Pancada was not ready for that. Now Loud, they should be aware of any type of aggressive push moving forward. You'll probably see some more hesitation, and that could play in the hands of Furia if they decide to play this fight.
See Conzine posted up towards B. But it was a jump spot only. Hadn't used the flash, hadn't used the dog. And there's the first. You start to see the smokes come through, and there's some of that one-way conversation we were having earlier. It's so difficult to get past.
And it's from across the map. That's from short A.
Yeah.
That's so unique. I think a lot of members of Furia just got spotted jumping back to the bottom of long. I think this follow-up flash will give the info. Ooh, might play against Kawanzine. I say that, and he does a jump spot to follow up. So really good play right now. Kawanzine anchoring this B site, cycling his utility, getting full info for his squad to keep 3B. Sorry, keep 3A. I apologize.
The dog goes out. Havoc follows. Again, tucked behind the wall, pushing into the orb. But Havoc has gotten a lot of this space. Oh, Les, so wise to it. Just clears it out. I mean, the plan was to insert him and leave him there. Meanwhile, MW pops the ult. Satchel's out. I think he saw Pancada. And if there was a question before, that molly hitting him in the face will confirm it.
Spike planted.
Will be a thrash through the teleporter, yep.
He's so stuck. I mean, he's dead. Sadak on the board. What's the rest of the plan, though? How else do they get into this retake? They still don't have any sight control. They still don't have elbow control. They've got a wall that's closing off any access that way. I think they realize that. They're going to have to take these fights from a distance. Les gets the best of MW. Khalil waiting. Daring for the challenge. The Thrash didn't see him. It didn't spot him. They don't know that he's there. Khalil can make a feast out of this position. That's one found. Les trying to do his best to hit it again, but he's perched up. The defuse comes through as Loud get 3.
That proactivity from 2E's, setting up Sadhawk on that free kill outside of hookah. That timing was immaculate.
That was very nice.
It was perfect. And I like what Furia wanted to do in that post plant. They walled up to take control of elbow. They walled themselves out. The problem was they didn't let the player in hookah spot that wall, so no one from the side of Loud was aware that there was a wall blocking off elbow. And that's why you saw 2 players in CT there just dialed in on elbow the whole time. So, unique idea, cool thing to do. It was a gamble, doesn't work out for them this time around.
I mean, anybody who's trying to fight for Showers control at the beginning would have died there.
Yeah.
At the orb, the dog getting a little bit of info through Telly.
Another cool one-way, huh? Man, these Omen one-ways on this map, they've been looking so clean.
They
This is
seem
why you
so
see,
strong.
Yeah, that's why you see teams going away from the Viper. I get it now. That Omen flash can secure so much information.
They're going to try to crunch. They're going to try to crunch in showers again. Furia bullied away.
Bit of a waste of a nade.
But a smoke also used to get Kawanzin out of that position. So now you've got Loud in this kind of awkward spot where they have 3 back towards A because of the crunch they attempted. They're trying to settle 2 back towards B, and that's exactly where the spike is. MW's by himself. He's going to get caught.
The proactivity of Loud still thriving for them right now, still reaping the benefits.
Les is playing backside. He's got a little bit of help. A really nice swing and a second snappy third kill.
30 seconds left.
That's a clean round out from Loud. And again, Dre, you were just mentioning that the proactivity that they've leaned into has kept Furia on the back for the entire half.
They have so much utility to use, and they're using it to their advantage right now. Even that dog through showers, taking the teleport, going for fights proactively, it's making Furia scared. I mean, they're shaking in their boots, they're backing up all the way to their spawn. Now we're gonna see a timeout from them. And this is a fired up Loud right now, and it's Les who was the deciding factor in that last round. Anchoring the B site. The Omen flash was absolutely perfect. Yet it connected onto all 3 players into Hookah. And it's the awareness of him as an anchor to know that there was a gap in long after he took that pop shot on the first guy of Sean G and Hookah, to know that, okay, long is the gap. Let me take my isolated 1v1 now. No one else is going to be jumping out of Hookah anytime soon. And then he's able to just connect and transfer onto the third.
I also think worth mentioning, Furia not clearing out back sight feels like a pretty big mistake. When you think about a rollout onto B, that's regularly a part of the equation, and that just was not there. So if you give Les that much space, yeah, he's gonna hurt you with it.
Yeah, and it's so hard, especially when MW0 drops early like that in short A because of the proactivity that we disclosed. Like Loud are just so efficient right now and using all their stuff. For Furia, you have to find the right mix of baiting out certain utility and also catching players off guard trying to reclear. But right now, it's just a little too passive for my liking.
Loud find themselves up 3. We've had a lot of conversation around Sadak on the Neon and does it work, and you know, should it be someone else? He's had 1 positive performance in his last 4 reps on Neon. And he's at the bottom of the stats again here, but somehow Loud find a way to win. And yes, this time it's been off of Les. This time it's been off of Pancada and Kawanzin. But honestly, for Furia here, given how this round has started, you take those.
Absolutely. We've seen Furia close out the last map in a Thrifty. If they can win one here, they can slowly crawl back into the game, give themselves a chance for the next half.
They're gonna have to win this off of fights, though.
That's
that's huge! That was not supposed to go that way! I mean, they had the spike, they had everything that they wanted!
Maybe a little bit too proactive now for Loud. The amount of Thrifties in this series has been absurd. It's obscene.
Way too many. But honestly, that's what gets them back in the fight, and for Furia, you're pushing Loud as best as you can. You take those. You take
anything you can get.
Exactly. Yep.
Especially with how those previous rounds have been going, you really haven't had much of a chance. Other than that fast round they did, MW pushing all the way into spawn. Speaking of pushing into spawn, this should be a punish onto Noswer, and it is. Sadhak opening things up, getting set up by his team this time, and getting healed to full.
Which is what you want to see, right? Put your duelists in a position to get a couple of kills. That's exactly what they do. It's a flash over the top. Sadhak takes the space, gets the kill, but Furia wisely responding reactively to what's gone on. They feel all the pressure down B long. They turn their attention back towards A.
Yeah, very well said. It was a good walk into short at a good timing.
And honestly, this wall is so pretty. Cutting off anything out from showers. They understand they don't have that area of the map controlled. So they can push up into pipes. They don't have to deal with what's happening on that side. Orbital strikes traded. Microwaved as 2 members of Loud fall. Pancada creeping his way forward, but again, I think that at this point it feels too little too late.
These aggressive post plants from Furia still reigning supreme on Loud right now. The disruption, flipping sight right there. Getting on top truck, that Sage Wall, you stated it. Cuts off all the members of Loud. And there were so many TPs that were heard from Furia, so the correct response was given. Yeah, we hear 3-4 TPs. We know that there's probably already an anchor and shower. We're gonna take your spawn.
Such a good wall.
And honestly, that Brim ult, the counter ult from Khalil, that was beautiful.
Trying to catch both out. It's exactly what he did.
The momentum, the swing back and forth, ever so clear in this series.
And the thing is, they still have 3 ults to play around, including the res. So yeah, they're down around, but it feels like they've got a lot of control here. Again, a very similar setup for Sadak. Off of the flash, off of the stimmy. Sadak goes in. With ult out, Khalil decapitates him.
The stun was so perfect too. Had it settled a millisecond sooner, that's a sure kill.
Oh, Kalamazine is in such a good spot, but the swing was even better from Khalil. And so they res back up. They get numbers away of the attack. What can Tui's and Pancada do here?
Yeah, still 2 members here in B-Long. Furia, they might run into a firing squad. Oh, Khalil, he's too sharp.
But it's a trap. Oh, they know. They check it anyway. Very nicely handled by Khalil.
He's doing it all right now.
You don't expect 2 there. You see 1 off the swing and you go, okay, we've dealt with it. Now we can turn our attention back towards the site. Beautifully handled. Spectacular performance.
This time, Furia showing off their own fundamentals. And Bind is a map that you have to heavily rely on those. The way that it's structured, you have to be so clean on the post plants, on your setups, on your defaults. Don't want to drop early, and now it's less. Basically going for exits at this point. If he can do some damage, it could go a long way later in the half. But this will be a Furia round win, and it will be a tie game.
They've got so much money to play around too, man. 57 for MW, 39 for Khalil. Havoc's in a great spot too.
Jeez. He still had 2 satchels.
After all that, that's silly.
Yep. Didn't need to use anything because Khalil just one-man army. Yeah, that kill on the Sodhawk was insane.
I hope we get another look at that again, because you're right, the stun was perfect. There was the initial setup, and again, it was the flash, it was the stimmy. Half a second, man. That's all that was the difference was.
Literally right on time. He couldn't have picked a better moment to peek out and unpeak.
Then you see the closer there. MW applying full pressure onto Les. And smirks from the Fury side as we're tied at 4. Loud call a timeout. Fury have won 3 of the last 3 rounds to keep things competitive, to get them close, to tie us up. Man, I keep expecting Furia to crumble a little bit here, to fall under the pressure, to not be able to withstand Loud and how aggressively and proactively they played the series. The heroics from Les, the heroics from Pancada, but the resilience that these guys have shown is so impressive. Yes, off of MW being proactive, off of him going and taking fights, it's worked so well.
And now that Khalil is finally awakened, he's sitting at 10-4. I mean, this was a big reason why they took out 100 Thieves, him himself.
Khalil and MW at the end of the series, I think they were the only 2 who were positive, but they were big positive. They were like
it was
double-digit positive. And so you're right. This seems very familiar, Dre.
He's the type of player you want to be online in a map 3 against Loud. This could be the first series that Loud drop to another Brazilian team. But Sodhawk with the judge, we've seen him be so clutch with this gun, and he's gonna do it.
Only 1, but the firing squad over his shoulder provides all of the insurance they need.
That was just spam through smoke, just off a contact of Sodhawk in there. And it just feels like the life was taken out of you if you're Furia. 2 members had absolutely no chance in that round whatsoever.
And instantly thrown on the back foot. Kalanzine is taking a lot of space away. There's a good chance, a really good chance that Shanji gets caught. Khalil will too. I mean, they're about to double face him. That's really nice. The spacing on the double swing there, that's textbook.
Exactly. 1 wide, 1 going close, stopping on a dime, and It will be the close to the round with Shanji dropping down with that late flank.
So Loud take the lead back on the other side of the timeout. It was, again, this proactive play from Sadak setting him up. And yes, it wasn't necessarily off the utility. There wasn't a flash, there wasn't a go or anything like that, but plays his position perfectly.
Must-win round right there for Loud, otherwise their economy would have been in shambles. So now they're able to build up a little bit of a deposit of their own in the bank.
MW with the attack side op and ult to play with.
And he will be probably trading this operator with somebody else when the actual execute on the site comes out. But for the time being, he can poke and prod in any angle he wants to.
He's going to be poking and prodding into Sadak with the judge.
Yeah, there will be a dog to fish him out, though, so this should be the cue to maybe leave this area of the map alone for the time being. Havoc getting that kill onto 2Es is a great opener, and there's still a minute left to play around with.
That just gives him so much more space. So yeah, you understand the judge is posted up in hookah, and you got to pick on the other side.
Yeah. The defenses have to be spread thin at this point. Seekers will identify that there's only one at A for the moment, and that's less.
Paranoia is going to buy a little bit of time, but Furia, understanding there's not much resistance here, fully disrespected. MW over the top, lands the rocket into Les's face. Now they're going to be able to settle off this. They have full site control. Kawanzin, Sadak, and Penkata in the face of 5 with the judge. Money, oh my gosh, the judge again! 2 kills found to equalize. But MW, steady hands, give the numbers back the way of Furia. They've got the Seekers too. They still have to deal with this pesky wall. Another shot narrowly missing. Sadak with 3. The 1v2. And the Molly, he's going to have to deal with no real way to clear it out. MW gets 3 as we're tied again. A back and forth fight.
Absurd. The aggressiveness of MW. He didn't have time to swap the operator out, but he knows he still has to go in with the showstopper, and he picks off Les, who is just stuck. And the difference here is that MW, he for a second wanted to go for more, but he this time backs up into U-Haul, gets healed up to full, and closes the round out. A lot of duelists make this mistake. They overcook. He already got 2 in the round, or 1 in the round at least.
He got his.
And then they get traded out. But this time he's able to close it with a 3K, build even further towards another ult, and maybe he can just get another one for the next round if he pops off like he is right now.
He's just been so good, man.
And another first blood from Havoc, who's just been a monster in short A.
Yeah, MW getting an opener, Havoc joining in on it.
At the same time. So really now, it's a 5v3. Group up. And just win the trading game if need be.
They still have an attack side off too.
Yeah, and you still have a dog, you still have a flash. A lot of utility still on the board right now for Furia. They got these kills not having to invest utility.
If they flip here, 2Es is waiting on the other side. Take a look at the mini-map, and it seems like they want to head towards B. You see the utility soar out. Sadak not able to settle the shots. Khalil will fall, though. As Pankata gets the best of them, they are going to flip. Oh, they're going to flip. 2Es is here! Not able to find a single kill, though. And now A is wide open.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Sadak can try to cause some problems, but what do you do in the face of the wall? Just barely spotting a scalp, but not able to connect. 2Es had a chance to put together such a beautiful play. But the discipline out from Furia.
Yeah, they're not going to fall for that twice. I think that was a big mistake from 2Es in that moment. Maybe he wanted to go for an actual like wraparound, and that's why he was in this position. But if you recall, Pankata played that spot in what, the anti-eco. So of course Furia are going to want to double swing that. That was one of the reasons why they lost that round.
And for them to be so methodical in the chaotic moment that was, is just very impressive. Loud with 2 weapons left. They're trying to save them. White Knuckle hang on to them as best as they can.
My ult's ready.
And so far they've managed to do so. They've kept 2. And there might not be any more challenge. MW's still a little far away from the play.
picks up his op from earlier.
Last round before the switch.
He dropped that thing off entering into the B site. Picks it back up at the end of the round.
Yeah, this was such a nice setup, man. MW just creeping forward, Havoc getting the second kill, as you mentioned, and that's what that was, that play right there.
Spacing was great on that peak. Not getting collided this time.
Fury have won 5 of the last 6.
It's ridiculous.
And they've got a chance to take a 7-5 lead at half against Loud.
And just talk about showing some fight.
More than some.
This could have been a wash. You know, Furia, they could have chalked up their entire season, but they're here. They're showing that they want to win.
Hope dies last. And Furia are showing that. A heavy lean towards A. Everyone posted up outside of showers.
Loud there, where this double push through B long. They have all that info gathered. Loud need to be careful getting too proactive in this moment.
Sui's, this could be really slippery. Les is joined in on it. He's gonna try to pop the thrash, but from this distance, oh, he tags 2! And Pecan is able to spam over the smoke, but MW punishing the Gecko. Havoc still has his pit, Sonic's on the swing, he tries to catch an opportunistic timing, but he's been found out, he's been had. Fury are forced to slow, to settle, to wait. And Sonic getting a little bit too antsy, a little bit too active. This attack side op has been so beneficial and so effective for Furia. And there's the pit. Dre, I don't know that Loud have any tools to get this thing back.
This is so tough. It's gonna have to be random spam, but you still have to break the Sage wall on top of it all.
And hope you catch it through the pit. I mean, you're looking to get lucky here, and I don't think that's just gonna be the case. It's not in the cards for Loud. MW with 3. Furia gets to 7 at half.
And I think this is the 3rd time Furia are sitting at a 7-5 lead in this series, if I'm not mistaken. I think the first map was 7-5, second map was 7-5, third map 7-5.
I believe you are right. 6 of the last 7 going the way of Furia.
MW having such a star performance right now, and it doesn't even look like he's really overcooked or overheating in these moments.
Yeah.
He's letting the game come to him.
17-6 right now for MW. He's been so steady. And again, go back to the last time they won a series. It was against 100 Thieves. It was MW and it was Khalil. They're both at the top. We're throwing it down to the desk.
OMG. Things are really heating up between Loud and Furia. If this was Wrestling Wyatt, we would call this a slobber knocker, but because this is Valorant, it is a certified hood banger. Yes. Now, the thing is, like, Loud could possibly keep or lose their record here, Athena.
I mean, yeah, this is so close. I mean, Loud is 25-0, and these are the closest matches that we've seen. 13-11, 13-10, and now this map, 7-4, 7-5. They're so close to just bringing it past the finish line to be that team that has the 25-0 record for Brazil.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, these Loud players have beat different iterations of teams with the opposition on Furia so many times in the past. They've gone up against guys like MW0 so many times in the past. And right now, he is just taking over the game. Before Loud's creation as this dominant force in Brazil, the team that came before them that dominated the region was Gamelanders. That was led by MW0 back at the beginning of the game. He was the best player in Brazil for the longest time and might now, years later, be the player to actually take down Loud, the best team that Brazil has had now for 2 years straight. I mean, this guy has still got it. And when we check out the standings, the impact of this game is massively important. Look at Loud 3 and 4. Look at the teams they're surrounded by. They have to pass that they're close with.
Yeah, they're stuck in the middle of the pack. They need this win in order to step up a little bit. We saw LEV highlighted because they have clinched that playoffs, and Loud just looking to get even closer to that playoff point.
Absolutely. Now we're going to toss things back for the final half. Doug and Baby Bay, take us home.
Thank you so much, Akeem. We were talking about this, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys, Dre lied to you. It wasn't me. Dre lied to you about the 7-5 half. It was actually 8-4 on the first one, but
close.
It was close, and it is worth mentioning. 3rd time now that Fury take a lead into half, an opportunity to put Loud away. And this time it seems a lot more confident, it seems a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, it was the defensive side that was the deciding factor in that first map of Haven where Fury couldn't close it out. Can they do it this time around on Bind? On a different composition, MW, he's been looking great on the Raze. Havoc with first contact here though. And he'll best Pancata in the head-to-head.
Yeah, 14 HP. The glow up from this kid is nuts.
Yeah, and no heal bought on this pistol round. So Loud, they can't even get him back up. He's sitting at 14 HP for the rest of the round. That's done.
If they flip, if they try to go through the telly, they're going to face this Sage wall that's in such an awkward angle, denying any entry into showers. Loud, if they continue to find these openings towards B, they might just be all right. Not convinced, though. Not comfortable.
Yeah, fast answer back from MW. And aggression from Havoc. He wants all of it.
Toxins going up.
Tags up another player on Loud to one shot range.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, Loud are stubborn in this round. Still trying to play outside of Octagon.
They're relying on less right now, but the off angle from MW, he's too clean right now, Doug.
They're so weak, man. There's no way in. 22 HP amongst the two remaining members. How do you do this? A funny look, a stiff wind, and they're both blown over.
It's the triple swing to seal the deal. Two players drop from the side of Furia, but it's Havoc. He started the round with a dink on a Pancata, and he closes it out with a Collat. And when we thought of duos that would take over this game, yeah, we thought MW for sure, but we thought it was going to be Khalil. What's Havoc doing over there, man?
He's getting in on the fun.
He had a great last map as well.
10 and 8 so far. And again, you know, we talked about it earlier. You go to his first performance on this stage. It was dreadful.
Tragic.
And now he's here pushing Loud, not just being a spectator, actively causing problems.
Yeah, there were so many questions about him. Is he actually meant to be here in this moment? He's making a damn good case for it. This Viper wall should go up. Doesn't go up in time for the actual delay, but no one dropping yet. Say that and they're just dropping like flies everywhere.
It's because nobody can see anything. Just forced to sit back and watch now. Loud with a lot more control, should be able to get the spike down. Furia just won their second pistol of the series. And they're now in a position where they may lose the Thrifty again. There are only so many times you can get away with things like that, man. Havoc's left alone, he will fall. That's another Thrifty the way of Loud.
Great job from Loud. A lot of teams on their eco rounds, they tend to just death ball into B site. When you have a Neon to set such a pace like this, create chaos on the actual site, why not? A lot of teams just tend to leave two players there to anchor alone, and they back up on these rounds, so you have a lot of that free early on space in Hookah and Octagon. And Furia, they're definitely kicking themselves in the foot for that one. All of a sudden, momentum shifts, and Louder in the driver's wheel. In the driver's seat.
3 rifles, an Outlaw. Kronzine with the Spectre.
Hold on, if Sadhak decides to slide in on you all, he might get...
yeah, he's gonna get ripped to shreds. He's gonna get destroyed, but that's very nicely done. Instead of forcing the matter in through short, they wrap around, clean things up.
That was nice.
There's still a shorty in the hands of Nazra.
This guy's unreal right now.
That's pretty.
He can get that upgrade too if he pushes Sadhak off this angle.
A little bit of help on the way though.
Whew. Phantom diff.
yeah, exactly. And Nazra now with the shorty will just die to the spike.
Yeah.
That was expensive. They lost a couple more weapons than they should have. The benefit for them though is they're going to be able to carry over the Phantom, the Bulldog, and then the Outlaw too. So not all is lost.
Yeah, and the thing is when you eco a team like that, you basically set yourself up to buy for at least like 5 of the next rounds. It's something absurd, especially
really
if you
strong.
can convert this round like they just did. Like if you look at the money right now, Les is sitting at 3.2. He's about to have way more. 2E's was sitting at 3.5. Now look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 2E's is at 6.2. Les is at 6.4. That was a beautiful crunch, by the way, into U-Haul. And that's Sadhawk enabling his team. Pancata with the perfect molly to set everybody back a little bit into that stun range for the wraparound. Everybody converges at the same moment. Job well done for Loud.
And so they bring the gap down to 1. Given they were down at halftime, given they lose the pistol, of course Loud always finds a way. There's a healthy buyout for Furia. Same Sage Wall that we saw towards B. Same instance where Loud is not testing it, not interested in it. Havoc gets spotted. What a snap from MW, man. Pops the ult, gets over the top, drops Kalantine.
Spike down B.
Furia refused to go down without a fight. But 2E's with 4! What was that?
The back's swinging towards at least one of us.
Absolutely ridiculous. How did he connect all those shots in succession? We gotta watch that one over, and we're going to for sure. That was all with a Sheriff to start the round. And yeah, he jumps in a molly at the end, but my God.
What a pop-off, man.
Absolute freaky moment, and now he goes for the outlaw buy. He knows that the economy is bad for Furia. Oh, this is really cool. This setup play. It was a flash through showers that enabled the little walk-in from MW0. Yeah,
Yes.
cool.
So they've left him in the telly.
Sage Wall to follow up as well. Is he gonna open this up? He tries to get the timing, he gets it. What a cool setup to a round.
And that was all off of hearing the wall tried to be cleared. This is the first time they see that wall outside of showers because they haven't tested that side of the map.
That was so unique, and they have a stack on B at the same time. Havoc, he's pushed all the way down Hookah. He's wrapping Octagon as we speak.
It's gonna happen again, isn't it? We're due for another Thrifty because clearly we haven't had enough.
Oh yeah, we are. Havoc, he's behind them all.
Khalil's able to get one. Keep a close eye on that. Khalil and Havoc drop him. Furia take the lead back.
And I'll tell you what, Doug. There's been a lot of Thrifties in this series, but this one was well-deserved. The way that they set up MW0 in showers with all the different layers there. He gets the free kill off of left, spamming that Sage Wall. And everybody else, full gamble stacking B. They were here for this. Havoc finds the perfect timing to wrap around Hookah. That was the best Thrifty we've seen this series. A well-deserved one.
And that gets Furia the lead back.
Oh, and look at this. MW is getting set up. Oh, he's got to get out because of that Sky Flash.
Right, exactly. There's no way to know if it was towards Octagon or towards Cubby. And I mean, there's no real way to understand what's waiting on the other side either.
Go figure, there's another Thrash available for 2E's. Not too shocking after the round that he had, that 4K.
Almost gets all the way up to tagging Khalil, but he ropes it back in.
Yeah, he's gonna have that for the post plant.
Right, for a second round, although they've lost full control of it. Yeah, I don't know that he's gonna be able to get that back, actually.
Heads up play, yeah.
2 still with a little bit of utility. And they're blocking it. They won't allow it to be taken back. And so the Thrash is off the cards now. Nice Dizzy, nice swing, and nice hold from Khalil. The walls have been reinforced. What a hold.
Nasty work. I think that was it. Wingman that was picked up, so the Spike should be able to go down, but this is a 5v3. Oh, Spike does go down.
Yeah, Les, my 250 HP, somehow stays alive.
5v3s with a Bane of Furia in the past.
Can Loud pull this thing off? 2E's is getting really active here. He's standing right next to him. They're standing side by side. Now they swung out and 2E's gets 3 again! But Khalil saves the day! 3 on the round for him, the last one probably the most important.
5v3 going away, Furia. Yeah, that was a very important round win. 2E's did his damn best to bring that one back. He almost transferred on the site.
What a fight, man.
Khalil and MW. The proactivity from MW to take control of all U-Haul with that dog. And then the up-down right here. The stability, the poise. Shanji connecting that kill. That was close. That was still close.
Dude, 2E's almost did that.
He almost got it.
And he would have done it. I mean, that would not have been the first heroic round for him. But again, Furia refusing to go down without a fight. A timeout called from Loud as they hang on to a 2-round lead on the defensive side.
They're feeling an immense amount of pressure right now. Everyone can feel it. Everyone in here, everyone watching. There's so much riding on this win for Loud. They're 3-4 in standings overall. If they lose this game, if they lose this series, not only will it be the first time that they lose to a Brazilian team, but it'll be putting themselves in a spot where they're gonna have to win every single match after this.
Yeah, I mean, their playoff hopes are so dire at that point.
So much pressure being put on these guys right now. So much belief in Sadhak and his ideas going into this squad beginning of the year. Comes in with some crazy compositions. Now, he's the main duelist on these Neon maps.
And he's still struggling, man. We gotta call it what it is.
Yeah,
9 and 15.
What was that stun right there? Was that a misplay? Did he think that there was footsteps running up close? He just blew that.
Yeah, it's tough to say. And now he's not gonna have a stun. He does have ult. He has a wall. And you can tell they invested into this round a little bit to have enough fight. They've got 3 rifles, and then with Sadak's ult, you say 4.
And just to take a step back, I love the call from Furia to keep 3B on this round. They understand that this was the site that they lost on their eco round, on their anti-eco round. So this time, they have 3 players geared and ready for this site pit. An early Viper's pit.
Is there a dog? There's no dog. There's nothing really to clear this out. Unless they just face check it.
Yeah, this is a tough commitment. That's why Loud have to back up. They're dissuaded now. And that's why you already see on the mini-map, Shanji's already at A. He was the 3rd player at B. Oh, he's second-guessing himself. Nope.
30 seconds
Triple
left.
pump fake as he stays A.
MW's gonna get so much value on this spot, or at least he should.
Patience now.
Oh.
Not able to settle the shots, not able to connect onto the first. He's got an A though, and he's just waiting for the tap of the spike. Sadak has popped his ult. 13 seconds left, and the spike's still not planted, still not committed. Sadak falls. So do the rest of Loud, but 2E's on the counter. Now finally going down. Pancata cannot stand. Furia get to 11.
A way better approach this time around on the back A fight. Multiple members backing up MW there. Sadhak, he gets no value with the hot hands again. He peeks into 2-3 players who are all spraying him down. Best case scenario, he gets one, but he's gonna get traded instantly. Look at that. Everyone just hunkering down backside, holding that angle, and then MW. That pop-off moment at the end. Players lining up. I mean, when you do everything right, the Valorant gods will bless you sometimes. And I feel like Furia in this series have done a lot of right things.
And off in the hands of Shanji. Havoc already getting tagged. That jump spot almost cost him his life. But he stays alive, takes a step back. Now damage dealt. Instantly top back up.
Yeah, 2 heals on the side of Furia. So annoying to play against. Doesn't matter how low you get these guys. They can heal each other up if need be.
This time the wall went down towards Octagon.
Great job of being proactive with that dog. Pushing Sadhak out of hookah. They're gonna re-walk in, even more info gathered.
Oh, he's trying to swing behind the Seekers. That's really nicely done. Yeah. But they got cleared out instantly.
Yeah, and that's okay because now he has all that space and he's going for more. It's a full lean towards A right now. Havoc, he has a flank.
MW has ult, and he's close. If he stays alive, there's a shot at this. But he bides his time, doesn't pull the trigger yet. Now the wick has been lit, and Les is down. But not without getting 2 of his own. Numbers the way of Loud, and Havoc's on the hunt. Able to get 2, not able to connect on the 3rd. Shanji's got, oh man, in a position like this. Gets his 1. Does he dare swing on the 2nd? Doesn't connect. Sadak slowing it down. Getting the spike down. He's gonna try to bring the res back up. The swing in his face. The proactive play from the leader. 3 for him as Loud get 9.
Unbelievably clutch. The IGL. He's faced so much criticism, but in the 1v1, he reigns supreme. Shanji, he wasn't quick enough to get that res off. And Havoc, he almost connected on a Sadhak as well.
The timings Havoc has been able to find on these flanks are ridiculous. Almost getting away with one there.
Shanji. That's rough.
He's got the res still. Given how the last round went out. Rifles, no op on the side of the defense here. Fury again getting proactive here. Taking some of the space away, and Loud realizing where the weakness of the map is. Try to cover. Sadak spotted. Is there a challenge? Ooh. Oh, that's a cool setup. The slow and the nade, but Sadak's just too fast.
Neon. Ooh, Havoc. Really wide swing. Pancata.
Oh, he thought about it.
Yeah.
He wanted that.
Good poise. That could bring tremendous value later in this round.
Could be the difference maker, depending on how he chooses to invest it. Given how weak some of these members are. Look at Khalil in the smoke.
Enemy remaining.
Loud again. Crumble. Furia will get to map point. Will get to series point.
The duo, MW and Khalil. Khalil locking down showers against Les, and MW locking down all of the A site, all of A short. Match point for Furia. 1 in 6 in the season. Playing against a team that has never been bested by another Brazilian team. Ever. Keeping their dream alive, ruining the dream of Loud. It's not over yet, though. Three players towards this B site for Furia. The proactivity on the re-clears. Getting info for Furia. And a slow down to the round right now.
2 rifles for the attack. A flash not getting any info. And so Loud opportunistically creep their way forward.
This is the right site to hit, but it's Havoc on the proactivity again. NZR, he jump spotted some players. Havoc is wrapping around again.
Les is on the TP though. They've already gotten back into elbow. They have full control of that area. And you're right, this time they're wise to it. Pancata knows he's not going to be vested again, at least as far as position goes, but he falls. And that was the ult. He's not going to have it anymore. Sadak crumbles too. 2 rifles still remain for Loud. And they've gotten the spike down. It's the pesky 5v3. It's caused problems, it's left ulcers. But Fury just seems so much more steady this time around, and they've got the res in case things get a little messy. The flash up from Kawanzin. Still a delay, no commitment on the defuse. Les falls, all of Loud crumble. It's the Dia de Furia, undefeated no longer. They cut down Loud.
Unreal. What a completely different team than we saw against EG. This is the squad that took down 100 Thieves, and now it's making more sense. Even the first map, so many opportunities to close that one out. But it goes to map 3, and they show that they can go the distance against a team that has reigned supreme against Brazilian opposition for years, since the start of the game.
From not winning a single map in the history of the matches against Loud to being the first Brazilian squad to best them. What a turnaround. 25-1, yeah, that's still pretty damn impressive. But Fury on top.
And it wasn't just off of heroics. It wasn't just a couple players running around, going crazy. It made sense. The fundamentals were there. They lost a lot of man-up numbers that they should have won, but that's good. That's a good way to lose, in my opinion. Yeah, it sucks in the moment, but you can learn from those mistakes, and if you do, all of a sudden these 13-11, 13-9 wins change into blowouts.
Sure. We got to talk about Nasr, the addition he's been to this team. MW, obviously, the name speaks for itself. What a ridiculous performance. What do you go? Did he drop 30 on that map? No, 29.
Almost.
I'll take 29.
Might as well have.
Sure.
Yeah.
Him and Khalil, again, the two that were so devastating against 100 Thieves. Back at the top of the leaderboard. And Havoc too, man.
Yeah, I was about to say that. In these last two maps, Havoc was an absolute freak of nature. He was great. On the lurks, on the attack side of Bind, he was getting so many kills short A.
I mean, how many rounds did he secure off of his flanks? 2, 3?
It was nuts.
He had so much value.
And he's looking so much better this time around. I mean, yeah, we talk about it. We talk about it a lot on this cast. That rough start he had to the year, that's all in the past now.
Oh, that's a distant memory that is far faded.
And a lot
the performance he put up today.
And a lot to look forward to for this team in the future. I'm excited to see the rest of the stage, see how many more wins they can get under their belt, and maybe, just maybe, they can make a run like Crew did. Who knows? They're still in it.
They walk into the second stage without a win, somehow find themselves up 2 with playoff possibilities still well and alive. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth at the stage. She's standing by for the Verizon post-match.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, history has been made. Shanji, you are a history maker. You are the only Brazilian team to defeat Loud. How does that feel?
Fizeram história, né? Primeira vez que a Loud é derrotada por vocês, por qualquer time brasileiro. Como é que você tá se sentindo?
Ah, cara, falar pra você que deveria ser algo normal, né? Mas não é, a gente é freguês há bastante tempo aí. É algo único, acho que o time, o que a gente tá construindo pro próximo split é algo inexplicável, assim, acho que tá bem sólido, tá melhorando bastante mapu. E é um sentimento único, assim, né? Eu joguei mal demais de novo, mas não tem problema. Primeira vez que alguém ganha deles, espero que vire frequência, né? Vire rotina.
It should not be a surprise, but it is. We've been losing for them forever, and then we finally did it. Not because of, I mean, I didn't play very well, but I was still there doing it, and I'm really happy with it.
Talk to me about, you were saying you were always losing to them. What were the lessons you learned from that? How did you apply them today?
Você disse que vocês sempre perderam para eles, vocês são fregueses, né? Qual é a lição que vocês tiram de hoje?
Ah, acho que é uma coisa que a gente já tinha na cabeça antes, que é tipo assim, ninguém é imbatível, o jogo é jogado, snowball. E hoje só foi pra provar pra gente mesmo que a gente pode ser o melhor time do Brasil, e é isso que a gente vai em busca. Então foi mais pra tirar essa barreira, assim. Todos os jogadores já sabiam, mas na hora do vamos ver era sempre diferente, e hoje é pra botar que a gente pode sim ser o melhor time do Brasil.
No team is unbeatable, but so we were just trying to show that we can be this team, we can be the best Brazilian team. So we've been working for this, and you can, like he said before, they're preparing very good. They will have a very good map pool now, and keep watching us.
Do you think you are the best Brazilian team?
Você acha que é o melhor time do Brasil?
Olha, acho que é muito cedo pra falar, até porque o próximo jogo é contra outro time brasileiro. Acho que a gente precisa melhorar bastante coisa ainda, mas foi um primeiro passo importante. Acho que tudo que a Loud conquistou, tudo que a Loud é, os jogadores que são lá, acho que essa vitória não tira o melhor time do Brasil deles, o título deles. Pra mim, eles ainda são o melhor time do Brasil, mas hoje a gente mostrou que se vacilar, a gente vai ganhar e pode tomar esse posto a qualquer momento.
It's hard to say, it's too soon. We will play another Brazilian team next, but we can work. We can get there. I know it was just one loss, so they're still the best team, but we have everything it takes to be the best.
Your playoff hopes are still alive. I think a lot of people came into stage 2 just doubting Furia, not believing that Furia could do it. Open mic, what would you like to say to them?
Um monte de gente achava que vocês não poderiam fazer, né, nesse split. o microfone é seu, fala qualquer coisa aí.
Então, infelizmente, nem sei se ainda tem chance depois da derrota contra a EG, é algo bem triste, mas, como eu falei, acho que todo mundo tiver a mesma mentalidade e tudo isso, eu continue torcendo, a gente tá se esforçando muito, praticamente sem folga, jogando para dar o nosso melhor, mesmo com as chances mínimas, agora provavelmente nulas, a gente ainda continua trabalhando e dando o nosso melhor para representar o país, então é isso, apoie a gente, independente do que aconteça, tamo aí.
Root for us. I'm not really sure if we still have a chance, especially after EG. But that's it. We're working. Please keep rooting for us, and let's see what happens.
Well, I'm rooting for you. I think everyone watching is rooting for you. That was so impressive, and you are, I think, the people's favorite champion team. So thank you so much again. Everyone get up for Shandy one more time, because that was an insane performance, and you deserve all of the love. We're gonna be done here. We're gonna send it to the posto. So friends, please take it away.
Bom demais, né?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and shout out to Shandy, and congratulations to Furia.
Amazing.
That was amazing. I kind of wish we had like a live studio audience here in the studio to clap, because
the banger.
It definitely was. What we just witnessed was a certified hood banger.
There we go.
Yes,
Look at the
That
party.
is crazy, though. I mean, how many of us in the prediction thing predicted them to win? Like 3?
I think
Three.
I mean, it is crazy. The streak is over.
The streak
5-1.
Yeah.
The streak has
The
ended.
streak is indeed over. And Elizabeth asked the question to Shandy, do they think they're the best Brazilian team after this? They still have one more. They have another team that they're going up against, and that's MIBR. And I mean, I feel like they beat Loud.
True. I mean, I feel like definitely seeing how they perform against MIBR will be really, really impressive. But yeah, to answer your question, Wyatt, BBB and Elizabeth, I'm pretty sure Liz is like 100% on predictions right now.
Well,
she's smoking all of us.
EG.
Oh.
So,
Sorry, I was just still in copium.
Close enough.
Still in copium from when we predicted
Close
EG.
enough.
Yeah. But we gotta walk things back a little bit. Like how did they do this? Like I'm still in awe of everything that we witnessed. And again, congratulations to Furia. But let's walk things back. And talk about that last third map, Athena. There were some amazing things that took place.
It was insane. I mean, Furia just looked so cool, calm, and collected. And honestly, I'm gonna be real here. I think one of the biggest issues that Loud had was their comp. I mean, Wyatt, we talked a lot about this behind the scenes. It just felt like they were not able to pull out whatever they needed on that attack site to get into sites, to be able to hold their post plans properly. And it just felt like it wasn't flushed out to what I kind of expected it to be.
Yeah, 100% agree. And on the opposite side for Furia, they did change the comp a bit coming into this game off their loss against Evil Geniuses. They brought that Sage in, but yeah, massive. There's 2 things I really want to give credit to for Furia, maybe even 3, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 at this point.
Oh, okay.
But the main thing is, first of all, the resilience to come back after beefing hard on Haven, which they should have won. Fantastic. Icebox was a great home map for them. And for Havoc to have such a standout performance across this whole series is huge for him, because I remember all the way back to kickoff in his first game, you could legitimately see in his aim his hand shaking, his mouse shaking. Like he was so nervous at the beginning, and they stuck with him despite that into stage 2, and he's really starting to flourish. And it's really a joy to watch a player like that come into his own.
I think it's really hard, too, when you're playing with a player like MW Zera, like, to kind of have standout games alongside one of the goated duelists, as you said earlier, especially in that region within Brazil. And I feel like right now they have found solid footing. Again, this kind of goes into not necessarily just this stage, but how they're going to play out the rest of the year, how they're going to play out with a new roster. Are they going to make any changes? Are they going to keep this one? And so far, it's looking like they should really keep this one. It looks really good to me.
100%. So I want to kind of walk things back, speaking about Furia, and get y'all's perspective on this. So of course, we saw them win against 100 Thieves, which was I feel like collectively we thought that was a bit of an upset. Then EG kind of, like, I guess you could say, humbled them a little bit. But what do you think it was, Athena, that they learned from that EG match, and that they kind of like changed their trajectory in what we just saw?
I feel like they definitely took that they need to play with the confidence that they had in that 100 Thieves game and to kind of bring it forward, because they made like small, tiny mistakes. It did not feel like they lost as a team because of XYZ or their comps weren't good or whatever. It was literally just the fact that they were so confident in their gameplay. They did not let 100 Thieves make them falter. They found their weaknesses and abused it. And I feel like as a team, they just played super, super well.
Yeah, I also feel, even on Haven, where they lost, I said it then, and still, you know, on Bind, on these attack sides, I'm really impressed with them picking their moments more intelligently of when to up the aggression. Because even in that 100 Thieves game, though they won, the biggest flaw they had was that they never hit the brakes, ever. It was just all go on attack. And a lot of times they'd be overextending, dropping players needlessly. And they really reeled that back in this series. That wasn't an issue for them. So if that continues to be fixed going forward, I think that's also, you know, gives credence to believe that they can rack up a couple more wins.
Absolutely, yeah. And they have MIBR coming up next, and then Leviathan, which, I mean, I'm curious to see how that last one pans out for Furia.
I mean, yeah, I think even looking at the standings, like it's gonna be super, super interesting, super tight game between what's going on. I mean, the only team that has any confirmed information is LEV, knowing that they've clinched playoffs. They are here 7-1. Everyone else is still a huge question mark.
I mean, this middle of the pack is crazy. Sen, they're on the cusp of qualifying, and with the form they're in, you have to believe they're gonna do it. I mean, I'm so convinced they'll be making it through. But then past that, Crew, G2C9, all with 5 wins. EG are 4-4. They look great this stage. Any of those teams feel like they can make it. And then 100 Thieves are just outside of that, which is crazy. Like, do we think they're going to bounce back at some point? Or are they just going to slip down the standings further and not make it? I mean, there's a lot up in the air. It's pretty wild right now.
There was actually, I remember Potter mentioned in one of the interviews that the kind of skill level right now within Americas is so close and so tight. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing. Like, these standings are insane. Like, every team is just so close together.
Absolutely. Well, I got to say, I'm honestly happy that we got a certified hood banger. I'm so excited that we got it. Well, we'll be back tomorrow for the final day of Super Week. We're closing out the week with 2 matches, 100 Thieves versus MIBR, and then it's Crew Visa. We're going to be taking on NRG.
That was kind of weird, Akeem. I thought you said Super Week.
I did, actually. Wyatt, good call. I could have sworn I said Super Week. Yes, we'll be back tomorrow with more of Super Week. And we'll see you then. Take care, guys. Let's get day 4 of Super Week started. It's Leviathan versus Evil Geniuses. Now you have the #1 team in America's facing off against a red-hot Evil Geniuses. Now, if LEV gets a win, well, they clinch playoffs.
Actually give them some position to plant, but oh my word, Tex.
Back in, now an ult committed. Gachimo up top, just dunking on his former teammate. There it is, get another.
First fight goes his way. Denjaw through the wall, gets the ace. The Leviathan know exactly what is up.
It's a reposition for Mazzino, and it is perfection. A dominant start to this series.
Leviathan are just overwhelming Evil Geniuses.
And EGR doubled up. One spotted, stun is good, slide in for Aspas. Apoc swings, shuts him down, and Apoc has won this round.
Neon's about to walk into each other, but there's a fault line ready to go from Nature, popping on through his jaw. Apoc there as well.
Tex will be the man of the hour. One player on the site. Calm has a trade angle. And Nature, that was an opportunity with shots from Calm, could lose this round, but Mazzino, Leviathan, welcome to playoffs.
This was an elite Leviathan performance.
It's about that time. Y'all ready for this? It's a battle of Brazil.
Furia versus Loud, 25-0 for Loud, and they're going to be going up against Brazilian Brethren once more. Waiting game to see who's the first to move. Furia fall in a massive way, but Nothwer getting 2 back with ult online, tagging him right up, filling in behind the space, jumps out to more utility. Oh, they spotted it somehow. It's all on to Sonic as he gets 3. Look at this crunch setup. The Paranoia in from a short, the dash in from mid with Dizzy over the top.
absolutely obliterating the opposition.
Pancata gets all four. Just ridiculous. 13-11. It seemed like they were done. It seemed like they were down. Just comes up 2 rounds too short. MW has slipped the net.
Look at Pancata, though.
2, 3. He spotted them all. Looking for any target he can find. A little bit of damage has been dealt. The swing up from Tui's. Is this another mess? He's gotten it to half, and Tui's gets 4.
MW to reposition behind the stage wall, and he's gonna get one. A second.
The very first map that Fury have taken off of Loud ever. They've got a crunch. They thought they're gonna have to win this off of fights, though. That's huge. Fury refused to go down without a fight. But Tui's with 4. Now they swung out and Tui's gets 3 again. But Khalil saves the day. Now finally going down. Pancata cannot stand. Look at Khalil in the smoke. All of Loud crumble. It's the Dia de Furia, undefeated no longer. They cut down Loud.